Mayor, you are live.
The time now is 4:12. I would like to open for the study section meeting. At this time, meeting called to order. Please take a roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember West,
Fan West here.
and Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much. Salute to the flag. I would like to invite Councilmember Manzo to help us with that. Please stand.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mezzo, for a salute to the flag. Now is the time for oral communication for study section, for the study session only. So you are invited to talk about your concern, if there's any. But I would like to mention it to everyone that we have another session going on at 6 o'clock, so I would like to end this meeting at 5:45 is the latest. It would be better if earlier, so the council can have something to eat before the long night. So at this time, I open up for oral communications.
Mayor, we have no oral communications for study session.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, the second item is continue from the May 8th, 2024 special meeting study session, fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget. This is the second study budget meeting, right? So may I ask for staff for go ahead and present it?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. So like you mentioned, this is our second study session for the budget, and I have just a brief presentation bringing back some information that was discussed at the last meeting. So I'll start with that. So a few things have changed since the last study session on May 8th. The sales tax revenue projections for the current year and next year, this number relates to the 24-25 year, has been reduced $542,000 for business closures. The transaction use tax projection also was decreased by $381,000 for business closures. The parking fee revenue projection was increased by $50,000 for the changes approved by the City Council on May 22nd. The WAGS contract increase of $84,000 was added to animal control contractual. This increase was approved by the City Council on May 8th. In order to help reduce some of the costs, the liability charges, it's internal service fund charges were reduced by $1 million. This will make it longer to bring that fund reserve to our minimum required $500,000. It'll just take a few more years. In addition, the liability budget was reduced by $412,000. Legal fees and insurance were the areas that this was reduced. The OCFA final contract cost was reduced by $40,000. The original estimate was the maximum increase of 4.5%. The actual increase came in at 4.1%. The Axon contract was added to the future years projections at $422,000 a year for years 25 through 34. The State of California SB 1383 Organic Waste Recycling Program grant was added to the CIP list. It's a $242,000 grant that we've received in the current fiscal year, but will be spent next year. $80,000 additional was added to the sport court resurfacing at College, Bowling Green, Liberty, Westminster, and Westminster Village, and Tony Lamb Park project in park dedication. This is funded by park dedication. And the supplemental requests for the Community Development Department have been eliminated. These are some potential future revenues, but they are not included in the projection. I just wanted to put them here so you could see some areas where additional revenue could come in the future. So changes to mixed-use areas, the Westminster Mall development, billboards, changes to zoning standards to attract developers, Bolsa Road development and high-density apartments, and the annexed areas. All of these potential revenues can be included once their final implementation, but until then, they're just, we know that they're coming, but we can't add them to the projections until we have a better idea of what they're going to bring and when. So this is the revised projection. The 23-24 estimate, we're estimated to use $3.5 million of reserves and have our ending balance at $34.5 million. The proposed 24-25 budget, with the changes that I just mentioned, excluding the potential revenues, is $86.6 million for revenue, $88 million for expenditures, a use of reserves of $1.5 million, and an ending balance of $33 million. 25-26 projection projection uses 2.4 million of reserves. 26-27 uses 3.3 million, and 27-28 uses 3.8 million for a ending reserve balance in 27-28 of $23.6 million. Again, these don't include the potential future revenues. They don't include any of the supplemental requests that we're going to discuss next, and they don't include any future grants that the city might receive. So at the last study session, the City Council requested that the supplementals be put in priority order and additional information on each position. The additional information was provided in the staff report, and this list right here is in priority order. So the first request is the management analyst position at $119,000 or almost $120,000 for community services. The second request, or in second priority, is administrative assistant at $98,000 in the engineering division. The third request, $98,000, is the community services coordinator. Fourth is the reclass of the mechanic to the equipment mechanic in Public Works. Fifth is the webmaster position at $136,000, and this is part of the strategic plan. The total for these 5 positions is $460,000. This would come from the general fund. In addition, there is a request for 3 positions in the water fund. They're water technician positions, and they would cost $249,000 or $83,000 each. We can go, council is requested to provide direction on the supplemental budget requests, and the budget will be brought back to the City Council at the June 26th meeting, and staff is available to answer questions on any of the supplementals or any budget questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Can you identify the major changes from the last meeting that we have until this meeting so that we can concentrate on that?
These changes
Is
here?
there any changes that you made, major changes?
The only ones that were made were listed on the first couple slides. The revenues were reduced, and some expenditures were reduced.
Okay.
So we had, it's about $1 million, I think, in revenue reductions, and the same in expenditure reductions. So we're ending about the same place, but the revenue reductions kind of offset the reductions that we did to expenditures.
Okay. I would like to open up for council questions and comments, if you want to go for it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Staff, thank you so much for addressing all of this issue and updating us on the budget, general fund proposed. I have a question under that. So the State of California SB 1383 Organic Waste Recycling Program grant of $242K added to the project for upcoming projects, and 80 will allocate to the park and the Bowling Green and the college. I guess my question is, are there specific, I guess the Liberty Village Park and Tony Lamb Park, is it in District 2 or 3?
Good afternoon. Tony Lamb Park is, I believe, in District 2,
Okay.
Which one?
which
Tony Lamb.
used to be Park West Park.
Tony Lamb Park is not,
Is that 2 or 3?
this District 3 or 4. It's not 2. It's not 2.
So it might be 3.
3? Okay.
3? Yeah, District 3.
Westminster Village is District
1.
1, and then Liberty Park is District 2.
No.
Okay, perfect. That's
3.
great.
It should be
Oh,
3.
3.
3 as well?
Yeah,
I thought it was
Liberty
the
Park in District 3.
No? It's 3? Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay, another thing, I guess my question is the $242,000 are for the organic waste recycling. Are there any specific requirement for this grant
Do you know?
Yes, there are. This is the grant that we received from the state that we apply for it, and this is mainly for the organic waste that we have to put out. In addition to the trash bin at parks and public building, we have to add the organic waste and also recycle bins. So this fund will allow us to purchase those bins and put it out there in the public parks and buildings as well, and also allow us to, they call it procurement, buying some recyclable paper.
Okay. And then with this grant, since I know those parks, we don't have District 2 or 4 in there, is it because we have other program that already allocate money for those parks in those districts?
I'm sorry, 2 or 4?
So I guess in this organic waste recycling fund grant that we're having, and we're allocating 80,000 of it toward the parks in District 3 and 1.
Oh, no, it's the $240-something thousand is for the organic waste program for all parks.
Okay.
Not the $80,000 is just the additional amount of money that we're asking from Park Dedication Fund for the improvements, the sport court improvements extra
Okay.
for Tony Lamb Park. That's different from what we asked before.
Okay, so with that, you were able to put trash bin, recycling bin in all parks across all the districts, is that correct, with the 242?
That's correct.
Okay, and the extra 80 is just something else, what is it
We
exactly?
added a resurfacing of the sport court, the tennis court at Tony Lamb.
Tennis court, okay, perfect. Thank you so much, I guess that's all I have for now.
Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions on the general fund proposed on the potential future revenue not included in the projection. As far as how realistic are these, listed here as far as changes to the mixed-use zone area? I mean, it could be, but that's like way down the road, not anytime soon.
You're correct. We'd have a hard time putting a date to those.
Yeah, it would be
But they're
years.
definitely, I would say that they're in the near term, not necessarily maybe within the couple of years, but definitely not past 5 years.
Okay, and what about, and then the mall redevelopment, billboard, that one is, but what I want to make sure that I emphasize there in the reality of the mall is if and when construction gets on the way, we're going to lose a certain portion of revenue coming out of that. If stores are currently open now, are they going to shutter? So are we not going to lose a portion of that?
That's built into the future year projections?
The loss of that?
Yes.
Okay,
I guess.
all right.
Okay.
And then that was what I had as far as the future, the mall opportunity. And what else? And then what about as far as the any salary savings to the total, as far as the 460 for the supplemental request? Is there any salary savings out of there?
So that's for next year. So we wouldn't know salary savings at this point. We definitely have salary savings in the current year that will continue until the positions are filled. But at this point, just a second. So the current year, the 23-24 year, is estimated to come in $2.5 million under budget. That's not all salary savings, but a lot of that is. So some of that will carry forward as we fill the positions.
Okay. Another question I had as far as supplemental requests for the water technician positions. Has there been a study as far as the difference between in-house and contractual?
For the last 2 years, staff have done a pilot program as far as using staff force to replace the water meters. And you have seen the previous items have gone to the council for awarding a certain amount for buying water meters. And we compare that data to the number of how much it's going to cost if we go out to hire a contractor. Mm-hmm. And that's how we arrive to having in-house staff which we can train and properly install compared to the contractor. And it's probably going to take more than 20 years for the return of that investment. because of the cost of the contractor.
So the contractor's cost is higher?
Absolutely higher.
Okay.
Yes, so you're looking at, I think it's under the report, it said to install all of the 20-plus thousand meters, it's going to cost about $7 million or more.
Mm-hmm.
And, for its in-house staff, I think it's $248,000 a year, and it takes about 5.5 years to get them all installed.
Okay.
So if you take those two numbers and equate to, it take about 20 years.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Can I go first, and then I go back to you?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you go back to slide number 5, please? Yes, same thing again. I think it's better from the last time, but we're always disturbing to me that we have to go into the reserve, and I don't want to touch the reserve if we don't have to. Understand that we want to do more for the people, and we want to expand. Is it because of that we are expanding ourselves, hiring more personnel, or contracted service being increased? Why are we? Because we already increased, renew for a 1% tax, and then we go additional for a 0.5% tax, and we still have to go into our reserve. And it's not 1 year. I understand if there is 1 year or first year, second year, I understand. But it continued to go more and more. I don't want to be, again, that we have to think about, bankruptcy again. That term is not going to be bring up again. I don't want ever bring it up again. So can you tell me?
Sure. Costs are increasing. We have automatic increases that we can't control. PERS costs go up. The OCFA contract
go up?
goes up. The PERS retirement, those go up. OCFA goes up. Just the cost of services are more expensive. Supplies are more expensive. Often, even as in the 23-24 year, we budget a deficit, but it doesn't come in as bad because we do have the salary savings. But basically, the cost of providing services at the level that we currently provide costs this much. So in order to get a reduction in expenditures, there would be a cost of service. Most of our costs are salaries. So it's people and it's services.
Okay, understand the cost went up on us. What can we do to compensate that in terms of providing service? I mean, the cost that we are going to get from the people that we're serving.
Right, and that's why in that previous slide I was showing the potential future revenues. So staff is working to increase revenues, but they will take a few years to implement. So luckily we have a good reserve balance, and I think we'll start to realize some of those additional revenue sources before it gets this low, but it does take a few years to implement those things.
Well, you understand it took a few years to implement. Did you have our provision that, are looking forward into the near future that we can somewhat mitigate the problem?
I mean, I have the list.
Do you have anything to present it to us?
I don't have those projections built in, and I would hesitate to put them in because we can't spend money that we don't have a final product. So like we know billboards are coming, or we know some of those different items are coming, the annexed areas or Bolsa Row, but until we have the project completely approved and in place, it would be, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting it in the projection.
Okay.
Because we would be spending or planning to spend money that isn't completely finalized.
Okay. Off the record, even though that we are at the meeting.
Yeah.
With your
We're
best,
telling
with your best guess, do you think that we are making toward to, do you think that we can somewhat, based on your best guesstimate, that we are going to make it, washed or
I mean,
being...
Our use of reserves in the current year, excuse me, is less than we expected. So we had budgeted, I think it was close to 7 million. We're coming in at 3.5. So that's a savings of 3.5. The 1.5 use for the 24-25 year is capital projects, and capital projects are typically a one-time. I mean, if we didn't do the street improvements, we'd be balanced. But we want to do that. So in the future, if we didn't have the money, we could cut that, or we could, like I said, or I had mentioned, cut services. But I mean, I wouldn't say you would want to continue on this, but because there's additional revenue in the works, I think it's a good. I mean, I think it's a good budget, especially for the 24-25 year. I don't think the 1.5, I mean, I definitely think we'll have salary savings because all those positions aren't full, and they won't be filled as of July 1. So there'll be salary savings until they're in place. I think when I counted last, it was 30 positions. So that's, quite a bit of savings each month. But, I mean, we've always in the city had a tight budget. We just never have had a huge surplus. Even when we originally adopted back with Measure SS, we had a couple years with maybe 2 million, but the city hasn't had a huge surplus ever, really.
Something that I don't want to do, but we have to live with the reality. I know that not too long ago, this council adopted to have the increase on the several services. Does that help, or does that took into consideration?
What, the salary increases for staff?
No, not the salary increase. I'm talking about the service that we
Increasing
Fees.
services?
the fees, yeah.
Fees.
Oh, the fees. I'm sorry. Yes, that helps. And the fee, actually, the revenue for the fees was increased in the budget. It has, it looks very promising. We do that every 2 years, but we will be revisiting it again. So we definitely keep up on that, and that's a good thing.
When are we going to revisit?
We'll start that. We usually start it in November. So we'll be starting it soon, and it'll be included in the next budget. We do it every other year.
Okay, have you take a look at that to compare with the other cities? We are still at the low fees, or we are up?
I think when we last reviewed it, which was with the last budget, the 23-24 year, I think we are still very comparable to other cities.
So there's room for us to.
We can only recover what it costs us to provide the service.
Right.
So, and I think our costs are low compared to other cities. We have less staff to provide services, so I think our costs are low, which has helped us keep our fees low.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. I think beside that, do you think that, is there anything that you can come back with the number that we don't have to use into the reserve?
I tried that with the $1 million that I reduced from the liability fund, but unfortunately, the sales tax revenue came in, the last projection was a little less. Now, I will say the last quarter that we received of sales tax in the 23-24 year was about 200,000 higher than the projection. So sales tax, I mean, at least in the current year, will come in, or hopefully will come in higher than projected, which will go to fund balance, which will help in the future. But unfortunately, there are some business closures that are reducing that, and revenue at the Westminster Mall, anything with that development that impacts the future. So that's all built in. Now, if the economy is different or things change, revenue could be higher, but revenue could be lower as well. So, I mean, it's a projection, and it's our best guess based on 2 quarters of data in the current year.
Okay. With that, I invite City Council to bring in your own money, or the money that you can raise to offset the reserve. I would appreciate it. And now I recognize Councilmember West.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to see to verify. You said there was 30 position that has not been filled yet. Is that correct?
You know what? I'm guessing off of the mid-year report, and I thought at that time it was 30. I don't think I have it in this one. I mean, I can look for it. I'm pretty sure it was about 30 that was vacant at mid-year, so a couple months ago.
Okay. And are all those positions that we discussed since a year ago that hasn't been filled, is that part of it as well?
I mean, some of it. I mean, there's quite a few of those were police, but I think that they're working on filling them. I don't have the list in front of me, but I think all departments are working on filling their positions. There's just turnover, and it takes time.
Okay, so the majority of the open position right now, those 30, is mainly police department, is that correct?
I can tell you.
Okay. Take your time.
So when the budget was adopted last year, we had 17 vacant positions. As of March, there were 27 vacant positions, of which 10 were police officers. That's the detail. I mean, I could go department by department if you wanted, but for the most part, I think all departments have some vacancies.
Okay, and this was, when was this again? You just say what? when
Those
was
numbers were as of March.
this? March of this year, right? Okay. So not 30 positions, just 17?
27.
27 total?
17 was when the June of last year, when the budget was adopted. As of March, it was 27.
Okay.
And I would think it's pretty close to that right now.
We're actually a little above, we should be above 30 based on, we have a couple of folks who have recently retired or are going to retire since March. So 30 is about a good estimate.
Okay. That's perfect, thank you. I really appreciate verifying that. Now, with all these positions that you added under the supplemental request, do you need us to take action today, or you're just informed as these are the extra position and this is how much it costs for each position?
If the council would like to provide direction, I could add those to the budget if it's the council's request, and then they would be included for the budget that's brought back at the next meeting for adoption. This is just discussion today, but on the 26th, it will, I'll bring the budget back for the formal adoption.
Okay, so under priority order, I see basically a total of 5 different positions you want us to take a look at today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have more description on what they do?
I do, but they're basically public works and community services positions, so the department heads are here as well, and they can describe what the positions do.
Okay.
Or I can read what the information is that I have.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. So we don't have to get.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, if you can read it, so
Sure.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so the first one, the management analyst position for community service, will provide comprehensive support to the entire department with professional level research, administrative, operational, and analytical duties, including review of policies and procedures, draft staff reports, contract management, seek grant opportunities, prepare technical materials, and assist with complex event planning processes. Let's see, it's actually quite long, but I'm going to just jump to some of the tasks that the position will oversee. Policies and procedure review and update, marketing and social media management, website content, recreation management, platform administration, hiring and recruitment of part-time staff, community garden program implementation, banner agreements, community outreach, manage contracts with vendors, and monitor grant programs. Those are some of the current positions at that position, or some of the current duties that that position would oversee, and future responsibilities, creating a more structured volunteer program, community program surveys, online facility reservations. So that's the first request, or the top priority, management analyst. The second position, or second priority, is an administrative assistant for engineering. This position will provide administrative support in day-to-day operations for the engineering division. It will serve as the primary departmental contact by phone and at the counter to the public to receive, route, and process and follow citizen inquiries, assisting to ensure the department provides complaint resolution and information in a timely manner. The position will relieve engineering staff from handling routine questions and requests for service and elevating only the unusual or complex issues. And the position will perform technical, clerical functions such as maintaining the department's database, programs, spreadsheets, website, and producing correspondence, tracking and processing of utility bills, and assist with capital project coordination.
And this is for public work, right?
That one's for engineering, yes.
Okay.
And then, let's see, this position existed previously by a position who was determined to be working out of class and was reclassed to a management analyst position. Currently, there is no administrative support in the engineering division. The third request, or the third priority, I'm sorry, is a community services coordinator, $98,000 in recreation services program. It will primarily be assigned to city-hosted special events with the increased demand on staff in producing successful and well-received city-hosted special events. This position will be the lead in those tasks. The city events have become increasingly complex and and demand the support of the entire department. And let's see, when you compare calendar year 23, we had 25 events, and in 24, there were 32 events. The department has produced 28% additional events. Participation and attendance have grown tremendously at these events. We now do the 3-day fall festival and the TEP parade. Let's see. The TEP parade had 28% increase in entries, and the fall festival went from a single simple event to a 3-day event with carnival rides, food vendors, live entertainment. In the staff report, there's a list of all of the events. I'm not going to read those, but there's a comparison between the calendar year 23 and calendar year 24. And then registration for classes and programs has increased at least 10%. The city is offering over 1,100 classes this year, more than ever. And so ideally, this position should be actively expanding revenue, generating activities. Let's see, class offerings have increased 50%, enrollment has increased 10%, facility rentals have increased 25%, and reserve field hours has increased 25%. The fourth priority is an equipment mechanic. This position would be at the yard under Public Works. This is just a reclass of the current mechanic position to an equipment mechanic. The current position is working out of class, so it's a $7,800 increase for the year. Let's see, the fifth position, or fifth priority position is the webmaster and communication specialist. This position was requested as part of the strategic plan goal-setting session on April 10th. The objective it's satisfying is improving customer service delivery to the community. And it's, the objective of that goal was to present hiring a webmaster to the city council for approval with the 24-25 budget. That position's $136,000. And then finally, the supplementals for the water fund totaled $248,000. And as Jake explained, they would be installing meters, and to contract for that would be $7 million, and this would be less than $2 million over 5 years. So it would be a savings of over $5 million.
Okay, so with all of this position, or the benefit with this added into this?
The benefits are included
Already
in the total,
included?
yes.
Okay. Okay. I see that on here, there's 2 public work position, I guess, and then 2 community department, community service department. So I guess, do you mind if I ask community service? Yeah. Hi, Vanessa. Thank you. So I guess my question is, with these positions, I know there's a couple positions in the past that you have brought before the council since the year I've been here, which is a year and a half, that is very crucial for your department to function correctly. And is this 2 new position, or has it already been there since the request a year and a half ago?
within a year and a half ago?
These are similar to what was requested a year and a half ago. With the last budget, one position was approved at that time, which was a coordinator for the senior center, which was prioritized given the load that they've been carrying and continue to carry since the pandemic. So these are similar to that in the past. The coordinator position is a different request instead of one prior, and that's just because of the nature of what we've been tasked with over the last year with the increase of events that the city councils like to see.
Okay. So as of right now, I know with Mr. Mayor, I do agree with him. We don't want to tap into the reserve if we don't have to. And plus, we're not in the clear either to, to use, so we still have to be budgeting. And I understand that. And for those two position, item number 1 and 3, which one do you think at this time is the most crucial that you would like us to approve?
I agree with how it's prioritized on this list. So,
What?
management analyst.
Management analyst, okay, gotcha. Thank you. And thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you. Public Work, may I ask? So I guess the same question for you regarding those two positions, what I asked Vanessa in Community Development, can you answer the same thing as well?
Okay, yeah, so the administrative assistant is the one that we asked him before, but based on the funding that we have, it wasn't brought up in the previous year, but it will bring it up again. This will assist this engineering staff as far as providing services to the public, to the counter, and to the contractors. Because right now it's one person doing a lot of jobs with, and you have seen Veronica Johnson, who presented the Safe Drive to School, that's in charge of all of those items, especially, and then also in charge of reviewing contracts, reviewing insurance. So any of those items will be in delay that will affect our resident, our contractor. So that's the reason why it's very crucial that this this particular position being filled. And then for the second request for the mechanic, equipment mechanic, that's just a reclassification. It's not a brand new position.
Exactly.
It's just the different class, because what happened is we have 2 mechanics and we lost one because they doing the job and we're not being put in the right position. And at this point, we have an in-house employees that actually serve all the equipment, but he's not being considered as equipment mechanic. He's just paying as a mechanic. So we're trying to bring it to that level, paying the right place. And that, if you look at it, the saving to bring that person to equipment mechanic is a whole lot compared to put it out to the to the outside vendor to come in and fix the equipment. Probably 1 or 2 trips, bring in, for example, like the backhoe or some other equipment, we send it out, it's probably going to cost more than that amount. And as well as the turnaround time is probably going to take 3 or 4 days. In the meantime, that doesn't have the equipment for the staff to use that equipment. So have somebody in-house doing that job that will assist us so much.
Right. So what I'm understanding, and you can clarify for me as well, with the equipment mechanic, what I'm hearing is not a new position, which I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, does it also mean that they're taking up more more tasks with this position? Is that
Yes.
correct?
They will be that person will be responsible for prepare the equipment of the equipment that we have. Not only just the vehicles, not only a car, police car, or trucks, but also all the specialized equipment that we have, like the loader, the backhoe, the Altec machines.
So that's what he's taking on?
Yes.
Extra with this position? Okay.
I would like to add that position is in our motor pool fund. Ultimately, that fund is funded through charges to the general fund, but there won't be any impact to the general fund budget for the fiscal year because there is fund balance. So it would be included in future charges, but currently there's enough money in that fund, so it will not affect the general fund balance.
So what
that
fund? What fund are we?
It's Fund 700, equipment replacement, or we sometimes refer to it as motor pool. But that fund is one of our internal service funds, and those funds are receive their revenue from charges to other programs. So each department that uses a vehicle gets a charge, and that's how the revenue comes into that fund. But currently, there's enough money in there to cover this position. So it would not, if it were implemented and the general fund was, schedule will not change.
Okay. So how much do we have in that motor pool fund right now? Do you know?
$900,000.
Okay, that is plenty. So with your estimation, I know that you say we'll tap into that for the $7,868 a year. Other stuff will be tapped into that as well, right? Under public work and motor, basically more under public work, right? We'll be tapping into that.
Correct. Fees are based on usage, and the minimum level that we keep those funds at is $500,000. So basically, there's $400,000. So charges, if we use the balance, we do have room, about $400,000 available to use. So, I mean, I don't see fees increasing drastically in the near future, since there's enough money in there to cover that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that verification. So the last question, the same as for Vanessa. I guess you said there was 2 positions for you, right? Which one would you see the highest priority if you were to choose one?
It is in the priority, so those, like, just the administrative assistants, and the next one is the equipment mechanic.
Okay, so basically just mainly, you do only have one position.
The new
pretty much.
position, yes. The other one
Yes.
just a reclass. yes.
Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, and I do see that. So thank you so much, Jake.
Hi, Councilmember Menzo for second round.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question. With internet, sales up, I mean, we're losing a lot of brick and mortar because of internet. How are our internet revenue, sales revenue coming in?
So we actually, our pooled revenue is looking, it looks good. But where we, on the transaction tax, we get all of the internet sales. So on the Bradley Burns or the general sales tax, it gets distributed to cities based on a percentage of your total sales tax. But we get everything allocated directly on internet sales. So we still capture it.
You do? Do you have that, like an item, a line item as far as that is concerned? How much revenue?
I don't have it, but I can tell you, I think I printed it, let's see. Just for the first quarter of '24, and I only have the Bradley Burns, but the pooled revenue was up 5%, which includes the internet sales. So I don't have it broken down further than that.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, I know that these are positions that our community needs because of all the items mentioned, the increased events and all that. I just, I want to make sure that our community is being served properly, since they are paying more taxes now. So I think it would be a crime to cut taxes, cut services when residents are paying more. I think it's just a challenge as far as the use of reserves, the 1.5, 2.4, 3.3, so on. I think that's a challenge to council to not shy away from, potential revenue sources that bring in these much-needed funds, as other cities are doing. I know it's a sore subject some of us want to stay away from, but as we can see, it affects our community, it affects everybody for these services, and the math at the end of the day doesn't lie. So it's a challenge for council to take on these tough subjects and act upon them in a business manner, because at the end of the day, it's a good business to have enough money to pay our bills and pay our staff. So that's what I got. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next question that I have is, I trusted staff. I know that you have done diligently to vet into this in order for you to present the proposal to us for approval or for input. And so I have no question about, the request that you're asking for more additional help to serve our community. So I have no doubt on that. It's just that my question to you is, with the level that we are, if we were to approve the project, the proposed budget as presented, where are we in stability serving the community? Are we still down in the bottom toe, or we are where we are efficiently serve the community? Where are we on that?
I think that's more of an ideological question as opposed to a finance question. As you know, in the last 2.5 years, we've really been trying to, improve technologies, really look at our departments, and as you know, decade before we had a much larger workforce, and we've been down employees for a long time. As far as some of these supplemental requests that we've been bringing, and then of course last year as well. It's been part of our strategy, if you will, in the last few years to really look at how our departments are functioning, what kind of roles we have in our departments right now, so what kind of positions are there, and are they really serving, the right purpose? Do we really have the right positions working in departments in order to be more efficient, right? So some of these things that we've asked, for example, like the webmaster, I know all of us have really been frustrated about maintaining consistency and accurate information on our website. Really, the responsibility has been, individually on each department's administrative assistant, for example. But unfortunately, not every department has an administrative assistant, and they're working 5 different jobs as well, because we haven't really increased our workforce. What we've really done is, as vacancies come in, we're picking up responsibilities and duties, and we're not able to fill those vacant positions, either, which is why we have so many. We have maybe close to 10% of our total employees vacant, or our 10% of our workforce vacant. So the goal with these supplemental requests is to become become more efficient, having the right positions in. Like I said, webmaster is one of the examples. Administrative assistant, for example, it's one of those positions in which somebody, as Jake mentioned, Veronica Johnson went from the administrative assistant, worked out of class for a long time, became a management analyst, but all the responsibilities that she had in clerical are still on the back burner, which then she still needs to do because there's priorities there. But then now we're held up on some of the other higher responsibilities that need to be done, as an analyst. So it's really just trying to move some of these roles around so that we're able to be more efficient. We're very mindful about not asking for new positions per se. In this, we are asking for some new, positions, but we do have all those vacancies, for example, and we are, department heads doing clerical work. We've got clerical doing a little, more than just administrative. So it's, the goal is really just to get us to that point where we are more efficient. We're providing excellent service. We're more responsive. Receptionist was a new position that we had approved last year, and I'll announce it in the later meeting, but we finally were able to fill that position. Even on some of these, we're going to ask for the request, and let's say the council approves it. There's not a guarantee that we're going to right off the bat be able to fill these positions, right? Like I'm barely working on that second senior management analyst that I was super grateful that the council approved last April. I'm finally able to fill that this year. So it's been a year of salary savings just on that one position, because again the labor force is very different right now, and the hiring is very different right now. So, but really all of this is in the goal of making us, function better, be more efficient, and provide much better service than what we're already, than the service that we're already providing.
All right, thank you for the answer. I know part of this is because of the council decision that we didn't. They were presented to us, but we didn't make decision on those. But from the ICSC, I know that we were trying to make several attempts to bring in new businesses, bring in new retails wholesale and things like that, so that we can get more the revenue of the tax from that. But I know several business, they came to us before and presented to us. And I know the council didn't make any decision on that, such as, I mentioned it here, is CBD's
Yeah.
business and things like that.
Yes.
Where are we on that? Do you still look into that and see
We
whether
are-
it's?
Yes, so we are actually still very engaged with, companies that are interested in bringing their cannabis business in, some of which you've seen at the council meeting. So as of right now, until we can move forward with a decision on allowing cannabis or not, we as staff are pretty stagnant. On that, but we do have interest from businesses that want to come in and establish a cannabis business.
Okay, I understand from the CBD business standpoint, it happened all around here. We hesitate to decide to have it at a distillery in the city of Westminster. I know that it helped people, and at the same time, it's bring in the revenue for their city. And it's a lot, not a small amount. Is it still profitable if we are considering it now, or it's too late in the game right now?
Actually, it's definitely not too late in the game to do it. We've actually been talking to one of our current financial consultants that we work with for tax, revenue information. But it's definitely more crucial to move forward or reevaluate because we actually do have delivery, a business license application for delivery of cannabis, in which they're going to be able to do that in our city, and that's just based on state law, in which we're not going to benefit from that, unfortunately.
At one point, I think that they are ready to open up the business here, and with the presentation that they provided to us at the time,
Yes.
I believe with 1.5 that we are eating into the reserve this year. If we have that business here in the city, will that 1.5 going to be taken care of? 1.5 million that we are going to eat into the. I
don't remember off the top of my head what their financial projections were, because obviously they can tell us they're going to make a certain amount of money, and we're going to definitely have to evaluate what that actually looks like. But it would actually be a revenue source in their city. As you know, we had two that were interested who actually made presentations to the city, and they were asserting a substantial amounts of money. But if you were able to systematically allow multiple businesses, whatever that system looks like, you could essentially make up that amount.
I'm not saying that we decided today,
Yes,
but
yes.
I just bring up a point. I remember that the presentation, when they presented to us, I think
Yes.
that we were benefit like over $1.5 million.
Yes, that is correct.
That's why I
Yes.
said that if we do, let's say, I don't know, but let's say that we have
Absolutely.
that business, then it will take care of the deficit that we.
It definitely helps as a revenue generating source, and as the chief had mentioned as well, and as we said, stated, areas in which when we looked into those, those dispensaries, if you will, around their areas, aesthetically, they make these facilities look, match the area. So aesthetically, it looks good. They have 24/7 security. So crime-wise in that area isn't, what people would assume as crime-ridden, if you will. And so there are other types of social benefits that come along with that. But yeah, certainly as in a financial standpoint, it could generate a substantial amount of revenue annually in sales.
Okay, I understand the staff asked for direction only, no action necessary for today. If you have any direction for staff, please speak up, starting with Councilmember West.
So for me, I guess from what Mr. Mayor was talking about, you don't want to take any action regarding approving any of this position or not today, is that correct?
Oh,
Well, that's a presentation from, my understanding is that staff present you with the proposed budget. This is study session. And if you have any question, you bring it up right now, or else they are going to bring it back for adoption sometime.
Right. So for me, I understand and I agree with the mayor that it is important to make sure that we are fiscally responsible, especially with the 1% and the 0.5% tax that the city is generating from the public right now. And of course, we're not in the clear, still not in the clear, so we have to be very watchful as well with position that we're adding into. And, as Vanessa from Community Development have addressed that, as of right now, the most important is the number one position for her. And if we can just put that in there to discuss on the next one when you bring it back, and just cross out the second one for now, because, like she mentioned, she brought this back from just a few months ago, right, last year request, and that was not approved, so now she's bringing it back. That's totally fine, and that is her right to do so, and I'm happy she's doing that. But as of right now, I think, to be honest, to be physically responsible, we will continue to keep the number one priority right there with the management analysis, but cross out the other one, which is, the community, which is I'm sorry, I just lost it.
Number 3,
Number 3, right?
Community Services Coordinator.
Yes, number 3 right now, if we can remove that.
Councilmember West, let me try to understand you. You are trying to set up for another study session, or you have concern of
Because Erin said that she's going to bring this back for the next budget.
Right, there are a lot of resolutions that go along with the adoption of the budget.
For
so it will-
adoption, right?
Right,
Okay.
and so if council directs me to add any of these positions,
Right.
I will put those numbers in, so when the budget is brought back for the final adoption at the
All
next
right,
meeting,
okay.
they'll be included.
Okay.
Right.
At the
So
time
my
that you
request-
brought up you bring up for the adoption, not for
Correct.
another study session.
Correct,
Okay.
right.
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, so with that, what Erin's saying, I was thinking if we just keep the first priority, number 1, take out priority number 3, because they're going to bring number 1 back to present for the budget coming up for us to approve. So we can strike out number 1 for now. And if they want to bring it back on when we do the budget that you will present, then we can have that on as well, right? If Vanessa department want to request for that. But as of right now, for
Correct.
presenting it for the
Yeah,
next one.
it's whether or not
If-
I
if-
build it into the document. The council can add it at that point, and then I can add it later. It doesn't have to be built into the document at that point.
Yeah.
It's just,
it just makes it
It- it-
difficult.
it just makes it's easier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's easier if we know where council's going with these items right now, because that way it's going to change the numbers that she presents on the
Correct.
26th anyway.
Right.
So, yeah.
So then my request then, if we can just remove 3, so then it doesn't change your number when you present it.
So you want to include 1, 2, 4, and 5? 1, 2, 4, and 5?
Yes, and actually, if I can have clarification, number 5, webmaster, what exactly is the job description for
Well-
this? I know you mentioned that, but you said dealing with
So-
website, right?
Yeah, so it's really an old title, if you will. Nowadays, in a lot of cities, they call it a communication specialist, that's in charge of the website. But it's really updating information on the website, monitoring, departments, working with the departments on how to frame their information so that, menus and things look clean. It's one center point. This person can also be assisting with social media and other communications type duties as assigned, writing content, writing things for the website, and other materials, but it's a position that does exist. We'll have an actual job classification included for the budget, because you'll have to adopt a new class. But it's essentially a communication specialist, if you will, but that's very focused on the website.
Well, may I add to this? I understand your concern, Councilmember West, but if you want to take out the item 3 and then, and then go for the adoption, I don't think that because if that's the case, we need to have the vote to whether we are, because I disagree with you to take it out, okay? And it's okay. It's okay that we have a disagreement, but what I want to do is I want to, for the next presentation that you present for the adoption, maybe you do option A, B, or C, not to take out item 3 completely, but have it as one option. So have the council to take it, to do the comparison and what the option is best for us to choose from. Because I know that staff been working on this, and knowing that this is going to be, we are going to eat into the reserve, but usually that you don't want to propose something that isn't irrelevant or something that you don't need. So I know that's your concern, and let's keep it that way and make a different option so that we can choose from.
So are you requesting that we vote on to remove or not?
No, because if you ask to strike it out, then the answer is no. I disagree with you on that. But that's why I proposed to staff to make it different options so that we can see it, not to get rid of the number 3. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. You want an option with all of the supplementals in?
Yes.
The one that's presented
with
right now with
another option
none,
that
and then
she's
one
requesting
minus
for.
3?
Okay.
Yes.
Or 2, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's 3. 3, sorry.
Am I making sense?
Correct.
Yes, Mayor, if I may. Yes, I would, thank you, Mayor, request that staff include all the 5 positions requested,
Okay.
simply because, especially, we've made the case of what the positions do, and they are needed. Community Service Coordinator, as mentioned earlier, the complexity of how many more events we have in the community, and staff is completely overwhelmed with that, and we need that extra hand. And then second is, as the city manager mentioned, it's taken a year to hire that one position. Just because we're approving these, if we approve these at the next meeting, doesn't mean it could take a year to hire, or longer, to hire these positions. So this is going to be essentially another salary savings, right? If it goes further than a year. So that's another salary savings. Even though it's budgeted for it, we may not be spending the money if these positions are not filled. And including the other 27 positions that are not filled. So I think it's for us, we should include them so the staff can work on trying to hire these positions, and they're budgeted for it. And at the same time, I want to thank the mayor for bringing up the questions you asked about the cannabis presentations that we had before, because to me, I think it's not a good business that we cannot prohibit deliveries into our community, but we will not benefit from them. So whether we like it or not, it's going to be here. And business-wise, it doesn't make sense not to be bring in that revenue for us to serve the community. So thank you, Mayor, for asking those questions. So my recommendation is to move forward with the 5 positions on the proposed budget for the next meeting.
I agree.
Does that-
Yeah.
Also, does that include the water positions that are out of the water fund? There were 3 requested?
Yes.
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Yes.
So
So,
are you
Councilmember West, are you okay with that, or
Are you saying that the option, for example, keep all of it, but put A, B, C? What do you mean? Well, I don't get it. What do you want on which part?
Yeah, no. What we'll do is we've done this before in some fashion, but we'll have all of the options. So there's going to be one that includes all of the supplemental requests, and it'll give you a total amount. There's going to be another one that's going to take out item 3, which will then give you a different total amount. And then if there's anything else that you would like to do, at this point, we can give an
Basically,
additional option.
So
they
instead
will
of
present.
numbering, you're asking,
Yeah.
just put
They will
A,
do
B,
exactly what you
C.
Yeah.
want. It's
Is
just
that
a
what you're
different, yes,
saying?
yeah, but it's just different version for us to look at and choose from.
And then a version that has none of them approved.
So, because we don't have the other 2 council member? Is it that you want to make sure that we have option A, B, and C more structured in that way?
No,
Of the
we do
side
exactly what you want. What you want is to take out item number 3, right?
Yeah.
And she will bring back with that presentation for you. But at the same time, I requested to have all 5 of them, I and Councilmember Menzo requested to have all 5 of them included and presented at the same time. So all 5 council members here can take a look at that and decide on that. So we are not doing anything, you know, we're not going against you for anything here.
Okay, so are we going to vote?
We're not going to vote. This is
You
just.
just want us to file and receive today? Is that what it is?
I don't even think you need to do that. I think it's just a discussion item. Do we need to?
Yeah, no, we're just,
No.
there's no action. We're just discussing to get your input on this. So, so the input that you've provided, you'd like item 3 removed. You two would like to keep all 5, and then we'll bring back all those scenarios and numbers. And in the second meeting or in the next meeting, the next council meeting, that's where you can actually take action on any of these, if you
Where
will.
we have the full council?
Yeah,
Okay, that
yes,
makes sense.
yes.
Of your requests. Yeah, I think that will be fair when all the council is here. Fortunately, I don't know where the other council members are, but I will do that just for the sake of the, waiting for all the council to be here, the other council. So, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, for the adoption of the budget, there's no doubt that we need all 5 of them here to, because it's critical for us. A fiscal budget for the year, I mean, it's important. It's just that I don't understand where are they right now. They're supposed to be here and give them, give staff their inputs if there's any. And if they don't, then the decisions move on, go on. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and have staff to continue to what we have already discussed. I'm not going to repeat that, but then present us the presentation or the option, the proposed budget for adoption at the next meeting.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you very much. If there's no additional comments and input, I would like to adjourn the meeting now. The time now is what? The time now is 5:21, and we'll be back here at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening. The time now is 6:14 on June 12, 2024. I would like to convene the City's Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you. Next is salute to the flag. I would like to invite Councilmember Nguyen, and invocation will be by Vice Mayor Ho. Please stand.
Yep. Please join me to salute the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance as we meet tonight to conduct business of our city government. Help us keep in mind that we are here to serve the people of Westminster and enable us to make our decisions so that we may do what is best for all the citizens we represent. Amen.
Please be seated. Thanks to Councilmember Nguyen and Vice Mayor Ho for the salute to the flag and invocation. Before going to the city attorney for closed session report, there's no closed session report today.
No.
But I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. We love to have you here at the meeting, and we love to hear your opinions and comments.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, we do have one potential walk-on item that we wanted to bring that up at the beginning of the meeting, if possible.
Yes, please.
Yes, this is an item that was put forward by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Councilwoman West, and maybe he could explain the purpose of the resolution.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to walk on a resolution honoring the Venerable Thich Minh Tuệ, a.k.a. Le An Tu, a Vietnamese monk for over the past month who has garnered the respect and love of millions of people around the world and in Vietnam, including thousands of residents in our city. For his powerful message of love, compassion, humility, patience, and forgiveness as taught by the Lord Buddha for well over 2,500 years. The resolution should also serve as a powerful criticism against the Vietnamese communist regime for attempting to suppress Thich Minh Tuệ's ability to practice his faith freely, while preventing thousands of his admirers and followers from seeing him. His name has been Googled hundreds of millions of times just within the past couple weeks. Mr. Mayor, although the monk and his activity occur overseas, his admirable conduct has taught the world and all of us here in Westminster, including the hundreds of thousands of local Buddhists, the virtues of love, patience, forgiveness. Certainly, I may say that this city needs more of all of that, and so do the members of the city's council. In that sense, the subject that I propose is very much a local issue. All Westminster's residents can learn from the beauty virtues championed by Venerable Thich Minh Tuệ. In this 21st century society, there is much selfishness, divisiveness, and hatred. As Westminster Council member, even if we can be like a 25% of this enlightened monk, we can achieve much for our residents. Please join me in co-sponsoring this worthy resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
For the urgent item that you are bringing at the meeting, there's requires to have 4 votes. Now, I will ask the question and then we'll follow up with the votes. But can you state it, why this item is the urgency item? Can we wait until the next meeting? It's honoring, we can honoring at the next meeting. I don't see any problem. No, I have no problem with what he's presenting. What he's presenting is very powerful message from Thich Minh Tuệ. But it's been going for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I really admire him for what he's doing, and it's a good things that he did for the Vietnamese people there. But as far as the urgency that you bring in, I want to know the basis for it. So can you tell me why we are doing that? Why can't we do it at the...
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, because at the time that I proposed this resolution, Thich Minh Tuệ and his followers got disbanded by the communist regime, and nobody knows about him. And even Congresswoman Michelle Steele speak about this issue on the floor of in the Congress floor. So that's the reason that I put forward, to this resolution.
It is very true that Congresswomen have voiced about it, and also Assembly, Office of Assembly Trita have voiced this. But at the time that they voiced it, that the Techmintoy is not, nowhere to be found, and it is a concern for everyone. Then we can raise our voice to the government, saying why, where is Techmintoy? But now he has appeared on the television. He said he's fine. He's this and that. So you are not putting up the resolution to fight with the communists, but you are putting up the resolution to honor him. Well, honoring, I don't think that we need to do it right at this moment to have the urgency for the meeting, because this is what I do, is I want to set up so that we can, do it for the future. I don't mean that, to do it now for this one, then I put up a setup for the future, and that is very important to me. So I need a clear reason of why, beside honoring him.
Mr. Mayor, since I am
Yes,
his
please.
second, may I speak?
Please.
Okay, thank you. So the reason why we are bringing this, walking in this item of deal is because he's a monk that was in prison and recently here detained him and his followers. Vietnam has violated the basic human rights, which as Americans we do stand for human rights and against the attack on that. And especially in a communist regime, we are aware and we keep eye on them, see if they're complying with the basic human rights. America has moral obligation, as we are all Americans, to stand for religious freedom. It's time for the Biden administration to hold communist Vietnam accountable for their religious persecution. And this is what we can do as local government. We can stand up. Not today's honoring, but today we're making a statement as the City of Westminster local government that we're against attack on human rights and religious freedom. And that's something we value dearly. We should stand. Now, I want to play a message because that's true. Mr. Nam Quang did mention that Michelle Steele, Congresswoman Michelle Steele, may I finish, Mr. Mayor?
No. I was warned by the city attorney that we can't discuss about it. It's just that we can state the reason why, and then we will vote on it until we decided if the item going to be added to the agenda. Then that's the time that we can discuss.
Yes, I was trying to say why. So may I finish my why? Mr. May,
Briefly tell me the reason why.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So Tri Ta Assemblyman in our district has wanted us to stand with him as well as Congressman Michelle Steele and the RNC of the Republican Party, Sean Steele. I want to play this video, so hopefully the council can make that decision on my why. So here you go.
Thank you very much. I want to hear from other council members, or else I will move on. Yes. Anything else for any council members?
I just want to get an answer from the city attorney. Don't we need to constitute what's an emergency? What's the emergency? I haven't heard it yet.
That's for the council to decide. Is the matter urgent and that it can't wait until the next meeting? And did the issue arise after the posting of the agenda? Those are the two findings that you need to make on a 4/5 vote.
Yes, so I was about to, may I finish?
Go ahead, please.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay, it was brought to our attention that this item has high interest for our constituent. And that's the reason Councilman Nam Quang and myself, and as well as other assemblymen and congresswomen, want us to bring it today. So that's why we are walking this on.
I want to clear on this. Congresswoman or the other office want you to do it. Did I hear anything? Did I see anything? I don't. Now, let me ask this question. Can we wait? I'm in no way of objection to give the resolution to, let us be clear on that. I do want to honor him. I do want to have the resolution to honor him. But is there a reason we cannot wait until the 26th of this month?
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
may I
please.
speak?
Please.
Okay, you know what? We already waste like about 10 or 15 minutes, talking about this. It takes about 5 minutes for us to pass the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you to the swift action of Assemblyman Chita and Congresswoman Michelle Steele that. Because of that, the government, the Vietnamese government, they release Thich Minh Tuệ to the public. If we don't take action, quick action, then maybe they go into, arrest him again, right?
Right.
So it's up to
Yes,
you, but can I make a
Yes, I
motion
may go as far as, if we saw a week ago, I may go as far as calling for a special meeting. But now, I don't think that's the urgency is
No,
there.
this-
So go ahead and make a motion for that.
Yeah, we need a motion.
We didn't
May I
ask for a special meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
We
go ahead.
just walk
Go ahead.
on the item. I make
Go
a motion to walk on the item.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I second it, but I want to verify with Mr. Mayor, since you say I don't have proof, I do have proof right here. You guys can zoom into my phone. I have proof of Sean Steele, Michelle Steele, email of requesting, so.
Okay, at this point here, we are
I
not
don't
going to
understand.
discuss about it. Okay, there is a motion to bring this urgency item to the, edit to the agenda tonight. And there was a second to that. I
do
will
have a
make a
second.
substitute motion for that. I don't agree with moving this item as a urgency meeting today. I will agree to have it at the next council meeting, and I'm very honored to join you to honor Thich Minh Tuệ. So with that, I will substitute my motion. Is there a second to that?
For substitute motion,
Yes.
can you repeat that, please?
The substitute motion, I'm not against of honoring Thich Minh Tuệ. And I'm very pleased to do that. It's just that I don't see it's an urgency to put in the meeting today and then have to discuss about it. I don't know how long that we have to discuss about it. It may take 5 minutes, it may take longer than that. But the same thing is that I don't want to set the precedent for something later on that we are going to use that and go on. That's how I am. So with that, I make a motion, that substitute motion, not to add that urgency item to the agenda tonight.
I'd like to second, but before we vote, may I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, just for transparency's sake, I'd like to say, Councilmember Nguyen asked me to second, and I did second his agenda to walk on. And yesterday morning, I was informed that Thich Minh Tuệ was found, and he reappeared. So the reason I approved was, and I seconded, was because, thinking that we need to stand together, voice our voice loudly to the Communist Vietnam to possibly violate human rights and try to stop them. But he reappeared. So yesterday, I told Nam Quang that I would not be, to walk on, that is, because it's not an urgency. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Next. Okay, there is a substitute
Mr.
motion
May I
on the
say-
floor.
may I say?
I don't think that we need to discuss further on this, but I will recognize you.
Thank you. So, of course,
we have to have a unite front, especially from local, state, and federal. And we all understand what a communist regime is like. We don't underestimate the communist regime. If they release a
Ma'am, we are not going to go into that,
not
please.
attack
We are not
them
going to
again?
do that. The point, I make it
His
very
life is
clear. I
important,
make it, no, you are not recognized anymore. I make it very clear that we don't have any problem with that. I just raised, the point is, I raised is it urgency enough that we have to have it tonight?
It is
I think it is
communist regime
because
important.
for
Tell me, I will give you one more time.
all of us out there know that every single step that Venerable Thich Minh Tuc, take out there, there's a 4 policemen follow him. It's just like a house arrest to me.
Okay, we have the substitute motion on the floor,
have a
and we have
legal
also
question
have,
to
I don't
ask.
want to go more into discussion, so go ahead and call for the vote. First, for
Christian?
substitute motion.
I have a legal question to ask Christian, if that's okay, City Attorney? Okay, so I want to know if the substitute motion is in order for an emergency motion. Are there a substitute motion?
The substitute motion, as I recall it, was to not bring the resolution tonight. That's what I heard. If there's anything different than that, then
I can
You
read
can't.
that.
the maker should clarify it. But that's the motion. If you approve the motion, then it will not be brought on the agenda tonight.
But I thought that the original agenda motion is to approve it.
Yes.
So Mr. Mayor is doing an opposite, meaning not approve it. That is a substitute motion of opposite of what the original agenda
Not
is.
to approve it, but to not walk it on tonight. That's what the motion is. Not to walk it on.
That's, I think, if we're looking legality.
Not to put it on tonight's agenda.
Okay, so is it legal or not legal for a substitute motion? That's my question.
Yes, that would be legal. It's appropriate.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
So I have a substitute motion which was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to deny the walk-on item and agendize the item for the upcoming June 26th council meeting. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
We're voting on the substitute first, right? No.
Councilmember Monzo?
I just want to make a brief statement. I'm just hearing about it actually now. I've never heard about this topic before. But it seems to me like this is a pretty important topic that needs to have its proper time, enough time dedicated to this subject. So I think we need to put this forward. I want to make sure that people understand that this is important to the Vietnamese community here in Westminster. So it should have its own proper enough time instead of us just rushing it on. So for the substitute motion, yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Before I vote for it, I just want to have a clear understanding that I am supporting to have the resolution to honor Thich Minh Tuc for what he had done for the Vietnamese people over the past 3 weeks or so. It's just that I don't see the need for the urgency, and I don't want to set the precedent for having the urgency item to put on without a clear reason of why. So my vote is yes.
Substitute motion carried 3-2.
All right, so the motion,
Motion passed.
Motion failed.
okay. Pass or fail? Which one?
The
Pass or fail?
substitute motion passed.
Passed, right.
3-2, and the original motion failed.
All right. Next is,
Mr. Mayor, can I have a question to the city attorney? So it takes 4 votes, 4 yes to walk on, but then it takes like a majority to.
Yeah, because a majority could say, no, we're not going to walk this on, because it takes 4 to walk it on.
Okay.
So, 3 could say, no, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
next item is export communications. Is there any export communication from the dais that I can see? No,
Well-
we have none, seeing none. So moving on to city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. At tonight's meeting, staff will be presenting a staff report to call for the November general municipal election for District 2 and District 3. Once the election is called by resolution, the city clerk's office will begin the preparation process for the candidate nomination period. Nomination period opens on July 15th and closes on August 9th at 5 p.m. Candidates are highly encouraged to make an appointment with the city clerk to pull nomination papers and when filing. Information will be added to the city website later this month. Additionally, recruitment for the Cultural Arts Commission and the Commission on Aging is still open and awaiting public interest. All members of the public who are interested in serving on one of these commissions is encouraged to complete an application and submit it to the city clerk. Applications can be found online. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next is City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So tonight, we have quite a few things to update you on, so I'll try to get through this as quickly as I possibly can. Westminster is a member of the West County Community Emergency Response Team, or the CERT program. West County CERT, it's a unique blend of volunteers from all walks of life with very diverse backgrounds, knowledge, and experience. And CERT members work with police departments of Buena Park, Cypress, La Palma, Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, and of course, Westminster. CERT members complete a training academy through which they receive training. And of course, at this time, if you're interested in being a part of the CERT team, we do have an academy later this month. So please visit the West County CERT page, register now, and the website information, or the website address rather, is westcountyscert.com. That information is also available on our police department's webpage. Okay. In recognition of Flag Day, we will be having a special flag raising ceremony this Friday, June 14th at 8 a.m. just outside the Senior Center entrance over at 8200 Westminster Boulevard. Join us as we honor the American flag to show our patriotism and respect for our nation. The Senior Center will then be hosting a Flag Day celebration from 10 to 11:30 a.m. with festive snacks and an art activity to celebrate Flag Day, followed by lunch. And this celebration is free to attend. So again, that's this Friday, June 14th, 8 a.m. A special screening of Juneteenth Faith and Freedom will be shown on Wednesday, June 19th from 10 to 11 a.m. Don't miss the annual 4th of July barbecue lunch on Wednesday, July 3rd at 11:30 a.m. Both events will take place at the Senior Center, and more details can be acquired at the Senior Center or give them a call at 714-895-2878. Again, Juneteenth ceremony, free to attend, and 4th of July barbecue lunch is $5. And summer is upon us. The summer recreation program starts on June 17th. That's next Monday. Check out our free drop-in programs for youth ages 6 to 14. Enjoy supervised games, arts and crafts, sports, and much more at Bolsa Chica Park, Liberty Park, Sigler Park, or here at the Civic Center Sunken Gardens, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And of course, our splash pad opened up late last month, and it's open daily. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It opens daily starting June 15th. Stop by the coolest place to be from 12 to 5 p.m. Again, that splash pad is over at Sigler Park, 7200 Plaza Street. And then, of course, it's available for private rentals in the morning as well. So for more information, contact Community Services at 714-895-2860. And then we're kicking off our movies and music series on July 11th with Trolls Band Together. Join us Thursday nights in July for movies, with activities starting at 6:30 p.m. and movies showing at dusk. Then on Thursday nights in August, boogie on down to our summer concert starting at 6 p.m. in the Civic Center Sunken Gardens, right outside our council chambers here. And of course, those are absolutely free. We'll have activities, food truck options for you, as well as giveaways from our community booths. And then on August 8th, our summer concert in collaboration with National Night Out will be having a special police displays, food vendors, and more. still have more going on in July. So on Wednesday, July 17th at Sigler Park, 7200 Plaza Street, from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. We will be hosting our very popular annual Safety Day. Join us and meet your local heroes from the Westminster Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority. Hot dog lunch will be served to those in attendance. And again, that is absolutely free, and it's a really fun event. Usually there's a police chase that happens, and a few other, and a helicopter that lands if we're lucky. So great event for the whole family. And don't forget, we're still accepting vendor, sponsor, and entertainment applications for our Fall Festival. This year, our Fall Festival will be taking place from Thursday, September 26th, until Sunday, September 29th. We're really excited that the event last year was widely successful, and there was a lot of positive feedback, so we're excited to expand that event a little bit more. So for more information, contact Community Services and Recreation, 714-895-2860, and applications are also found on the city's website. Okay. And just last month, the city was awarded a transportation project award from the American Society of Civil Engineers. Myself, Assistant City Manager Adolfo Zeta, and our Public Works Director Jake No were in attendance to accept that award for the Garden Grove Complete Street project. This Garden Grove Complete Streets project utilized complete street planning and design principles to implement active transportation enhancements along Garden Grove Boulevard and adjacent parallel roadways, Edward Street and Trask Avenue in the city. This project's a groundbreaking achievement which will greatly improve access and safety for vulnerable roadway users along the corridor. We had our ribbon cutting for this event back in October, and we just want to show a video that highlights, for those of you who are not familiar with the site, just to see what the project looks like. So. So we're really proud of this project. It's actually up for an award with the California Transportation Foundation. It's a finalist with two other nominees, and it's the only project in Orange County that was nominated for an award with the California Transportation Foundation. So we're excited to see if we do achieve that award. Okay. We're also excited to welcome, we have a new receptionist that started with us. So we'd like to welcome Stephanie Aguilar to the City Clerk's office as our administrative assistant. Stephanie, you want to just wave? So for years, we had we're really excited. For years, we have not had a receptionist in our city hall, and this has created, it's having this person now creates a welcoming presence in our city hall lobby, which we're really excited about. Any point of contact, for the residents and businesses to call in, you'll be greeted by Stephanie. She joins our team with over 8 years of customer service and administrative experience. We'd like to point out this position was outlined within our strategic plan, so we thank the council for making it happen, and we're thrilled to welcome her to our team. And last but not least, Last Wednesday, the cities of Westminster, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, and the County of Orange held a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Central Cities Navigation Center. We've been talking about this for about a year and a half. It's located in Garden Grove. It is a referral-based transitional facility offering emergency housing and wraparound services to individuals experiencing homelessness from any of the 3 cities, and it has capacity for up to 100 beds. We're really proud of this project. It literally took a village, and the center did receive its first client today, so we're really proud of that as well. So we thank again, the 3 cities and county partnership and this city council for taking that huge step to addressing homeless in our community. So there's just a few of the pictures of what the facility looks like. That is the lobby that you see there. There's a welcoming presence there, and there are separate dormitories for men and women, and then a very small one for couples as well. There's a dog area as well on the outside of Dog Run. And it's just a very nice welcoming facility with 24-hour services. So again, we're really proud of this project. And with that, that really concludes my report tonight. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for the detailed report. Next is a good part in the meeting, which is special presentations. But before I go through that, I'd like to be transparent and just, want to make sure that what I received tonight, before we start the meeting, I received this book from the gentleman there. His name is Gene Wesley, and he is from USMC and Vietnam veteran from 68, 69. He gave it to me. So I would appreciate that. Thank you very much for your. Why don't you stand up so that people know that you are one of the veterans? Okay, thank you. Next is, as you heard a report from the city manager, I have a chance to join WPD for the Touch Run. It was last year and this year, so I enjoyed it. My wife loved it because she wanted me to exercise more, so that's the reason why. Why don't you have another one soon? And I want to congratulate them for getting successfully accomplished. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Westminster School Board, also go above and beyond to extend their welcome and congratulate the group that running on that day. I want to sincerely thank you for taking the time to come out and join our WPD for that. With that, for the month of June, we have a couple of special presentations, which we already established. 2 hour policy, city's policy, which is the first one is going to be a presentation, a proclamation for Juneteenth. And the second one is in recognition of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day. So with that, I will go over and I will ask the council members to join me at the podium to hand it out. I know that some of you already, when you come in the chambers, you already received their certificate, because there's so many people. So I think staff handed out their certificates of recognition from the City of Westminster and from the Office of Congresswoman Michelle Steele, from the Office of Senator Janet Nguyen, and also from the Office of Assembly Trita. So you may already receive that, but at the same time, I am going to go over that. I don't see the list of the names here, but I'd like to ask the staff to bring me that list. While waiting for that, then let's go with Juneteenth presentation. Presentation proclamation for Juneteenth. On January 1st, 1863, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation providing that all persons held as slaves shall be forever free, and the Emancipation Proclamation provided the legal framework for the emancipation of nearly 4 million slaves. Juneteenth became an official holiday and is held to celebrate freedom, equality, and justice. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2024 as Juneteenth in the City of Westminster in commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, and encourage all residents to learn and understand the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our nation. Tonight, thank you. Tonight, we have President Bob McDonough from the Black Chamber of Orange County here with us tonight to accept this. We will come down after I will finish the presentation. Just stay there for now, and I will invite you when we came down from the podium, to the podium. Next is a presentation of certificate of recognition of the former Vietnamese Political Prisoner Association of Southern California. The City of Westminster honors the sacrifice, commitment, dedication, and courage of everyone who fought for the freedom of the Republic of Vietnam, and joins with veterans to designate June 19 as a day of remembrance for those who fought side by side for the ideals and values democracy. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2024 as Veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day in the City of Westminster in memory of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for freedom and democracy and the victims of Vietnam War, and in honor of the survivors, activists, and freedom fighters of that war. Along with that, I would like to honoring the Vietnam veterans in attendance. On behalf of the City Council, we, the Council, would like to take a moment to recognize the veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces who are with us tonight. For those in audience, please stand. Thưa là những người mà cựu quân nhân của Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, xin quý vị có mặt ở đây xin đứng dậy để chúng tôi được nhận diện quý vị là những cựu quân nhân Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'd like to, I'd like to read the list of those who turned in, and we are happy to present you with the certificate. I think that already presented to you. Bùi Quốc Thái, Thiết Giáp, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Bùi Trọng Nghĩa, Cục Tâm lý Chiến, Cù Thái Hòa, Không quân Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Đặng Trần Hào, Quân vận, Quân đoàn 4. Đỗ Kim Thiện, Sư đoàn 7, Quân đoàn 4. Đỗ Thành Phẩm, Đại úy Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Hồ Đắc Huân, Huấn luyện bộ binh khóa 2, nhân vị Nha Trang. Huỳnh Trung, Biệt động quân, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. John Châu Nguyễn, Tiểu đoàn 544, Tiểu khu Kiến Phong, Quân khu 4. Lê Bá Khiếu, Đại tá Tham mưu trưởng Sư đoàn 2 Bộ binh Quảng Ngãi. Lê Sơn, Thiết Giáp, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Lê Văn Chắc, Không quân, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Minh Trương, Hải quân Trung úy Hải đội 5 Duyên Phòng. Mười Thái, Trung úy Phòng Chiến tranh Chính trị. Ngô Thanh Thảo, Thiếu úy Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Ngô Thế Phú, Trung tâm huấn luyện Vạn Kiếp. Ngô Văn Nhân, Thiết giáp Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Ngô Văn Quy, Hải quân vùng 3, Chủ huy yểm trợ tiết liệu Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Chi, Bộ Tổng tham mưu Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Điệu, Thiết giáp Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Dữu Chính, Quân đoàn 4, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Dữu Cường, Quân đoàn 4, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Hoàng Dũng, Thiết giáp Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Hợp, Quân cảnh Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Huệ, Cảnh sát Quốc gia, khóa 25, Bộ Tư lệnh Hạm đội Hải quân Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Hữu Hạnh, Sư đoàn 21, Quân đoàn 4. Nguyễn Hữu Thắng, Tiểu khu Bình Tuy, Quân đoàn 3. Nguyễn Phú Thuận, Quân đoàn 4, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Phước Ái Đỉnh, Đại đội trưởng Trinh sát 2, Trung đoàn 2, Sư đoàn 3, Bộ Bình. Nguyễn Quang Tiến, Không quân Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Trịnh Trì, Hải quân Đại úy Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Số 1 tên thông quay. Nguyễn Thịnh, Quân cảnh Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Văn Chuyên, Sư đoàn 3, Không quân Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Văn Hiền, Hải quân 229, Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nguyễn Văn Nghĩa, biệt kích dù lực lượng đặc biệt. Nguyễn Văn Nghiêm, thượng sĩ nhất Sư đoàn 7, Bộ Bình. Nguyễn Văn Tụy, Đại pháo đội trưởng. Nguyễn Hữu Mai, Hải quân Đại úy Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Peter Tang, xung kích dù nhà kỹ thuật Bộ Tổng tham mưu. Phạm Cao Tùng, Bộ trưởng Bộ binh Thủ Đức, Quân đoàn 3. Phạm Hòa, nhà kỹ thuật Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Phạm Hồng An, Sư đoàn 2, vùng 2. Phạm Hữu Phước, Thiết giáp Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Phạm Minh Đức, Trung tá huấn luyện viên trường Võ bị Quốc gia Việt Nam. Phạm Văn Đăng, nhảy dù Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Trần Minh Nhật, Tiểu đoàn 4, Trung đoàn 50, Sư đoàn 25, Bộ Bình. Trần Ngọc Long, Thiếu úy Sư đoàn 9, Bộ Bình. Trần Thanh Hiệp, Sư đoàn 1, Quân đoàn 1. Vũ Đình Trung, Sư đoàn 7, Bộ binh Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Vũ Hiếu Trung, Trung úy Thủ quân Lục Chiến. Vũ Trọng Mục, Bộ Chỉ huy 2 tiếp vận Tiểu khu Bình Định, Quân đoàn 2. Again, thank you very much for being here, and I also recognize there are Vietnam veterans here today. Can you please stand up so that we can recognize you too? For Vietnam veterans, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite the council member to join me at the podium to present the proclamation to the two agency that we're talking about. Thank you very much. Let's start with the Juneteenth. This is a proclamation I read earlier already, so I'm not going to read that again, but I would like to invite, I believe you represent for Juneteenth, right? Sorry, I don't have your name right here now. But on behalf of the City Councils and City staff, I would like to present this proclamation on the Juneteenth, June 19, 2024, and you already heard that, we encourage the City of Westminster, the resident, observe this day as a Juneteenth for, together with you. So, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. I'm Bobby McDonald with the Black Chamber of Commerce here in Orange County, and on behalf of the Black Chamber Board and our Advisory Council and me, we really deeply appreciate this and recognize this, and especially today on Vietnam Day that you have for your veterans here. But thank you so much for recognizing this and being part of the community, because we love and we are part of and we enjoy the community and what we're doing. We're all Americans, and this is a great American holiday now. Okay, thank you.
I would like to open up for any comments, if there's any, from the council.
And Juneteenth is so important. That is a point in our history, that freedom from slavery. That is a process in our history, in our society, and that's a good thing that we should honor. And thank you so much for coming to accept it.
Anyone else?
Every year, I remember Juneteenth. No different this year. The emancipation is what we learn in school, and I really love the opportunity to be a part of this celebration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for being here with us and accepting this on your behalf of your organization. I think it's really important for us to remember and always, every year, celebrate it because, as you know, history, if you don't learn the history, you're doomed to repeat it. So it's important that we do this every year. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I, and along with council members, we are proudly to present the proclamation. First of all, before the proclamation, why don't the recognition? Yes. We would like to invite Mr. Nguyễn Hữu Thắng and the groups to come up here to join us here to be recognized. On behalf of the City of Westminster and City Council, we would like to present this one to the former Vietnamese political prisoners Association of Southern California. In recognition, I'm sorry, today I miss. In recognition of your dedicated service during the Vietnam War and in honor of the veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day on June 19, 2024, cited this date by Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen and along with other City Council here. So congratulations. Stay. Can I have the proclamation, please? I have read the proclamation already, so I'm proud to present this proclamation to the former Vietnamese Political Prisoners Association of Southern California. Yeah. Thank you and congratulations. Why don't we invite all cựu quân nhân đã có mặt ở đây, xin quý vị lên để chúng ta cùng có một cái tấm hình chung với nhau. We want to thank you. Mr. Bùi Trọng Nghĩa, please come up. Chú Bùi Trọng Nghĩa, come up too. Yeah. Lên chút xíu. Yeah. Let's put our hands together for thank them for their sacrifice and dedication. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Cảm ơn. Dạ, cảm ơn. To celebrate the Republic of Vietnam, the June 19, we have the cakes that we celebrate. So, thưa với quý vị là cựu quân nhân sẽ có một tấm bánh để mừng ngày Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Chúng tôi xin quý vị hãy ở lại để chúng ta cùng dùng tấm bánh và cùng chia sẻ với nhau trong cái buổi ngày hôm nay. So where's the cake? The cake's right over here. Thanks staff for put their hand together to thank staff for well prepared for this. All right. Quý vị có thể bây giờ mình sẽ lấy 5 phút để mà recess. I will recess for 5 minutes, and then we could come back. It is time 7:05, we'll resume at 7:10. Thank you. It's now 7:19. I would like to resume the meeting, and we will continue with the special presentation. We are honored to have different office, higher office representative to be here with us to congratulate those who we are honored today, including the Juneteenth. First, I would like to ask for the representative of Office of Michelle Steele. I don't think that the representative is still here, right? Then I
Mayor.
would ask for the representative from the Office of Janet Wynn, of Senator Janet Wynn, please. Michelle Doe. Michelle Doe Wynn, right? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michelle Doe, representing the Office of Senator Janet Wynn. It is our honor to be here today to pay tribute to the brave men and women who serve in the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces, defending our homeland of Vietnam. The cost of their service was high, with over 250,000 Vietnamese soldiers paying the ultimate price in defense of the freedom and democracy of Vietnam. As for the survivors, the challenge they faced did not just stop on the battlefield. They had to face communist repression and imprisonment after 1975. Today, we come together to express our profound gratitude to these veterans, to honor their service, and to ensure their sacrifice and never forgotten. This is fitting that we have designated June 19 annually as Veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day, a day dedicated to acknowledging the contribution of these extraordinary individuals. On behalf of the Senator Janet Wynn, in recognition of their service, we are proud to present certificate of appreciation to each and every one of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces veteran in attendance today. This certificate serves as a small token of our immense gratitude and admiration for their bravery and selflessness. To all the veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces, thank you. Your service and sacrifice will always be remembered. The certificate already presented. Kính thưa quý vị, Michelle Đỗ đại diện cho Thượng nghị sĩ Janet Nguyễn, chúng tôi rất vinh dự được có mặt ở đây ngày hôm nay để tri ân những người cựu quân nhân đã phục vụ trong quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, từng chiến đấu để bảo vệ quê hương đất nước Việt Nam của chúng ta. Kính thưa quý vị, cái giá mà họ phải trả cho sự phục vụ tổ quốc của họ là hơn 250.000 chiến sĩ quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã phải hy sinh để bảo vệ cho nền tự do và dân chủ của đất nước Việt Nam. Riêng đối với những người còn sống sót, thử thách họ gặp phải không chỉ dừng lại ở chiến trường. Họ đã phải đối diện với những sự đàn áp tù đày của Cộng sản sau năm 1975. Hôm nay chúng ta cùng nhau bày tỏ sự biết ơn sâu sắc đến những cựu quân nhân này để tôn vinh sự phục vụ của họ và để đảm bảo rằng sự hy sinh của họ sẽ không bao giờ bị lãng quên. Thật phù hợp khi chúng ta chọn ngày 19 tháng 6 hàng năm là ngày cựu quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, một ngày nhằm ghi nhận sự đóng góp của các vị anh hùng này. Và đại diện cho Thượng nghị sĩ Janet Nguyễn, để ghi nhận sự phục vụ cho tổ quốc của họ, chúng tôi xin trao tặng bằng vinh danh từ Thượng viện của tiểu bang California cho từng cựu quân nhân của quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa ngày hôm nay. Và chúng tôi cũng xin gửi đến các cựu chiến binh quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa một lời tri ân và sự phục vụ của quý vị sẽ mãi mãi luôn ghi nhớ. Xin cảm ơn bằng tưởng lục đã được trao cho các chiến sĩ. Xin cảm ơn quý vị. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you very much. We are honored to have the Office of Assembly Trita, who was formerly the mayor of the city of Westchester. Please come up.
Good evening. I am Howard Thieu on behalf of Assemblyman Trita Office. Congratulations to all honorary of Republic of Vietnam service. I speak something in Vietnamese too, okay? Tôi Howard Thieu, đại diện văn phòng dân biểu Trí Tạ, hân hạnh được hợp tác cùng với lại thành phố Westminster để trao tặng bằng tưởng lộc vinh danh các cựu chiến binh Việt Nam Cộng Hòa ngày hôm nay, để thế hệ chúng tôi ghi nhớ lý do chúng ta có mặt tại đây vì hai chữ tự do, và chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục tranh đấu cho hai chữ tự do. Xin cảm ơn.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else from the office, Assemblyman? You want to present it or no? That's it? Okay. All right, thank you very much. I know that the office of Congresswoman Michelle Steele just left, so I want to recognize that too. So thank you very much for being here. At this point here, I want to thank you for taking your time to be here. For those who are, I know that you have a busy schedule, but if you can, I would like to invite you to stay until whenever you have to leave, then you leave for the rest of the meeting. Otherwise, you can leave at any time that you wish to. But here we are still here to continue with the with the meeting. So next is oral communication. Before we go with oral communication, I'd like to make a few adjustments to the agenda. I would like to move item 5.3 and 6.1 before item 5.3. The reason I think is
I
the
second it.
5.3 is the 5.2, because the 5.2 probably take a longer, and I'd like to move it to 5.3 and 6.1 before 5.2. I motion to move as stated.
I second it, but before that, I also want to ask if we can move 5.1 as well before the 5.2, because 5.2 is the longest. We don't want staff to wait.
The 5.1, the 5.1 is go automatically before 5.2, right?
Yeah.
Because the 5.3 and 6.1 is after 5.1. So what do you want to move?
No, that's fine. I second you.
Okay.
I
Mayor,
appreciate that.
can we,
Thank you.
Yes, please.
can we do
President.
can we do 6.1 before 5.3?
Before 5.3.
Yeah.
So after 5.2.
After 5.1?
Okay.
Yes, correct. 5.1, 6.1,
Okay.
5.3,
And then 5.2.
and then 5.2 last.
Okay, I modify my motion as requested. So 5.1, 6.1, 5.2,
No, 5.3,
5.3, and then 5.2,
Correct.
right?
right?
Yes,
Okay,
Does the second agree to that?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. A motion on the floor, please call roll.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Fan West. This is to move agenda items in the following order: 5.1, 6.1, 5.3, 5.2. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
5-0, motion carried.
thank you very much. Before I ask our city clerk to read the instruction into the record, let me remind, we have the resolution 4963, the rules of decorum and civility at the council, for the council meeting. So I really ask you to stand with me, and so that we can get the city, get the meeting moving, and and I would like to ask for that. A gentle reminder to please refrain from profanity, because we have students do follow our meeting, and so we want to maintain the professionalism, as well as we don't want to make a bad impression for those younger generations. So I ask you to refrain from any profanity language. And with that, I will read just a few points about resolution number 4963. First of all, let us treat everyone courteously and be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation or interruption. It's more than that, but if you want to find out more, then you are welcome to ask staff for the copy of that, or there's a copy outside. In the event that any members of the public breaches the rules of decorum in a manner that disrupt, otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the City Council, the mayor presiding officer shall issue official warning, and follow with that may result in requesting to leave the council member. I want to make it upfront. We don't want to do that, so I just hope that everyone follow the decorums that we set forth. It's not by me, but our previous, City Council. So we have to obey that. So with that, I would like to open up for oral communication for agenda items only. Not non-agenda, for agenda item only. Any item on the agenda, then you can speak now. If you are not speaking about the agenda item, then wait until the time that we open up for non-agenda items, and you are welcome to speak on any issue or any topic that you want to talk about. So with that, please, City Clerk, please read the instruction into the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So with the public comment who couldn't be here, can the city clerk read it out?
I don't think that well, I have you to answer that.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do not read out written correspondences, but they're available in the lobby. There's one packet for the public, as well as each member of the council has a packet in front of them, and then all of the correspondence are available on the website for the public as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. We'll go ahead and start with the first speaker. This is from Assemblyman Trita's office.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Colin Edwards from the office of Assemblyman Trita. I wanted to express my gratitude for working with the city on a number of our initiatives recently, including our Mendez v. Westminster bill and AB 1782, which would allow cities to kick in more money for low and moderate income housing asset funds. Thanks so much for the city's support to get that up and running. We really appreciate it. And I quickly wanted to say how much our office enjoys collaborating with the staff and council members in the city of Westminster, and we're so fortunate to work together on so many issues together, even if we don't always share the same perspectives. I've had the pleasure to work on different projects with each council member individually, and it's been a pleasure to do so. I know the city faces many challenges ahead, and I want to convey that we're all stronger when we work together for the betterment of the city and the community that we each serve every day. Our office is always available to work with the City of Westminster staff and the council members, and as you know better than anyone, debate and disagreement is healthy in any civilized society, but at the end of the day, we owe it to the community to put our differences aside and strive for a better future for Westminster. And my colleague Howie is going to convey this much in Vietnamese.
Good evening, everyone. Tôi là Colin Edwards, đến từ văn phòng dân biểu chí tạ. Tôi muốn thông báo nhanh về hai dự luật do dân biểu chí tạ đề xuất. AB 1805 là dự luật yêu cầu bổ sung vụ kiện của gia đình Mendez vào chương trình giảng dạy ở trường học cho học sinh California. AB 1782 cho phép các thành phố quyên góp nhiều tiền hơn cho quỹ nhà ở dành cho người thu nhập thấp và trung bình. Cả hai dự luật này hiện đang được chuyển lên bỏ phiếu tại Thượng viện. Chúng tôi chân thành cảm ơn sự hỗ trợ của thành phố cho cả hai dự luật này. Tôi muốn nhấn mạnh rằng văn phòng chúng tôi rất hân hạnh hợp tác với các nhân viên và nghị viên thành phố Westminster, ngay cả khi chúng ta không phải lúc nào cũng có chung một quan điểm. Văn phòng của chúng tôi luôn sẵn sàng làm việc với nhân viên thành phố Westminster và cũng như hội đồng thành phố. Tranh luận và bất đồng là điều không thể thiếu trong bất kỳ xã hội văn minh nào. Nhưng suy cho cùng, chúng ta có trách nhiệm với cộng đồng là gạt bỏ những khác biệt của mình sang một bên và phấn đấu vì một tương lai tốt đẹp hơn cho thành phố Westminster. Cảm ơn quý vị.
Our next speaker is Jessica Lasanu.
Good evening. I'm here as a resident to comment on agenda item 5.2, proposing to expand public comment time from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. While I appreciate the intent to give citizens more opportunity to speak, I don't believe that an increase in time is what is truly needed. The issue isn't the length of time allotted, but rather whether some council members are actively listening and engaging with the public comments at all. What we need is quality over quantity. Too often, I've seen council members ignore the speakers by refusing to make eye contact with them, working on other things for long periods of time while many people come up and speak, and even leaving the dais for long periods of time during the public comment periods. I get that little moments here and there are lost because we're all human and we get distracted, and sometimes we need a quick break to the restroom, but that is not what I am seeing. What I'm seeing is an unacceptable lack of respect for the citizens that are taking their time to get involved with government. Your own code of conduct says that you need to be actively listening. Our code of conduct says that we need to be courteous and open-minded, and clearly some council members are violating the code by dismissing and disregarding public input through their inattentive behavior. And this damages trust in the council. It breeds apathy and cynicism, and what I hear when I talk to people about coming to council meetings is, why bother? They don't listen anyway. Or I've seen how they ignore people at meetings. Community members have addressed this right where I'm standing. I've spoken to several of you about it personally, privately, and I've sent emails, but nothing has changed. For these reasons, it's crucial that the council consider disciplinary measures like censures against members who display this kind of disrespect and disregard for the public. Rather than lengthening comment times, what I'm urging you to do is address the issue of inattentiveness and disrespect directly. Citizens deserve to have their elected representatives fully present and listening with an open mind. Now, those of you who attend meetings regularly in the audience and those of you on the dais know that this isn't my vibe. I don't like to come up here and throw shade at individuals. So if I'm saying this, it's an issue. Only when this gets addressed, only when this is addressed.
Your turn, Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Devora Mariscal.
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot about it. That I was requested to ask for you who are attending the city council meeting, would you please silence your phone so that way it's not disrupting? If you have not done so, please do it now. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Devora Mariscal, Westminster resident since 2000. To the mayor, vice mayor, city council members, city and assistant managers, police chief, city attorney, city of Westminster staff, residents, our police force that are here tonight. I would like to address 5.2 and 5.3 this evening. I'll do 5.3 first, since we're moving that up. Our speaking time was reduced to 3 minutes from 5, broken into agenda and non-agenda items, and that is not working very well. I agree with the majority of what Jessica just said. We need to have quality, not quantity. But many of us cannot stay past 10, 12, 2. You know, we have jobs, we have family. You know, we just can't do that. It's not fair to the residents, and it's not fair to you. And that also uses our city resources because we have to pay for our police officers to be here, our city staff to be here. So that needs to be corrected. I try to attend as many meetings as I can, but I'm often unable to do so because of my work. I watch on YouTube Live or the next day, depending on my work schedule. I can honestly say that I've personally witnessed the things that have been brought up regarding Councilmember Van West's behavior during council meetings and some social media. And I forgot to say something. I had a medical procedure today. I don't feel good. I'd really rather not be here, and I'm probably going to leave when this is over. Mayor, I would ask that although Councilmember Van West has rallied supporters to come together tonight, this is about Westminster. It's not about her political party. It's not about her religious beliefs. This is 100% about her conduct, representing Westminster. The residents of our city who are impacted by the decisions that are made by the council should be granted more weight than that of people who don't live here. They don't pay property taxes. They not even shop here. So their money spent does not benefit our city's financial interests. Again, this is entirely about Westminster. I did have quite a few things that I was going to say, but I'm not going to say it. Other people will. Ms. West, I don't have anything personally against you. It's your conduct and behavior in council meetings. That's what I have an issue with. Look at Micah 6:3. What does the Lord require of you? But to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly before your God. Do it.
Our next speaker is Josh Levy.
Joshua Levy, resident of Westminster. I'd like to speak about agenda item 5.2. I'd like to thank you for your time. I stand here asking to refrain from agenda item 5.2. This agenda item seems to be more divisive, and I implore you to spend more time on more pertinent issues than this item, such as censorship against Councilmember West. You are a leader elected to unify, guide, and facilitate a thriving community outside of this building rather than the file suits inside this building. I will not defend Councilwoman West about her alleged behavior because she has already proved herself outside of this building. Formally requesting that this agenda 5.2 be removed for the sake of this community. Thank you. Sorry.
Our next speaker is Mike Martin.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I ask for Kimberly Ho, yourself, and Carlos Menzo to stop this witch hunt. Vote no or abstain from voting. Support Amy West. I support Amy West. My whole family voted for her. And per her recommendation, I voted for you, Charlie. And as mayor, you know, you talk about the code of conduct, but even in your own meeting, Menzo cut off Amy. Nothing was said. And she even asked for your help, and you never said anything to come to her aid. And she said, well, I didn't allow you to be, I didn't say anything to you to cut you off. And Menzo, you said, yeah, but I am, so make it quick. And so what is that? I mean, if we're talking about code of conduct, it doesn't even happen here. You got Terry Raines that comes in here and calls prophetic names that are just disgusting. And you don't stop that. And so if you can't
please stop the clock. Please address it to the council, not to mention anybody else's name. In this case, you're talking about Terry Raines. Please don't. I will stop that, but beside that, you can say anything.
You're the one talking about the code of conduct.
You can talk about the code of conduct, but don't mention anybody else's name. That's my request to you. Okay, go ahead and start it.
So how are you able to allow other people to be disgusting on this, and you're saying that Amy West, there's
Just
claims
don't
against her
mention
that are
the
not?
resident name, that's all.
Okay, there's claims against her, there's nothing that's been substantiated. The statement, you're looking to run for a city, for sanitation district. You can't even run the council with keeping things going the way they're going, right? With people out of hand. It's other members that are attacking, and it's okay for them to be attacked as long as they're attacking Amy West, right? And so I'm just saying that these things got to stop. And I just urge you to vote no on 5.2. Claims that have against Amy have no substantiating evidence, but just in seeking that everybody abstain from all their mess of attacking one person, right? And this hostile environment has got to stop immediately. And no on 5.2.
Before you call on the next speaker, I'd like to remind everyone I will do the same thing. Please don't mention any other residents, whether they're here or they're not here. You know, you can address to the council and just don't mention the other name. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Pam Martin.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I urge you to vote no on Agenda 5.2. I am a Westminster resident here for over 35 years, and we voted for Amy to be in that position for District 1 because we value her and we value her voice. She's ethical, we can trust her. We want her to stay in her position, in her office. So these accusations you have against her, there's no evidence of anything going on. So it's just frivolous. It's a politically motivated. And so what we should be doing is celebrating Amy Fan West and the things that she's done for the city of Westminster. A couple of her accomplishments are she's formed a nonprofit, the Westminster Community Foundation, and this works parallel to the city budget and offsets the city costs by helping with the TEP parade, the senior citizens, youth, and the homeless. She's also established the month of May to honor small businesses. And she's also worked with the chief of police to hire 2 HLO police officers to aid homelessness in our community. So what she's done is she's made every effort to step forward and accomplish the issues and take care of the situations that are before her. So we need to use our time better to address other issues within our city. We need to work together as a council and be team players and team members and show professionalism to each other and respect to each other. And, you know, we have to follow the rules of conduct in this chambers. Well, everybody needs to follow that and be true to that, what is established here already. So we shouldn't be wasting our taxpayers' money or city resources. So Mayor and councils, I respectfully and request that you vote no on this 5.2. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Darren Sherlock.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'll keep this short and sweet. Darren Sherlock, I work for Elite Maintenance and Tree Service. I'm here representing items 3.4 and 3.5. Been here in Orange County since 2005. know the city of Westminster very intimately. I was part of the Brightview team that originally bid the contract back in 2018. So thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Robert Curtis.
Hello, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. Kind of wing it. I'm an Army veteran, and I've been a sergeant, been a salon owner. Now I work with all the barbers and hairdressers throughout, and the beauty schools I teach there as well. And so I kind of represent the hairdressers and the barbers in this community. And I get to work with those that touch the hearts of the whole community within Westminster. And I have a great concern for my hairdressers and the business owners that live and work here in Westminster, because you guys also represent them. And like in business and government, there's really two things to solving a problem. It's either a systems issue or it's a leadership issue, okay? And when I have a difficult soldier or hairdresser or someone that's not jiving right with the environment or the culture, I would look to that person's strength, and I'd latch onto that and hold on to it and utilize it, because Amy has the kind of energy that will take this place wonderful to wonderful pastures. And she has the energy of my sister, because my sister during COVID stood against two doctors that said my mother was going to die of COVID. They're going to put her on a ventilator. My sister had her kind of spirit. Okay, she stood in front of those two doctors and says, no, you're going to put her on oxygen. And you know what? She slipped ivermectin in her drink because it was unallowed. 2 days later, my mother was out of there. This is the kind of person that we're talking here. She cares about every one of you. And what she does outside of this building has made a difference in the short year and a half. I propose perhaps some mentorship, maybe a little sidebar here and there is more acceptable than censorship. And so please consider voting no on this censorship thing, 5.2. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jose Diaz.
Mayor, member of City Council, I'm Jose Diaz. 30 years ago, I escaped communist Cuba, and I happen to be an Anaheim City Council. I'm not a Republican. I'm independent. I'm here to oppose item 5.2, a request to censor Councilwoman Amy Fan West. We might as well call this Council silence Amy Fan West for political reasons, and only for political reasons. As California has the highest unemployment in the nation, as sales taxes are shrinking in Westminster, as the state budget has a tremendous deficit which will affect Westminster, as we are the homeless capital of the United States, Westminster is trying to censor, silence one of its own. That's wrong. Censorship, that's what the government, the communist governments of Vietnam and Cuba do to censor the political opponents. Please say no, vote no to item 5.2, and dedicate your time and efforts to fix the many problems that the city of Westminster has. Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia.
Thank you. Mayor, first of all, I'd like to thank you for shutting down the walk-on earlier in the agenda, which you were right. Let that come up the next agenda, and we can honor the man properly instead of trying to walk it in here to make a big splash. You know, I'm speaking on 5.3 and 5.2. 5.3, I'd like to see that changed. I don't know how that's going to go, so I guess we'll see. 5.2, I'm not going to go over every particular item. Those of us who come in and sit in the meetings and listen to what goes on here. And I'm kind of chuckling to myself because this is the first time I've seen her actually pay attention when I'm up here speaking. Most of the time, she's on her phone looking down, especially at the end of the meetings when it's non-agenda items. She's on her phone, or she'll take that time to get up and leave because she doesn't want to hear what residents are talking about, especially non-agenda items. But Mayor, you've been undercut I don't know how many times in meetings, trying to conduct a meeting and having a disruptive individual go on and on and on. You've shut the microphone off. It doesn't work. This isn't taking a stand. This isn't us against them. First of all, 4 of you are Republicans. I'm a conservative Republican, and so is my wife. We're both Christians. And when I see certain behavior from elected officials who claim to be a particular religion, or they claim to be holier than thou, and I'm a conservative Republican, and I do this and I do that. No. Actions speak louder than words. People need to go back and look at videos of these city council meetings and how long they have extended into the night and what the behavior of other council members. Where are the problems? The problems aren't everybody. Every so often, each of you has an issue, yes, and you need to tone it down. However, there's a constant in these things, and it gets old. Conduct Westminster business. That's what's important. The other thing, when you accuse somebody of committing a crime, and after an investigation, there's absolutely zero evidence of any crime being committed, you violated Section 148.5 of the California Penal Code. Thank you, Mayor.
Our next speaker is Ronnie Geyer.
This time I got to the right speaker, or this. It's good to see you again. I remember when we had the Mr. Mayor and members of the council, the people that are here, staff members. It was a joy being here because we made a decision to go after someone that really went after the heart of the Vietnam War, which was simply to bring more freedom and protect it in that country. And we had someone here on the American side that was on the side of the enemy that wanted to take over the South Vietnam with communism. That's Jane Fonda. And you put together a resolution to go over to the city of Los Angeles and change the date that the Board of Supervisors had set as April 30th as the day in which to honor her as the Woman of the Year, or the Woman of the Day, something like that. In other words, it was giving her the okay and the authority about the Vietnam War and everything that you had as a Vietnam family and Southeast Asians that fled and died or lived and are here happily, okay? where she was right when we were wrong as soldiers fighting for the freedom of others. And she was right saying we were evil, and when in fact she was evil. Okay? That's what you were doing, and you were making a decision about it. And I understand that 2 of you members voted not to go into Los Angeles and face it. 3 members did. And we won. We went in there. No one's ever told her no any time since the first battles of the Vietnam War. Right about the time that she started sending things to Hanoi against American soldiers fighting for the freedom of others, I was wounded, and I was due to go home. That was 58 years ago. You gave me the opportunity to go back up 58 years later and say, who's right, who's wrong? And we went from there. And you brought it to a head, and it took a lot of work outside of this facility right here to get it done, and you got it done. And you gave yourselves a great gift of honor and love and authority of what you've been saying for all of these decades that you've had to leave your homeland. And it was heartsick for me too, because I saw it in person, and I saw that it was a just war. You have done well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
Thank you. Today, I am Victoria Cooper. Trước khi nói, xin có thể nói bằng tiếng Việt Nam nhờ cô Amy Phami West. Sau khi tôi nói, cô giúp đỡ.
No, I don't think so. If there is any volunteer from the audience, then
okay, no problem.
Is it,
Thank you.
City Attorney, is it okay if I translate for her, for the public?
No problem.
So in that way, the non-American,
let me do this.
so the
May I ask?
non-American
Now, I talk.
can understand.
I am Victoria Cooper. I want to talk. He had me, no problem. I want to talk to. Today I come here. I am proud U.S. citizen. I want to talk. 1. Number 5, 2, vote no. Because I come here, I protect Constitution and I protect, I vote. Example, I vote President Trump win 2024.
Please address to the council, please.
Up to now, I vote Army. She very good. She she listen to, she protect tax, and she help me talk to before President Donald Trump come to California June 6, 7, 8. I see him at a new public. I talk. I send letter to office 45.com. President Trump help communist terrorist Việt Nam must put Thích Minh outside jail, you know. President Donald Trump help now communist terrorist Việt Nam no put him, and and people recall new song because one say California first. Now I want talk again. I want protect good council Army Fan West là protect country from protect constitution. Look like police help U.S. citizen together vote from win for more year. Make America great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before you comment, before you,
Exactly. God and Black Army. Thank you.
before you, please, before you call on the next speaker, I would like to remind you all that we have a resolution 5202 about the sign. And we reserve the last row there for those who put up the sign. And the sign is supposed to be 8.5 by 11 only. So I would like to remind you, if you are using the sign larger than 8 by 11, you are not allowed. And I have to ask you to remove that. That's number one. Number two, you have to be at the last row in order for you to use the sign. It's clear enough, and I will exercise my, I will follow the policy that's set before us to do that. So I just want to ask you to help me not to do what I need to do in order for us to get our meeting going. So next speaker, please.
John Baker.
I'm John Baker, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Everybody's paying attention tonight. This is great. 40 years in Orange County. Before that, Camp Pendleton, and a year in Vietnam fighting in Chu Lai and Da Nang with people like this gentleman right here. And when I came back, a lot of people, oh, thank you for your service, and they're looking off at the sunshine or whatever, and it always kind of tickled me. It was kind of empty words. But when I hear it from a Vietnamese, they say it from the heart. And the things that I got from that country that directly reflect on Amy Fan West is they work hard in Vietnam. They work 10 hours, 12 hours a day, not like our 8 hours here with plenty of time off for breaks and lunch and everything. And the Vietnamese that I meet here in Garden Grove and Westminster, they work their ass off, I'm telling you. You set a precedent for the rest of the county, which is really good to see. And so the point of the 5.2, of course, is the lady here. And the first time I heard her, there were tears in her eyes because she was talking about her father getting tortured by the communists, and there was an immediate link, but she spoke from the heart, and she spoke like she meant it, and the more I talked to her, and the more I talked to her about special projects and things going on in Westminster, the better I liked her. She's a woman of force and of action, not of just words. In so many councils that I've been to in the United States and Orange and Anaheim, there's a lot of talk and very little action. But this is a lady that speaks from the heart, and I love the old statement, what you do speaks so loudly that I can't hear a word you say. And that means a lot right here. And another thing, I tend to judge people by their children, and I met some great people in my travels, and then I meet their kids, and I think, this is the next generation. But with this lady, these three sons sitting right here, they're respectful, they're disciplined, they listen, and I tend to judge people by their children, and she's got three excellent ones here. And I think you should get on with the bigger, better things in Westminster and maybe talk to her a little bit, counsel her a little bit, but then get on with the bigger things and not spend so much time on this 5.2 censor.
Our next speaker is John Nolan. Okay, Tim Rush. Okay, Claudia Lantry.
Can you read a few names after that so they can prepare?
After Claudia is Tammy Hamill, and then we have Jean Vesely. We'll start with Claudia.
Claudia Lantry, 61-year resident of Westminster. I'm speaking here tonight in favor of censuring.
Can you lower the mic?
I'm speaking here tonight in favor of censuring Amy Fan West. I told my daughters when they were growing up to remember their actions were a direct reflection on me. And Amy, you're a direct reflection on this council that represents this city. You disrespect the very members of this city and council with your sullenness, argumentiveness, disrespectful attitude. The mayor says no, you keep on talking. The mayor says move on, you keep on talking. You don't respect him. Your letters written on your behalf of your character regarding censure come from out of the city. You had to have asked them to write, great, let's hang our dirty laundry out for all to see. You go on Vietnam radio and converse about your problems in Vietnamese. Is this fair to those of us who only speak English? If it comes out of your mouth, it should be in English. Council members, but you respect every member of this city. Please remember to act like it. When the public speaks, for heaven's sakes, look at them. Tonight is the first night you have made eye contact with anybody in weeks. You sit there and you look at your phone. Look at your phone, whether you like it or not, what's being said. This is called respect. You are on a team. You are not a solo player. Team does not have I in it. I hate it when you speak down to your staff. They don't deserve that treatment. The police department are not at your beck and call. You are no better than the rest of us. Please do not disrespect our flag or city seal by bastardizing them for your use. The only flag that should be flying is the U.S. flag. Without it in this country opening its arms, you wouldn't even be here. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question. Claudia, did you write that speech? Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think it's appropriate question, though. No,
Sounds
please,
like
please,
Terry
please, please. Thank you very much. Please.
Our
All
next
right,
speaker
next speaker, please.
is Tammy Hamill, followed by Jean Vesley. Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Jean Vesley.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. You literally just proved what you do every single meeting multiple times. You're completely disrespectful to people who don't agree with you and call you out on your crap. So keep it up. You're trying to be on your best behavior, but it's going to come out. I'm speaking on 5.2 and 5.3. First, thank you, Kimberly and Carlos, for putting this on the agenda. I think I can safely say that you have the support of the vast majority of residents on this issue based on feedback that I've seen in meetings, that I've heard, that I've seen online. And with that same feedback, I can safely say that she does not have the support of the majority of Westminster residents who come to meetings, even watch meetings, and see her behavior. They're talking about other things, going to church, whatever, not her actions up here because they don't see it. One of the reasons I know that she knows she doesn't have the support is because she, especially lately at the last few meetings, desperately goes out and campaigns in the audience. While the meeting's still going on, she's out hugging, shaking hands. Mayor, you asked her to come and sit down. What did she say? You have a quorum, you don't need me. How respectful is that? You're supposed to be up here doing your job, not out there trying to gain support because you know you're losing it. She claims she's being censored, which is not the word. It's censured. There's a difference. You can Google it and read it for yourself. It's not the same thing. You're not being censored because if anybody watches a meeting, they can see how you ramble on about everything. It's censure about your actions that you do up here. It's totally different. You do ignore residents. You ignore answers and advice that you're given by staff, police, other council members. So I think anything she has to say about this just needs to be ignored. All she's going to be doing is trying to campaign from the dais, which is clearly what she's doing now. She sits up here and waves to people while other residents are talking, while you guys are talking. City manager's giving her report. She's waving and smiling at people in the audience. That is not respectful. That is not what a council member should be doing. I'm going to have to move on to 5.3. What I have to say about this one is, until those two actually sit in their seats at the end comments the entire time when it's only 3 minutes for at least 6 months, nothing needs to change. It shouldn't even be a discussion. They have no respect for the residents that stay till the end of the meetings to give their comments, because I can count it down like clockwork. As soon as you say it's the end of the meeting comments, 3, 2, 1, they go, and they leave for a long time.
Our next speaker is Jean Vesley, followed by Deborah Donathan.
Thank you. My name is Gene Vesley. I'm a resident of Seal Beach Leisure World, and I've known Amy for, well, I'm going to speak on 5.2. I've known Amy for several years now. I'm impressed with her, and I've attended enough city council meetings to feel the animosity in this foyer here, and it hurts me, and I know it's hurtful for the city, but Amy has shown me so much respect. First, let me tell you a brief history of mine. I was born in 1945. My father was killed when I was 21 days old in World War II. And then my cousin, who was 18, was killed in Vietnam in 1965. I myself joined the Marine Corps and was in for 2 years and served in Vietnam, 68 and 69. Vietnam, hoorah. Vietnam changed my life. It was a beautiful country with beautiful people, and at any rate, I'm a staunch patriot. I'm worried about where our country is headed, but that's getting off on another tangent. About 2 or 3 months ago, I was honored to be at the Vietnam Veterans War Memorial Park and be with a bunch of other Vietnam vets. The city of Westminster, thanks to you people up in those chairs, give us all this certificates of accomplishment and appreciation, and it was just beautiful. And then I love the American flag, and I love the Vietnamese flag. But I was coming here tonight, this afternoon, and I drove down Westminster Boulevard from Seal Beach, and I saw all the American flags, and the more I saw them, the more I became proud. And it dawned on me, this is Pride Month, and I'm so proud of our American flag. And I think, if not, I'm mistaken, that you, as a body, were responsible for posting all those American flags along Westminster Boulevard. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the recognition a couple months ago. And I know it's too late for you to pull 5.2 off the agenda, but I would hope that by the end of the evening you would vote no, because Amy, in my opinion, is just an outstanding person. Hoorah.
Our next speaker is Deborah Donathan, followed by Danny Meza.
Hello, Hello, my name is Deborah Donathan. I'm an educator with an undergrad in social work and a master's in education best practices. First and foremost, I'm asking the mayor to vote no on the agenda 5.2. I've known Amy Fan West for several years. It's ironic I'm here because I'm in the process of nominating Amy Fat West for a Founders Award, and the founder from the options that I found most fitting for her was the Abigail Adams Award. And Abigail Adams, this award goes to someone who works to affect good public policy by holding decision makers accountable and building relationships that enable the work of liberty to move forward. And Abigail Adams is famous for her letters of public policy. She advocated for education, women's rights, and abolition. I can speak to Amy about parental rights. And moreover, the fact that this was proposed as a remedy for the discourse amongst yourselves is dangerous for all of us. It is not American to render restraint on anyone without due process, evident of the most compelling circumstances. Because you do not like Amy or her delivery or her style or her tenacity, these are not compelling circumstances to remove an inalienable American right. These rights demonstrate who we are as Americans. Please work this out. We need to put out this fire of operating absent the Constitution before it spreads. This kind of rogue actions are plaguing Orange County with, this climate that we can violate people's rights absent the Constitution, which is what sets us apart as Americans. It's not just Westminster. This is America, and it matters to me. And that's all I have to say. And no, vote no, please.
Our next speaker is Danny Meza, followed by Charles Fang.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out once again. 5.2, Mayor, I implore you, vote yes on this. Constant violations of the Brown Act. You cut people off, you're constantly on your phone, you walk away. Today you're behaving because you have all your posse here that you got here. Yeah, and that's great. That's great that they're here for you. But you're showing the way you should be behaving on all the other council meetings right now, listening to me. I've come up here 3 times and 3 times you've walked away. And I'm glad you're actually looking me in the eye for once. That's awesome. You're learning. But you do need to be censured. Not censor, censured. Big difference, okay? I don't get it why she is allowed to keep going on and on and on like this. Mayor, I'm begging you, as a District 1 resident, vote yes on this. As far as giving people more time on this, you guys as a collective body, with the exception of 2, I believe, cut down public comment times to 3 minutes. And now you want to put it back to 5, but you're going to put it, at the end of the meeting again, right? So then you won't hear the people because they're too tired, because they got to go to work, because these meetings are notorious for going so long. So I say keep it at 3 minutes and keep it at the beginning of the meeting so people actually are heard. People are not being heard. I know there's a lot of people here rallying for you tonight, Amy, and that's great. That's the right, and that's awesome. But you're behaving the way you're supposed to behave tonight, for the most part. You should be doing that in all meetings, listening to everybody. And I know you've gotten my emails. I've emailed you 5 times for another meeting, and you won't reply. I've CC'd every single person on this council, and no reply. Why? I'd like to meet with you again. I actually agree with you with certain things. We may not agree, and that's fine. This is America, right? So why won't you meet with me? But I would never meet with you in your office like I did last time. You might accuse me like you did with Carlos Monzo. That shows a lot about your character. Filing a false police report, you should be brought up on charges. Using the police department at your beck and call. Are you taking notes on me? Go for it, yeah. I'm right here. Nope, intimidation would be you taking pictures of everybody when they're up here. Oh, no.
No, please, address the council, please.
then going online, slandering people, calling them racist. Actions speak louder than words, Amy. You should really take your own advice. Stop parking RVs on city streets, by the way. Have a nice night.
Our next speaker is Charles Fang, followed by Connie Cohen. Charles? Okay, we'll go ahead with Connie. After Connie is Jeremy West.
A lot of people in the room today, so I wore my mask. Hi, I'm Connie Cohen. I've been up here before. I had the pleasure of shaking your hand earlier today, Ms. Van West, and I advised you then that I am going to encourage the entire council to vote in support of censuring you. For the public and yourself, censure is a public reprimanding of a public official. It serves as a reprimand. There is really no other consequence to that. I do appreciate how everyone is behaving in this room today. I really appreciate it from both the council members and the people sitting in the audience. The lack of screaming, yelling, talking back and forth amongst each other, it's great. I hope all the people who are in support of you come to meetings every single week, because I think it makes a difference in the behavior of your personal behavior as well as others. I think you have to vote yes for this. I don't think it's a final vote. It's just a recommendation to consider this request, and then you'll maybe get some direction later. I don't know that you'll eventually pass an actual censure, but I think you need to have everybody come back again. I think you need to vote yes, have them all come back again and watch. Obviously, one of our speakers already upset you, and you did comment back to them as to whether or not that person had actually written their speech. That's when I talk to you about, when I mean about respect, that's the part that just wasn't respectful to that person. It's none of our business whether or not she wrote it. It's your business to be attentive as she speaks. And that's it. I couldn't do your job because I can't stay up this late. So I'll read what you decide later. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeremy West, followed by Ryan Bent.
Hello, how are you guys doing? Thank you for everything you guys do. I know the sacrifice it takes. My wife works very, very long, and she commits herself to working very hard in the city. And I know all of you guys do the same, so I really appreciate it. The hostile work environment has got to stop. She just said that everyone in the crowd is maintaining their character, and I agree with that. Nobody else has watched the council meetings, and I see it. And Mr. Menzo, I want to call you out publicly for blocking my wife and hiding behind the flag on camera. You intimidated her and you scared her. She felt scared. Please, can we pause the time?
Please, he has the right. He has the right to address any one of us.
What it's like.
Okay,
when we're
but
all
not
here.
to the residents. So please
Great.
continue.
Please, do not speak up when the speaker is speaking. You're not supposed to do that. Let them have their say.
Yes,
That's right.
So quick question. Do I have 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, or that's how long I've talked?
that's left.
Okay, so as my wife's protector, you owe her an apology. You scared her. You blocked her. That's called false imprisonment. And so she filed a police report because of that, because she doesn't ever want that to happen to anybody else or anybody intimidating like you, blocking her and telling her that she's a disgrace to her parents, which they're here, and they love my wife, and so do I. So you owe her an apology, and don't ever let that happen again, please. I request that respectfully. So anyway, Mayor, I know that the council has censure you as well, and I think that is unnecessary. I think you're doing an amazing job as a mayor. I really appreciate what you're doing. I think you're level-headed. You're also a man of faith, and I know that you make decisions slowly, and you usually make the right decisions, and I'm very proud of that to have you as a mayor. We live in an amazing city. Our police officers are incredible, some of the best in Orange County. Amy's done an amazing job hiring 2 homeless detectives or whatever they are to help clean up the city. All around Garden Grove, Stanton, homeless everywhere. In Westminster, they're practically gone. I really appreciate that. She's worked really hard, but the hostile work environment, please stop. They come in constantly cussing at her in her face, nonstop, and you guys don't stop it. You just let it happen. You don't say anything, except for when my kids come in the room, which it should be this way.
Exactly.
It's respectful. What do you expect? She's trying to do her best. She's working really, really hard. And babe, I love you.
Thank you.
You're amazing. You're an incredible woman. These are my 3 boys. And we are so blessed to have you in our life. And you touch so many people. Don't let the haters, the little squeaky wheel that these guys are listening to, don't know. The city loves her. And all the people in this room come to complain. So God bless you guys. We're all going to stand before God and give an account. And I hope you guys make the right decision. Mayor, thank you for all your hard work. And I know you can shut this down, and she helped overturn your censorship. Thank you. Vote no on 52.
Our next speaker is Ryan Bent, followed by Terry Little.
My name is Ryan Bent. I'm an elected official in Orange County, here to request the Honorable Mayor and the entire City Council votes no on Agenda Item 5.2. In all my years following City Council and board meetings, I have never seen a more embarrassing attempt to silence and discredit a single councilwoman. This cowardly attack is so blatant that I think the 2 council members responsible should pull this item from the agenda because it isn't worthy of a vote and is beneath the elected officials in this city. Any city council member who votes for agenda item 5.2 should be recalled or replaced in November, because if you attack the First Amendment rights of your colleague, you are violating your oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. This attempt is viewpoint discrimination, plain and simple. Because you don't like the words, logic, methods, or political positions used by Councilwoman Fan West, you seek to silence her, and that is completely unacceptable. Further, I have seen many comments and actions by the accusers that have been highly inappropriate, so I suggest they take a hard look in the mirror, because in this case, they are guilty of what they accuse. Looking at the list of allegations, I have never before seen such a stinky heap of garbage being thrown against the wall to see what sticks. The allegations are full of biased opinions accusing Councilwoman Fan West of poor manners or poor decorum, when I have seen the same from both of you. Included in this list are also allegations of crimes, but if the police or FPPC haven't determined any wrongdoing, your allegations are baseless and defamatory. Going forward, I encourage this council to air your dirty laundry in a board building retreat with a neutral moderator and not during a regular council meeting. 2 council members ganging up to bully another is extremely unprofessional, and you are making yourselves look like complete fools. I think you should pull your agenda item immediately, apologize to Councilwoman Fan West, and learn how to better work together moving forward. Lastly, a lot of people are watching this vote, so I would caution you that a yes vote would mean that you have turned your back on the Constitution of the United States and the residents you represent. So if you vote yes, I expect you to immediately tender your resignation, because if you don't, the voters will certainly hold you accountable for your despicable actions. Please vote no on 5.2 and be more respectful and honorable leaders moving forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Little, followed by Kim Springer. Is Terry Little here? Okay. After Kim Springer is Linda Sanchez.
Hello. There's so much I want to say to all of you. Amy, I was never against you until I started coming to council meetings, and I think you know that. Where we got off track was when you insinuated that I was a racist, which is the furthest thing from who I am. I'm a Republican, and I'm a woman of faith, so that offended me more than you'll ever know. I encourage all of you to please vote yes on this. The people that are here supporting Amy, I think it's wonderful. She does wonderful things outside of here, outside of Westminster. I don't disagree with any of that. You were elected for District 1, Amy, not 1st District, District 1. Do things for us. Meet with me. Let me show you what needs to be done. And for the people that think the homeless has been taken care of, they're out of their mind. Just take a walk with me. Take a walk in District 1 with me and let me show you everything I see, Amy. You don't live far from me. I appreciate that you're looking at me. I really do. This came up because of your attitude and your behavior. It's sad. You don't have to act like this. You don't have to treat these people like this. I wish Charlie was here. There's been many instances that would support the mayor voting in favor of this item. The staff report is detailed. You can't make this stuff up, Amy. I wish these people that are supporting you could see the meetings that we sit through and we hear the behavior and we see the behavior. I personally have witnessed several of the instances. I find it offensive that you don't even look at the residents of District 1 they're talking, and you often leave when they are talking. The icing on the cake was when you wrongly accused Carlos Manzo. I saw the whole meeting, and you filed a false police report. Correct me, was it not a false police report? Censuring is a reprimand. It's putting you on notice for your behavior. So perhaps sending this message to you will change your behavior and bring a more productive time at our council meetings. I encourage you guys to do the right thing for District 1.
Our next speaker is Linda Sanchez, followed by Janine Hare.
Good evening, Mayor and councilmen and women. My name is Linda Sanchez. I'm a resident of Garden Grove for the past 30 years. And I would like to say, please vote no on 5.2. And the reason is because it appears to me that there have been many misunderstandings. Maybe it's in the words we use, maybe it's in the body language. Whatever it is, it seems to me that the people that are in this room would like a resolution. And it seems to me that they're reaching out, so there's opportunity. And I think that if they were able to give Amy that opportunity, that she would be able to show what she actually can do for them. So maybe she hasn't been given the right opportunity. I don't know. I just know that there's none of us that don't have challenges in our life, and everyone needs a helping hand. So based on the character of Amy, I can tell you that she is willing. So please give her that chance. Okay.
Our next speaker is Janine Hare, followed by Susan Lopez.
Hi, Council panel of Westminster. My name is Jeannie Hare, and I'm here to oppose Agenda Item 5.2, and I want to show my support for Amy Fan West. I commend her for her commitment to serve the community of Westminster. I met her recently and know her personally. She came and gave of herself at a church ministry that I represent. She's passionate. She shared her heart and her service in her position as councilwoman. This council needs to put what seems to be pettiness and personality criticisms aside and get back to the business of serving the community of Westminster. I oppose Agenda Item 5.2 and the claims that you have against Amy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Lopez, followed by Ruth Piker.
Hi, my name is Susan Lopez. I've been a resident of Westminster for most of my life. My parents were born here. My grandparents established their roots here back since before 1920. I'm here to oppose Agenda Item 5.2, which seeks to censor Amy Pham. First of all, I'd like to say that I am so happy to know that the City of Westminster is being represented and served by somebody who genuinely cares for her community. She proves it by the work she has put into it and by the results she has already accomplished. She takes the time to hear the people and does what she can to support the residents of Westminster. And these days in office, they seem to have it backwards and they forget about the very same people who voted for them in office. So people are tired of politicians who just talk and do nothing better for their communities. And this agenda to try to censor Amy is simply a character judgment, and it's ridiculous, and it's a waste of time of taxpayers' time and money. And it's really kind of unbelievable that anyone would want to censor a council member that is just doing her job. And the City of Westminster did not vote Amy into office to be silenced, but to be their voice. So these members need to stop the pettiness and start focusing on the issues that really matter. So I'm asking that you reject this Agenda 5.2 and let Amy do her job, because she's doing a great work for the City of Westminster, and the people love you, Amy, and I thank you for everything you've done. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Before you ask for the next speaker, you probably know me. I don't want to set the precedent for something that we have to, to do it later, which violate the code of ethics or violate the resolution that or policy that the council put forward. We reserve that role in the last there. So I ask you, if you can do the same thing for the other two, please move yourself to the last role. Because if I I think about it, if I allow you to do it today, I will have to allow all those to do it later, following. So is that right to do or no? I'm asking you for your opinion.
Yes, so there was the sign out again? Is that
No, not the sign. I'm talking about the media. I thought that the media has to be on the last row. Is that right? I'm right or wrong? Yeah. Tell me that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
a
our
rule. So would you please, I'm asking you, please, yes.
last row, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ruth Piker, followed by Todd Stewart.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am actually a resident of District 1, so I actually live in Westminster in District 1. So I just want to come here to represent my district, which supposedly Amy Pham supposedly represents. So I am here to strongly recommend and ask you to officially censure Councilmember Amy Frest and vote yes on 5.2. I have there's some specific examples and actions that she's done that I've actually observed during council meetings, in person, as well as via Zoom. So there's a couple things. So when we think about professional responsibility as a council member, her leaving the dais for extended periods of time while residents are speaking is not professional at all. Ignoring residents, never making eye contact with them, except apparently for today, when they are directly speaking to you or about her, is also disrespectful and not professional. Going on YouTube and defaming city staff, fellow council members, including you, the mayor, Berating residents, often calling them racist for disagreeing with her. That is not professional at all. Reporting false accusations of fellow council members, which the police actually investigated and found no support for that whatsoever. Again, that is unprofessional of a council member. Using her official Facebook page to post content that is frequently inaccurate, inappropriate, and damaging to the city's reputation is also unprofessional. For example, which I think is pretty offensive, is that now her actual her post on Facebook, her official website, actually has the American flag upside down, which I think is appalling and insulting. I'm an American, I'm a citizen. There are a lot of people who have fought very bravely for this country and continue to represent and fight for our freedom and our rights, and for you to actually put the flag upside down on a city website, official city website, is inappropriate and completely unprofessional, and she needs to be censured. So I think you should be ashamed of yourself for actually doing that and doing that to our flag. Another example is also spreading misinformation on your website. Again, anything that's on the website should always be accurate and should not be any, misinformation. You also talked about the death of a Vietnamese celebrity. You talked about how he died of a stroke and and it was somehow may have been connected to COVID-19. I actually Googled this gentleman. Very quickly, I found an article about his death. He died of a heart attack. And asked his mother and his grandmother both talked about his concerns of his heavy work schedule. They were concerned about his health and how that was affecting his health. So it actually had nothing to do at all with COVID-19. So again, the website, her official should be equally representative. So vote yes on her censure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Todd Stewart, followed by Van Pham.
Hello. Regarding 5.2 and deciding to censure your colleague, first, thank you all for your service. It's very interesting to see how this sausage is made, so to speak. My name is Todd Stewart. I have a master's in anesthesiology from USC. I ran an anesthesia group for many years before transitioning to medical businesses. I have had to lead many MDs in a group with very different personalities, and so I understand how hard that can be at times. I have known Amy for about 17 years. I witnessed her at her wedding, saw her become an amazing mom 3 times over. She never ceases to amaze me with her drive. Her heart is big, almost too big. She is always ready to lend a helping hand. For example, look how quick she was wanting to just be the interpreter for the lady that couldn't speak that good of English. That right there is an example of how quick she is. And even though it was her supporter, I would bet she would do the same thing even if it was for someone that differed from her. I've been supporting and voting for her through all 3 of her campaigns. Her work ethic and detail is notable. I have to say, just earlier, when there was a discussion regarding to decide to discuss or vote, she was so prepared and ready to do the people's work, not punt down the road like us citizens have become so accustomed to see from politicians. Us voters want to see work get done. Who here can say they match that energy? Instead of fighting, why not work together? Why not harness that strength? Do not be petty. Don't silence. Be wise. Use it to get work done, to accomplish work together as a team. Mr. Nguyen, I read about you on the city website, what you accomplished as both in your academic and business career as an engineer. I know you value protocol and detail and are very important, even crucial. As a businessman, you have high emotional intelligence. Strike a deal among your group. Use Amy as an asset. Someone ready and willing to pay attention to detail. So instead of quibbling, respect each other's strengths, better yet, work in a symbiotic manner. She's not perfect, but who is? Silence is what causes stagnation and a poor precedent to set. Food for thought. Enunciating a word correctly in someone's second language.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Van Pham, followed by Terry Rains.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. Mayor, please vote no. Item 5.2 will not be introduced for the City of Westminster. Thank Mayor and thank you. City of Westminster. I support Councilwoman Amy Fan West to work honestly with the needs of the City of Westminster. Last time, I vote no item 5.2. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Rains, followed by Tony Bowie.
Item 5.3, sure, I'd love 5 minutes again, but not coming from Nam Kwan and Amy, who have trampled over our First Amendment rights since day one, so don't be fooled. This is just a blatant political campaign orchestrated by the two losers who cut our speaking time to begin with, designed to entrap the rest of you into a no-win situation. But we see through their BS. They leave the dais during public comments and never actively and respectively listen to us. So it doesn't matter how much time you give us if they refuse to sit and listen. Substitute motion. Take no action now and call on every single council member to remain seated at the dais and actively listen to all public comments. If after 6 months all council members have consistently done this, we can revisit the item. Item 5.2, censure Amy Fan West. The initial staff report was a good start, but the late communications revision is much better. This stuff spans across the 546 days she's been in office. Day one, residents were forced out into the cold to accommodate her inflated ego and 20-plus members swearing in posse. We can't survive another 874 days of this narcissistic BS. June 10th and 11th, Tvobolsa TV, West called me a racist and more, slandering me, the mayor, and other council members. May 24th, West posted an official email attacking my character and my First Amendment rights on her campaign Facebook page and deleted and blocked responses. West illegally hides critical comments on her official page, U.S. Supreme Court Linkey versus Freed and California Supreme Court City of San Jose versus Superior Court. May 31st, West posted an upside-down U.S. flag on her official page's profile pic with her molested city logo right next to it, a violation of U.S. Flag Code Section 8A. Penal Code 148.5, West filed a false police report against Councilman Manzo. Civil Code 45, libel. Civil Code 46, slander. West made numerous false written and spoken statements damaging the reputation of others. Penal Code 118, perjury. West knowingly provided false testimony. Penal Code 602.8, West trespassed on a construction site. WMC 1044-050, West illegally stores multiple business asset RVs on our streets. Vehicle Code 5200, no front license plate on an RV. WMC 12020, West unlawfully used and molested the city logo. Vehicle Code 40202F, under no circumstances shall a personal relationship with any officer, public official, or law enforcement agency be grounds for cancellation of a parking citation. But that's what happened on November 1st, 2023. Penal Code 1214-1, West failed to pay and resolve multiple parking tickets, and West has violated numerous provisions of the Brown Act. Amy's scripted supporters here tonight, the majority do not live in Westminster and have never been in one of these meetings. Mayor Nguyen, you know how much damage Amy is doing to our city and to your reputation as mayor. So please do the right thing tonight. Vote yes to bring back and approve the resolution of censure and sanction her. Remove her from all intergovernmental boards and internal ad hoc committees for the remainder of her term. Censure Amy Fan West.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie, followed by Roger Bindrum.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tony Bowie, has been at Westminster City for more than 22 years and been here many times to raise my concern about the stability of our City Council meeting. And today, I listened to many people from different groups and learned that the major things that we have to solve the problems is not sparing. If you spare rod, you will spoil the child. That is the theme. Because what? Because in our city, we have too many people, different ideas, different talks, and then you cannot work together as a team. Teamwork is very important. And then, henceforth, you have to get together and use democracy to decide for the city of Westminster what is right and what is wrong. 2 years ago, I am the supporter for Miss Amy West. And I spent a lot of time, and a lot of Vietnamese people support her. However, after many months of working, I saw that she is not up to her promise to serve for the people. She is from the people, but not serve for the people and by the people. Therefore, I hope you, by looking back from your behavior, change your mind so that all of the teamwork will work together for the people of Westminster, because you are owned by the people of Westminster. And use your intelligence and your wisdom to come up with the wisdom decision to serve for the people of Westminster. And this is the ripple effect. Whatever you do here tonight, right, will affect the communist country in the other side, because they want to see the instability of our city here. So be strong. Together, you work as a teamwork and support the democracy, human rights, and religious freedom for the people in Vietnam too. That is the main theme I want to tell all of you. Whatever you do here, right, will make a ripple effect and make a big wave to change the communist regime in Vietnam. Thank you for your concern.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by Tim Hogan.
Thank you. Good evening, Roger Mindrum, a resident of Westminster. I never really have to announce this, but I am a Christian and a Republican, so some of these people that think this is a political stunt regarding 5.2 or adversaries, things like that, there really doesn't have to be adversaries. Everybody expects you all to work together. You know, I don't know if you remember this, Charlie, but when you first came on city council as a council member, and Tyler Dipp was on his way out, and I said, I sure hope this is not another gang of three. And that proved not to be the case. You guys worked as a gang the whole time. But we need 5 independent minds up here. But backing up to 5.3 for a minute, obviously, I've always been against dropping the time to 3 minutes. You added the time at the end of the meeting. I think you all need to just take a really honest look at it and just to make your evaluation to determine, is the splitting the time really beneficial? Obviously, I'm going to say yes, vote for returning to 5 more minutes, back to 5 minutes, but now it's 10 minutes in the meeting, and like Jessica said at the first part of the comments, it doesn't really matter if you're not really sitting in your seats. Congratulations for all sitting in your seats. Charlie, 8:32 p.m. You were the first person to leave. Mr. Namquan, thank you for staying. Amy, thank you for staying as long as you have. You're on your best behavior tonight. Thank you. So obviously on 5.3, I mean, obviously I'm going to say vote yes, but I don't know what's the the what's it behind it because, you know, you don't really have much trust here. Regarding 5.2, Amy, you brought this all on yourself. These people who've not been in this room, people who are not in the city, you guys have no clue. It's not about what you've done or not have done, the things you've done. You've done some good things, Amy. I like some of the things you've done, but your behavior and the way you conduct yourself outweighs that stuff. You're killing yourself that way. And I've known you long enough to know that you're not going to change because just the other night, was it last night, she did this press conference? You're still bashing your colleagues. You're bashing Mr. Monzo. His name is Monzo, not Menzo. And from my understanding, Menzo is a slur, a racist slur. His name is Monzo. Really easy to mess up somebody's name and insult them, especially when you're sitting right there, and you do it constantly. And yes, thank you for actually paying attention to us tonight. There's been meetings here, people who've never been to in this room before. There's been meetings here where she's been looking down at her desk, at her phone, the entire time of public speaking. So yes, vote for censure. Charlie, I know it's probably a struggle for you because you don't really agree with it because of your past history, but in this instance, you've experienced it. Please vote yes to censure.
Our next speaker is Tim Hogan, followed by Hugh Donetto.
The charges in item 5.2 are damning, but they don't encompass all, nor are they the most shocking. Ms. West's misguided crusade to fire our city manager surely sits at the top of the heap. And I've written you, Mr. Mayor, about her shameful comments during one of the endless flag debates, insults delivered from the dais against every decent person within our city. Her attacks on city staff are unforgivable. She's obviously never worked in management and seems to lack the most basic skills for human interaction. How else do you account for such wildly irrational accusations as she has made? The allegations of favoritism and bribery she's leveled against staff, her baseless accusation of collusion against the police department, and her continued slanders of this council, spewed mindlessly with no evidence and with no consideration of the cost. And what is the cost of such scandalous behavior? First and foremost, staff will leave, given an opportunity. They'll polish their resumes, weigh their options, and move on. Why stay in such a poisoned land? Equally detrimental, contractors and vendors will shy away. I assure you, in my 40 years of work with municipalities throughout Southern California, I've completed more RFPs and RFQs than all but the most senior staff here, certainly more than those on this council combined. I recoil at the thought of opening myself to such abuse, and you don't have to look far to find others who will feel the same. Political leadership is a privilege to better the lives of others. Sadly, residents of District 1 have had no one but you, Mr. Mayor, to champion our interests these past years. I hope you'll continue to do right by all. As it is, I'd prefer no one over one with the attributes described in item 5.2. If this is the restraint she exhibits here, what is her behavior like with no moderating influence to hold her in check? Item 5.3. I should like to see this approved. I've championed it ever since the time was reduced. Certainly, there are those who foolishly waste their opportunity, who cast aspersions and hurl insults when they could use their time to build up the city. But there are also those who desire the best for this council and this city. They should be afforded ample time to present their case. I myself labor at times for hours to craft the best pitch I can, trying to be well-reasoned and thoughtful. And there are many others, the majority I'd hazard, who seek the same. 3 minutes isn't enough to allot time for nuance. You don't need to follow the advice we give, but you should hear it, just in case, for only a fool relies purely on his own counsel. And you are far from a fool, Mr. Mayor.
Our next speaker is Hue Donetto, followed by Gigi Vo.
Thưa Hội đồng thành phố,
Would you please lower your mic? Your mic. Lower for her, please.
Tôi tên là Huệ. Tôi có ý kiến đến Agenda 5.2. Trong vòng một vài ngày vừa qua, khi tôi theo dõi phố Bosa TV và Anile YouTuber, khi ông Ngô Kỵ và bà nghị viên Phan Quét là những người khách trên các kênh đó, theo lời kể của ông Ngô Kỵ, sau khi nghe bà Quét,
Please don't mention the name. Just mention the man or the
Okay.
person.
Sau khi nghe bà Quét kể lại cho ông ta, vào ngày bà Quét đến sở cảnh sát để lấy police report. Sau khi bà Quét tố cáo ông nghị viên Manzo đã quấy nhiễu bà Quét vào buổi họp ngày thứ 6, 4 tây tháng 5. Ngô Kỵ, ông đó muốn ám chỉ là nhân viên sở cảnh sát đã không làm việc đứng đắn và đàng hoàng. Sau khi bà Quét nhận được police report, bà đã đưa credit card cho nhân viên sở cảnh sát để chọt khoảng $6. Trong khi bà Quét nói chuyện phone, và nhân viên cảnh sát đã không làm, và sau này lại nói bà Quét không chịu trả tiền, là ăn cắp tiền của thành phố. Họ còn nói rằng chỉ có 6 đồng bạc, mà sau đó hội đồng thành phố lại phải họp và quyết định sẽ tốn thành phố cả 100.000, thật là ngu xuẩn. Đó là lời nói của ông Ngô Kỵ, nhưng theo tôi thì câu chuyện giữa bà Quét và ông ấy kể lại chẳng những không có lý do mà mất vô lý. Nói chuyện không có căn cứ, vô lý. Tôi nghĩ không bao giờ bà Quét đưa credit card cho nhân viên sở cảnh sát để chọt mà người đó không làm. Vậy mà bà Quét đổ tội cho nhân viên cảnh sát làm việc không đúng. Chỉ riêng vì chuyện lý do này đã chứng minh là bà Quét là vô đạo đức. Đổ tội cho nhân viên. Tôi ủng hộ Agenda 5.2. Hội đồng thành phố cần phải bầu yes để cảnh cáo đạo đức bà Quét, với hy vọng là Quét sẽ thay đổi. Nhưng sau hơn 1 năm theo dõi những buổi họp, tôi phải nín thở hy vọng có sự thay đổi và nhân cách đạo đức của bà. Còn về Agenda 5.3, tôi không hiểu tại sao ông nghị viên Nam Quang Nguyễn và bà Quét lại đưa ra vào lúc này, với mục đích gì? 3 phút cũng đủ phát biểu để cho dân cư có ý kiến. Chính bà thị trưởng Kimberly Hồ Nam Quang và bà Quét đã phát biểu trong vòng 1 phút mà thôi ở quận Lost, khi quý vị cũng đã nói lên được ý kiến của mình mà. Tại giám sát viên quận Lost, thiết nghĩ 3 phút đã quá đủ. Nếu quý vị không có ý kiến gì thì giờ phát triển thành phố. Xin đừng đưa ra những ý kiến vớ vẩn để mất thời giờ mọi người và tốn tiền thành phố. Xin bầu no cho Agenda 5.3. Cảm ơn.
Thank you. I'll use this one, it's easier. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone present. I would like to comment on agenda item 5.2. Over the past few days, I watched full Bolsa TV and a YouTuber channel when Councilmember West was guest on those channels. According to one of the hosts describing what he heard from Councilmember West on what happened the day West went to the police station to get a police report, which was a few days after Mrs. West accused Mr. Manzo of harassing her at the meeting on Friday, May 3rd. The host, wanted to imply that the police department staff did not do their job properly and cause problems later on. Remember, this is what Mrs. West told the host that. After Ms. West received the police report, she gave her credit card to the police department staff to charge about $6 while Ms. West was on the phone, and the police department staff did not do so. Then, later on, the police chief said that Mrs. West refused to pay and that she was stealing money from the city. I'm not sure if this is closed-door session information, but the host made those facts public, just FYI. The host also said that just for $6 worth of reports, the city council then had to meet and decide that it would cost the city $100,000 to investigate. How stupid. Remember, that was the host's opinion. But in my opinion, the story told between Councilmember West and Mr. Host is not only unreasonable, but also very absurd. If Councilmember West gave her credit card to a police department staff so that the officer could charge something, for sure, staff would just do it. There's no reason why the police department staff would not charge it per instruction. So Councilmember West wants to blame the police department staff for not doing their job properly. This is an absurd incident alone proves that Councilmember West is unethical, denied guilt, and even blamed the staff for her own wrongdoing. I support Agenda Item 5.2. The City Council needs to vote yes to give a fair warning to Councilmember West's ethics in the hope that Ms. West will change. But after more than a year of observing meetings and, sorry, ran out of time.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo, followed by John Gentile.
Xin kính chào ông thị trưởng, chào các nhân viên hội đồng thành phố, các nhân viên và mọi người. Tôi tên là Gigi Vo. Hôm nay tôi đến đây để nói về nghị trình 5.2 về đạo đức của bà Emmy. Hơn 1 năm rưỡi qua kể từ ngày vào ngồi ghế nghị viên, bà Emmy luôn thể hiện là một người ta đây, làm như mình giỏi hơn tất cả mọi người khác trong cao city và thành phố. Bà luôn sử dụng ngôn ngữ trực thượng, xem thường ông thị trưởng và các nghị viên trong hội đồng thành phố, cả city manager và các nhân viên. Bà Emmy xem mình là boss của các nhân viên trong thành phố. Bà không hiểu chức nghị viên chỉ là một người đại diện cho cư dân và nên khiêm nhường thì tốt hơn. Trong các cuộc họp, bà Emmy thường nói dài dòng, nói chen lời các nghị viên khác và hay cãi tay đôi với ông thị trưởng. Mặc cho nhiều lần ông thị trưởng gõ búa, bà vẫn bất chấp nói lấn lướt. Đó là một thái độ vô văn hóa, không thể chấp nhận đối với một viên chức chính phủ, một người đại diện cho cư dân mà không theo luật lệ. Bà lúc nào cũng nghĩ và đã từng là phát biểu là ông thị trưởng 1 phiếu, tôi cũng 1 phiếu, vì bà không chịu hiểu thế nào là tôn ti trật tự. Có trên có dưới, bà cũng không chịu hiểu là chức thị trưởng là do cử tri của toàn thành phố bầu, trong khi bà chỉ do cử tri của một địa hạt bầu mà thôi. Bà là một trong những người làm ra luật trong thành phố, mà nực cười là bà lại xem thường luật lệ. Còn tệ hơn nữa, khi hội đồng thành phố không ủng hộ nghị trình nào mà đưa ra hoặc bà không đồng ý với những nghị trình nào đa số hội đồng thành phố ủng hộ, là bà họp báo rồi bịa chuyện và nói sai sự thật để hướng dẫn dư luận theo ý bà. Kết quả là bà đã gây rối loạn trong cộng đồng, gây chia rẽ. Một thí dụ mới đây là ngày 10 tháng 6, vừa qua bà lên đài phố Bonsa, bà nói bà Terry Ven là một cư dân hay góp ý kiến và chỉ trích bà mỗi cuộc họp là kỳ thị người Việt Nam. Bà dùng danh từ racist để gán ghép cho bà Terry. Tôi không ủng hộ phương cách của bà Terry chỉ trích bà, nhưng tôi muốn nói cho bà Emmy, không thể nói bà Terry kỳ thị cả cộng đồng Việt Nam. Đây là một hành động đưa ra cái nhìn thù hằn giữa người Mỹ gốc Việt với người Mỹ bản xứ. Tôi cảm thấy nước Mỹ đã mở rộng vòng tay đón người tị nạn cộng sản vào quốc gia này. Nếu bà Terry có ác cảm với bà Emmy thì đó là quyền tự do của bà Terry. Nhưng không có nghĩa là bà Terry là người racist và để bà Emmy kết tội là bà Terry là racist và kỳ thị cả cộng đồng Việt Nam. Để cho bà Emmy ngừng ngay những hành động thiếu đạo đức và thật không xứng đáng là một nghị viên đại diện cho dân. Tôi ủng hộ nghị trình 5.2 để khiển trách bà Emmy và cho bà một bài học thế nào là nhân cách của một nghị viên.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone. I'm here today to speak about Agenda Item 5.2 about Council Member Amy's ethics. Over the past year and a half, since the day she barely won her council seat, if not for the 21 votes, Miss Amy has always acted like a condescending person, acting like she was better than everyone else on the council and in the city. She always uses snobbish language, looking down on the mayor and other council members, the city manager and employees. Ms. Amy sees herself as the boss of city employees. She does not understand that a council member is just a representative for the residents, and it is better to be humble. During council meetings, Ms. Amy often spoke at length, interrupted other council members, and often argued with the mayor and other council members, even though the mayor knocked the gavel many times in order to control the meeting. Councilwoman Amy still ignored and spoke over the mayor. That is an uncultured, unacceptable attitude towards a government official, somebody who represents the residents without following the law. Mrs. Amy always thinks, and many times have stated, quote, "The mayor has one vote, I also have one vote," end quote, because she refuses to understand what hierarchy and order means. She refused to understand that the mayor's position was elected by the voters of the entire city, an at-large mayor, while she was only elected by voters of one district. Sarcastically, she is one of the people who makes the rules in the city, but the funny thing is that she really despises the rules and thinks she is above the law. What's worse is that when the council does not support any agenda that Ms. Amy puts forward, or she does not agree with any agenda that the majority of the council supports, she holds press conferences and makes up stories and tells lies to guide public opinion according to her will. As a result, Ms. Amy caused chaos in the community, causing division. An example, recently on June 10th, Ms. Amy went on Fobolsa TV. She said that a resident of the city who often gives opinions and criticizes Ms. Amy at every meeting as being discriminatory towards Vietnamese people. She used the word racist to describe the resident. I do not support the way the resident criticized Ms. Amy, but I want to say that Ms. Amy cannot say that the resident discriminates against the entire Vietnamese community. This is an action that creates hatred between Vietnamese American and other races in Westminster City. I feel America has opened its arms to welcome refugees from the communist Vietnam into this country. If the resident has a grudge or an opinion against Ms. Amy, that is the resident's freedom, but that does not mean the resident is a racist, and as a council member, Ms. Amy cannot accuse the resident of being a racist and discriminating against the entire Vietnamese community.
Your time's up. Thank you.
I support 5.2.
Our next speaker is John Gentile, followed by Camilla Overbeek.
Hello, City Council. I'm here to talk about 5.2. Been a resident for 54 years. I have a business in District 1. Been going on almost 13 years. Before I get started, Councilmember West, on a personal level, I like you. You came and you spoke at one of my fundraisers, and for that, you know, I really appreciated that. With that being said, I sit over here in the corner and I listen to people that have never been to a city council meeting before, and they talk about all these high praises. And hell, after listening to that, I thought, wow, man, she does all these great things. But after listening to, you know, all these great things, these are the same people that don't come to the city council meetings. So the biggest problem that I have is not what you do on the outside, is what you do during these meetings. I sit back there and sometimes I cringe over some of the things you do, some of the things you say. I want to believe in you. You represent my district. Over the last probably 4 months now, I've had 3 groups of Vietnamese members of different fashions come up to me and wanted me to lead a recall. You probably don't know that, but all 3 times I have put that off because I want us to be an ally. I don't want us to be enemies. The way you are acting today, if you stayed acting the way you do now, very professional, very ladylike, hell, I would even vote for you. So what I'm asking is
just be the, I'm not asking you how to vote, and I'm not asking you to do anything except to act professional when you're here. Stay off the phone. There's no reason to go in the back when people are talking to you. There's no reason to yell at the mayor or anybody else up here. Just be professional. If you stayed professional, we wouldn't even have these meetings. We'd be moving on to something that we should be talking about. Now, that's all I have to say. I'm just hoping that you'll listen to what your people of District 1 are telling you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by Phuc Hong Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Camilla Overbeek, resident of Westminster. Item 5.3. Interesting that the two that pushed so hard to have speaking time reduced are now asking to have it increased. The only thing the two of you know how to do is grandstand. Why don't you try sitting through all public comments for 5 meetings in a row first? The absurdity of you wasting taxpayer time and money to undo what you actively did shows the depravity of your character. Item 8, I understand the purpose behind having non-agenda item comments separate from agenda items. However, it is absurd to force the public to stay until all hours of the night, like what happened at the last meeting and what will happen tonight, just so that they can address non-agenda items. If you have to take a vote to extend the meeting, public comments, non-agenda item public comments should happen then, not later. Active participation in our government is fundamental. Item 5.2. Mr. Mayor, with all the sincerity I can muster, I urge you to vote yes on the censure of councilperson mentioned. She has subjugated not only this council and city staff to her asinine behavior, but most importantly, the residents. Her tantrums, vitriol, and disrespectful behavior towards other council members and the public have served as a cancer for the advancement of city business, such as finding a path towards solvency and healing the ever-apparent divide in the community. If she wishes to be an embarrassment and bring shame to herself, her supporters, and her family, let her do that. But do not allow her to do it here, from the dais. Do not allow her to be a great stain on the city of Westminster, this council, and all of its residents. I'm tired of having to answer and apologize for her behavior when I meet other elected officials. If she continues to behave like this, maybe then we can undo it. But she's not worthy. Censure her.
Our next speaker is Phuc Hong Nguyen. No? Okay. Nat Lin. After Nat Lin is Pam Grumling, and our final speaker is Christina Hernandez.
Thưa thị trưởng thành phố và thưa các nghị viên, trước khi tôi phát biểu thì tôi xin trình lại cái tấm hình mà bà nghị viên Amy Phan West đã đưa một ông cựu sĩ quan quân lực Việt Nam Cộng hòa harass tôi. Tôi nghĩ rằng đây là trường hợp đầu tiên mà một nghị viên thành phố harass cư dân. Và thật lòng tôi không có ý định là đến đây để phát biểu ngày hôm nay đâu. Nhưng mà vì 2 ngày qua bà Amy Phan West đã tổ chức cái cuộc họp báo và bà nói láo rất là nhiều. Cho nên tôi quyết định tôi phải có mặt ngày hôm nay. Và chỉ cần một cái hành động vừa rồi khi mà có một cụ bà lên phát biểu mà bà Amy bà nói rằng là ai viết cho bà. Cái hành động đó rất là vô lễ, bịa đặt và rất mất dạy. Và tôi thưa với Hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên là Nhật Linh, cư dân của địa hạt 3, Westminster. Tôi thiết nghĩ cái item 5.3 là rất cần thiết như là một cái thắng cho sự ngông cuồng, lộng ngôn, lộng ngữ, cao ngạo, hiếu thắng của nghị viên Amy Phan West. Tôi rất lên án hành động của cô ta khi đã lạm dụng quyền tự do ngôn luận. Cứ sau một buổi họp hội đồng thì có điều gì trái với mong muốn của cô thì hôm sau cô sẽ tổ chức các YouTuber quấy rối cộng đồng để cô gọi là họp báo. Nhưng thực chất là để cô xây dựng tên tuổi, đánh bóng mình bất chấp, bịa đặt dựng chuyện cho các nghị viên khác, vẽ hình ảnh xấu xí các nghị viên khác không đồng thuận với cô, đặc biệt là dựng chuyện bôi nhọ ông thị trưởng. Amy rất khiếm nhã và xem thường những phát biểu của cư dân. Bà cãi tay đôi với bà Terry Wren. Ở đây tôi không binh bà Terry Wren nha. Khi cư dân phát biểu thì bỏ ghế đi ra ngoài luôn. Và bà đừng có biện minh rằng bà đi tiểu. Bà nói trên kênh YouTube trong buổi họp báo như vậy. Bà dựng chuyện nói ông thị trưởng thì viết bài cho chúng tôi lên phát biểu. Bà rất là vô liêm sỉ. Và bà block Facebook của tôi. Vì tôi hay vào comment trên trang Facebook của bà nghị viên. Và tôi có thể mở ngay tức thì để làm bằng chứng sau khi tôi phát biểu. Tôi biết điều này là vi phạm luật. Và tôi đề nghị hội đồng thành phố phải trả lời cho cư dân biết là các nghị viên có quyền lock không cho cư dân lên comment trên Facebook của mình hay không. Cô ta cho rằng chính cô và nghị viên Nam Quang đã tháo gỡ cái censor của ông cựu thị trưởng Trí Tạ và ông phó thị trưởng Charlie lúc bấy giờ. Đó là sự chịu ơn mà ông Charlie phải nhớ. Tôi muốn nói rằng về trường hợp này, bà phải xem lại tấm gương của ông nghị viên Tài Đỗ, nghị viên một nhiệm kỳ. Và bà Amy cùng với quân sư của ông ta nói đợi xem thái độ của ông thị trưởng có phản ơn của cô hay không. Và cô tuyên bố ông Nam Quang đã nói với cô là sẽ say no. Nghĩa là bà công khai những cái điều như vậy. Và tôi đề nghị cần phải cảnh cáo khiển trách bà Amy. Vì một quan chức chính phủ không thể chọn phương cách làm việc, cái gì cũng lá làng làm xấu mặt đồng viện để đưa tên tuổi của mình lên một cách thô bạo và vô đạo đức như vậy.
Nat Lynn, District 3 resident of Westminster. I think agenda item 5.2 is a necessity for the city of Westminster. It's like putting a brake on Councilwoman West's extravagant, blasphemous, arrogant, aggressive behaviors. I condemn her actions as she abuses the freedom of speech. After or before council meetings, if there is anything that goes against her wishes, she would call for her so-called press conferences with non-popular YouTubers because that's all she can get away with her credibility, just so she can make up stories, steal credit, and spew lies about the mayor and other council members in the hope of making a name for herself, polish her image to be somebody important and productive to society. She tends to think she is bigger and better than anyone around her. What a joke. Councilwoman West is impolite, rude, and condescending to the mayor and other council members and residents who come to voice their opinions. Councilwoman West openly and publicly argued back and forth with residents, especially with this one. When residents come to voice their opinions, Councilwoman West left the dais to go in the back, then go outside, shake hands with her potential business donors, go down talking to whoever she wishes, disrupting the in-progress meeting. Councilwoman West, don't bother making excuses about restroom breaks, which do not take a long time, and you were gone for a long time. Sometimes we can see you on other YouTube channels while the meeting was in session. Councilwoman West, you accused the mayor of writing our speeches. When we came to speak, you blocked my Facebook because I dared write unfavorable comments on your status as Councilwoman Amy Van West First District official page, while you would not dare to block other white or Caucasian, not true, residents, no matter how much they voice their opinions against you. You are such a coward. You only take advantage of the Vietnamese people who you think will not alert the authorities. I know Councilwoman West is violating the law. I can prove right now that you blocked me from your official page. Councilwoman West, you think Mayor Nguyen owed you a favor for rescinding the resolution when at the time Vice Mayor Nguyen was censured by former Councilman Tai Do, Kimberly Ho, and Carlos Manzo? You are not comparing apples to apples. The previous censuring incident was ridiculous and baseless. Do you see what happened to former Councilman Tai Do? He is long gone after one term. If you keep up your ridiculous behavior, your future election is not very hard to predict. You stated for sure that Councilman Nam Quan will support you and vote no. Be our guest. You guys can support one another. I suggest that the council needs to censure and reprimand Councilwoman Amy because a government official cannot choose to act in such an impartial way of working. Whatever happens, not satisfactory to your wishes, you do not hesitate to make up lies and embarrass your mayor, other councils, and trying to make a name for yourself. So vote yes on item 5.2, Mayor.
Hold on for a minute, please. I just want to assure the council members as well as the publics that I have conducted the meeting in a proper way. For some of you may ask, why didn't I stop when there are other names mentioned here? I consulted with the city manager, city attorney. And if you or came up and speak about the other person, putting down the other person or trying to talk bad about them or whatever reason, then I wouldn't allow that because whether that person here or not. But if you reference in the event, then that's allowable. So I just want to make sure that I'm clarify that for you. If you ask that why I took side, this is not took side. I did what I need to do. Am I right about that, City Attorney?
That's correct.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Pam Grumling, followed by our final speaker, Christina Hernandez.
Hello. I wasn't planning on speaking until the very end. That's why I'm probably the last person. So Amy, after listening to everybody, I was just noticing that as I'm listening to what people are saying, as a leader, you're not even serving District 1. You're over at wherever you are, because you haven't done anything other than maybe 3 or 4 meetings in District 1. So I'd really like to see you in District 1 helping us, because our place is a mess. So that would be really nice if you could, set up a meeting and we could just, like Kim said, take a walk and look around, because we have a lot of problems in District 1 well, I won't even go into it. I'll let you know later. But also, the last meeting, I realized that you were arguing so much with the mayor, and that was disrespectful. And he does have the final say. He's like the dad, so we don't argue. And you were going back and forth, and that wasted so much time that the people that wanted to speak at the end didn't have time, and half of them left. And and I know you put a lot of things on that agenda, but again, it's not just about I. It should be about a team. There's no I in team, and you guys need to work together. And I know there's going to be different personalities. That's how life is. But you all do need to work together, because that was really heartbreaking watching that. And it was like anytime the mayor's telling you enough, you were continuing to talk. And it was tough to see. So really, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to, and then the things that, like, somebody stood up here and said, oh, thank you, Amy, for putting the flags up in Westminster. Well, that's a team effort again from staff and whoever, asked for it or voted on it. So again, it should not just be about one person. You guys are a team, you're a group, and work together. So thank you.
Our final speaker is Christine Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hernandez. I'm a resident of Westminster. I also serve on our Parks and Rec Commission. I'm a mom. I'm going to put that out there. I wasn't planning on coming to this meeting because I have a 18-month-old, and as I was listening to this meeting go on, I could not sit there and watch it from our website. First, I'm going to speak in support of 5.1. We've talked a lot about 5.2 and 5.3, but if we could get back to the business of the city, that would be great. We really need to spend more time on how we improve our city. And an issue like 5.1 actually addresses that. We talk about the blight. I hear the blight all the time in this meeting. Okay, let's address the curb appeal. Let's spend time on things that we can do to make our city look better. We can't control what businesses come in, but let's do something about the way that we look. And I see it. I see so much work that our Parks and Rec staff do in order to provide better services, better fields, that this is where our time should be, rather than kind of talking about this bickering and fighting. But 5.2, Mayor Nguyen, respectfully, it is time for censure. I hate having to ask for it, but I know this room isn't always full during city council meetings. And so it may seem like a lot of folks here don't care. A lot of our residents don't care. That couldn't be further from the truth. I watch these meetings from home because I have 2 kids, and I'm already volunteering 15 hours a week on top of a full-time job. I can't be everywhere at once. but I watch it. And I watched the last meeting, and I almost want to tear up right now because I felt dirty. I felt so dirty and disappointed in the city and the bickering and the fighting. And we know why that is. We can't have these agenda items that are pointless. When we're talking about hot dogs at a meeting, that should not have been an agenda item. That could have been a meeting with the staffer, and we could have completely missed this. We wasted an hour of time last time, when that could have been an item brought to the commission, could have been brought to the staff. But this is a good example of how we're not operating that we should be at a city council level. That is not your job to talk about $2,000. It shouldn't be. You have better things to do. And what I say is, look, I am disappointed in this behavior, and I've said it again, but the specific points brought up in the censure are valid. And in fact, Mayor Nguyen, we really need your leadership on this council to bring back a reasonable way to operate our government. Our meetings should not go until 2 a.m. That's ridiculous. Because folks always ask me, aren't we gonna go bankrupt? Aren't we running out of money? But yet, what are we talking about? Hot dogs, ethics. We're not talking about the things that we need to address. And the fact that we reached a point of a false police report is just, I mean, that consequence is so alarming, and it makes me worried about what it's gonna look next. Please stop spending this excessive time on all these issues. Get this council back in order. Our organized process is gonna help us work better. Stop leaving the dais, stop talking over people, stop threatening people. I watched it. I came over here because I saw how somebody else was reacting to a citizen tonight on public comment. And honestly, that's completely unacceptable. So please, I hope you vote in support of 5.2, and thank you for your time.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all to come out and speak on your about your opinions. Doesn't matter what, okay? It's First Amendment, and I appreciate that you come out and speak your mind. So now let's move on with the agenda. The next thing is on the agenda is consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. With that, I would like to pull item 3.5 for further discussion. Is there any others item that council want to pull?
Mayor. Excuse me. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 3.4.
3.4, okay?
I need to use the restroom. Can you do a 3.4 second?
Okay. Any others? Why don't you stay for a minute, then we have to approve the rest of the, I don't want you to miss that. If there is none, I will move to approve the rest of the items on consent calendar,
second.
except for 3.4, 3.5. I second. You move to approve? I second it? No. Okay.
I have a motion made by
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve the consent calendar with items 3.4 and 3.5 pulled for separate discussion. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Per request of Councilmember Menzo, I'm going to go 3.5 first before 3.4. Award of contract to EMTS, Inc., DBA as Elite, maintenance and tree services for the Parks, Civic Center, Rose Center, Merriam Warner Building, Police Department Training Facility, Corporation Yard, Greenbelt, and Well Site Landscape Maintenance Service Agreement. As I pull this item, I would like to ask staff for presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This item this staff bringing in front of the council is to award the contract for the landscaping maintenance for all cities' buildings and all the city parks. Currently, our contract for 5-year contracts going to be expired by the end of June 30th of this year. Staff went out and it advertised and seeking bids from contractors, from landscape maintenance contractor, and we received the bid come back in May 28, and Elite Maintenance as a lowest bidder, and with that we checked the references with several agencies that they provided the services, and they come back very positive. And then this is a renewal contract for 5 years. It's going to be initial 1 year and 4 renewable years. So the scope of the work will be basically just the mowing our city parks, mowing, trimming, cleaning up the weed, trash, and also all the landscape maintenance at all the cities, city-owned building. And once a year, they will apply some mulch, and they aerated the dirt and put in fertilizer and also pesticide once a year. The amount that we bring to the council is also consists of 10% contingency just in case that we need to plan any additional planting or any additional work that wasn't identified in the scope. So tonight, staff recommended City Council to consider approval of the 5 years contract with Elite Maintenance Contractor. And I'm available for any question that you might have.
Okay, I have questions for you. I see that you emphasized this is a renewable contract agreement and initial for 1-year term and a 4 renewable year.
Yes.
What is the advantage for that 4 renewable year? Is there a good the advantage to that, or why we have to take ourselves into the 4 years term?
So this, the initial year and with the 4 renewable years, it gives it a benefit if the contractor not meeting our expectation and not doing well, we can terminate the contract at that particular year. But in the contract, the cities have the right to terminate the contract at any time. We just pay the contractor up to the day that we terminate the contract. Vice versa, the contractor can request to terminate a contract with the city, but they have to give us 30-day notice. So this, for a 5 years renewable contract, actually it locked in the rate for 5 years. And that would help with it, because you can see costs have gone up so much for the last several years, but at least with this contract, we locked in. And we basically, every year, we renew contract with the CPIs only.
Thank you very much. That's exactly that I'm trying to go after. Thank you very much. Any other question from the council?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Could you tell me what happened to the previous contractor?
They actually bid higher than this particular contractor.
Oh, so
they're doing very well, but unfortunately, we have to follow the public contract code. And this particular contractor, not only the lowest, but they also deem as a responsible contractor.
Have you used them before?
Elite is the gentleman was here earlier. He started with Brightview, which is the contractor that we have right now. And he moved on to the Central California to open up another company with a bigger company. And now he wanted to move down to Southern California, basically to start broaden his business. And Westminster is kind of like a deer in his heart that he wanted to start here. And they promised to do it very well for us, because this is going to be used as a reference for, to expand his business. And he actually flew down from Clovis just for tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there is no other question from the council, I move to approve the item.
A second.
Motion on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve the award of contract in the amount of $297,207.72 to the lowest and responsible bidder, EMTS Incorporation, DBA Elite Maintenance and Tree Services, and that all other bids be rejected, and approve an additional 10% in the amount of $29,720.77 for unforeseen items as needed, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, next is item 3.4, and this item pulled from the consent calendar by Councilman Menzo. Award of contracts to EMTS, Inc., DBA Elite Maintenance and Tree Services for medians and trails landscape maintenance services. Basically, it's the same company. So, Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question as far as, I know this is for maintenance, but as I've stated before, we have a lot of repairs along this trail that need to be done, not just maintenance. Has staff looked into or did a evaluation of the conditions and what needs to be done?
So the scope of the work of this is just the regular maintenance. Any repair that will be done by staff, because it's very costly to have the contractor to get involved with their repair, because they're not familiar with our irrigation system, our controller, and all the equipment. But once they see anything that they can, we request them, with this particular contract, request them to give us a weekly report of if they see anything going on out there, they can inform us, and the staff will address the issue.
Is it possible just to have staff just do our own site inspection?
Yes, this is beside of what regular staff, do site visits regularly on those on those trails and landscaping medians.
Yeah, I just request, how do we go about that? Can we just do that?
So yes, the park supervisor is tasked to basically check all the corridors for the trails as far as and the medians, and sees any visible of leaking on the irrigation system and the condition of the trees and how the maintenance of from the contractor. Yes, we do have issue with the current contractor right now that we identify in the area. We have called them to do that, and they came in and they didn't do it to meet our expectations, and we continue working on that, but that's the reason why we're going out of contract right now.
Yeah.
And this particular contractor has been explained, well, actually with this contract, we explained to the contractor that you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z to complete the maintenance, not just complete your day and then you call for good.
Okay. No, I know there's some issues as far as repairs, and then also the way some of the sprinklers are watering, it's all washing out into the sidewalk, into the gutter. I don't think those are repairs that the contractor would do.
So the contractor will notify us if they see any sign like that. With that particular design on Hoover, because of the hill, some of the water, not because of the broken irrigation, the water will kind of run down on hill. Yeah, so we use the I've lost my thought, but it's a emitter. It's a drip. It's a very low volume of water. But like I said, just over the time, the water is still running down the hill and to the sidewalk.
I guess, what I'm asking is for an site inspection.
Yeah, so I will, like I said, that's a task for the park supervisor that he's supposed to drive them. And then, like I said, the weekly report from the contractor, that will help us on that as well.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the award of contract in the amount of $241,979.40 to the lowest and responsible bidder, EMTS Incorporation, DBA Elite Maintenance and Tree Services, and that all other bids be rejected, and approve an additional 10% in the amount of $24,197.94 for unforeseen items as needed, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, next item is 5.1, adoption of plans and specification, authorization to solicit construction bids, and approve of 7 public highway grade crossing agreements with Union Pacific Railroad Company for the Mendes Historic Trail and Green Street Bikeway projects. This is a Mendes Freedom Trail projects. I'd like to ask for staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adolfo Zeta. I'm the Assistant City Manager. I have a presentation to share with you tonight. I've titled it An Update on Westminster's Active Transportation Program. It's a very colorful presentation. I'm going to be going over some of these talking points, which is council policy, grant awards. We'll do an overview of some of the projects that we've completed. We're really building out an interesting and dynamic active transportation network. We will go over the actual details of the project that we're asking for your permission to go out to public bid. And then we'll also talk a little bit about Union Pacific's role in this effort. So, you know, it all starts off with really good policy, and that's what we rely on the council for. The general plan update of 2016 gave us very clear direction as to what the council wanted to see in the city of Westminster. So they provided great policy in the form of first adopting the general plan update. I believe Vice Mayor Ho was a part of this effort back then, but ever since we've onboarded every council member since 2016, you all have been extremely supportive, and we are very much appreciative of that. And tonight we want to show you how much we've done from the staff side to be able to bring money to the city following your direction. And the direction was, we want nice things in the city. We kept hearing that not just from the council, but from the public. And nice things in the city cost money. And anything nice that you see out in the city, we go out and compete for grant funding. If you were a part of the budget study session earlier today, we used the term keeping the lights on quite often around here. So anything that requires more than maintenance and more than just your typical repairs, we rely on the expertise of our staff to go out and get these grant funds. And a lot of credit goes to our city manager, who's really empowered our department heads more than I've ever been a part of before. I've been here for almost 20 years to really go out and do what we're good at. So I'm glad to say that we brought in $8.2 million worth of grant funds to the city ever since the general plan update and the active transportation plan was adopted. So, you know, I'm going to go over some of the awarded grants. I'm going to try to go as quickly as possible considering the time it is right now in the evening. But we have to go after grants from different sources, and we're really good at establishing relationships with different agencies, whether it's SCAG, whether it's California Natural Resources Agency, Caltrans, OCTA. We're extremely good at that, and we have a very good reputation for delivering projects. So when your staff delivers projects on time and meets the deadlines, deliver on time, and actually does it with the funding that's allocated, we develop a good reputation, so more money comes, right? So success breeds more success. In this particular case, it started off with reaching out to the Southern California Association of Governments to obtain a grant to really engage the community. We did this in 2015. We called the event Experience Hoover, and that allowed all of us to kind of think outside the box to demonstrate what could happen in the city. One of the things we promised the council at the time of adoption was that we were going to implement projects that were also nice. So not just functional, that people can use, but actually projects that brought aesthetic appeal to our corridors in the city. Because that's what a lot of the other cities are doing, but not all the cities, right? So we really have the blueprint in place. A lot of the cities in Orange County are following our lead, and we're really proud of that. California Natural Resources Agency gave us $2.3 million for the Mendez Freedom Trail. I'll talk more about those specifics a little later in the presentation. Caltrans gave us $2.8 million as part of their ATP program, and that money went into the Garden Grove Complete Streets project, which we were all a part of. We went out and got money for a Mendez Tribute Monument Park, which brings attention to Mendez versus Westminster, the civil rights case. We brought in $1.3 million for that park. It was 100% funded by this grant. A lot of the times, some of the grant agencies require us to bring city money as a match. This project was such a good project that I felt that we could compete without putting in a single penny. and we were awarded $1.3 million. So if you haven't visited the park, please do so. We've had over 1,000 students come to visit the park since the opening. It's part of field trips now that happen on a regular basis. And then sometimes we do run into issues, and when we ran into some issues with Union Pacific Railroad, we found ourselves short of funding. So we reached out to Senator Tom Umberg, who represented our area back then, and he supported us with a $1.5 million infusion into the project. So sometimes you get a grant for a project, sometimes you have to combine grants for a project, sometimes the grants fund the project 100%, sometimes not 100%, right? So at the end of the day, you have all these grant sources that we brought in money from, and again, it all totals $8.2 million. So as you can see, we've been very active in making sure that the policy you set is followed. This is the Experience Hoover project. As you can see, we took a portion of Hoover Street and we activated it with bicyclists and folks to just come out and let us know what they thought. There's always some concerns about the roadway and what it's going to do to traffic. We're really good at what we do, and the projects we propose have proven that they have appeal. They don't impact traffic negatively, and in fact, they just enhance the quality of life of our residents. Here's additional pictures of that day. We also did some engagement in Sigler Park area. So what you see here on the ground, that's actually tape that we put down for the day. And as you can see, kids now have had a place to ride bikes. This is a project we'll be coming back to in the near future, building out a bicycle facilities in Sigler Park as well, in the Sigler Park community as well. That's something that's coming. Mendes Tribute Monument Park, this is what it was before on the left. You know, $1.3 million later, we have this really beautiful park. It's the only park that we know of in the state of California that has Wi-Fi and other amenities where you can actually engage through augmented reality in your iPhone and actually see, there's audiobooks that are available to you. You can have virtual Sylvia Mendez pop up as in your phone in an augmented reality experience. So it's a real hit. And this is something that we partnered with the Orange County Department of Education. So in this particular case, the Orange County Department of Education, they committed over $1 million of their staff hours to develop some of the curriculum at this site. The Garden Grove Boulevard Complete Streets project, you saw the video earlier today, so that was really much more powerful than the images you see here. But the before and after is a stark comparison, and no, the image to the right is not AI. It actually looks that nice when you go out there. So I encourage you to go out there. I drive in on the 22 every day. I see people walking every morning. It's a great project, and we're, like Christine mentioned earlier, our city manager mentioned, we're nominated, or we're awarded 2 awards, and we're nominated for a statewide award. No one in Orange County has been nominated for that. No other city in Orange County is nominated for that state award this time. So we're trying to put the city on the map for all the right reasons. Building out the network is important. I'm not going to get too much into this, but this is the policy that the council adopted. They followed us in identifying possibilities on a map, and then it becomes policy, and then your staff goes out and looks for money. So the purple corridor there is the Garden Grove Complete Street project. The blue line up and down here on Hoover is essentially the Mendes Freedom Trail, and the green dot there in the middle of the screen is where the park is located. We plan on extending Edward Street down to Westminster Boulevard. Our staff is actually working on a grant application this week. We'll be working through the weekend to get this thing submitted on Monday. And then we've been working closely with our liaisons at Townsend Public Affairs to really get this Navy Trail going. I know that the mayor has talked to me a lot about that, activating this abandoned Navy Trail and building that out in the future. So those are exciting projects that are yet to come. So let's talk a little bit about the proposed city project. So we're going to talk about 2 projects. One of them is the proposed city project, and the other one is the Union Pacific project. Combined, they're going to look like one project because it's all going to happen at the same time. That's just good project planning on our part. And you're going to see these improvements. So first, the Mendes Freedom Trail. 2 grants are being used to fund the project in addition to additional paving money. I'll go into that in just a little bit. So California Natural Resources Agency funding and also the State Senator Tom Umberg's money is going into this corridor. We're using municipal lighting to build out some of the lighting improvements in the area, and then other funding sources such as SB1 and Measure M2 turnback funds are being used. It is important to note that it's $11 million that's going into the Hoover corridor, but it's really 3 components. The first component is building out the trail, which is really grant funded. And then the other component is working with Union Pacific to make some improvements at the crossings. And I have some nice pictures that'll really tie this all together. And then the third part of it is the fact that we've deferred maintenance on Hoover for over 20 years. First, because the SR22 project was coming through, and then after that, we had to wait for other pavement funding to build up. And then once we had the pavement funding, then we got the grant money, and it's been just trying to coordinate all those 3 efforts to happen at once. We don't want to inconvenience the public 3 different times. So that's essentially why we're building this project out now. So the Mendez Freedom Trail, we focus here on what it looks like on the left. And the city actually had put money into the corridor before. Everybody remembers the oleanders and whatever was there that looked like a bicycle facility, but it really wasn't a functional one. What we're doing now is we're really taking the improvements onto the street. If you look on the left picture there, when those residents pull into their driveways, they have to stop in a through lane. We have a lot of rear-end collisions. We have a lot of speeding. We've had fatalities out there, speed racing, drag racing, and we've had a few kids hit on the way to school. So we're addressing that with the improvements you see here to the right. We're actually building a two-way bicycle facility, and then we're taking advantage of really the rich history that we have in the city of Westminster with the Mendez story, and we're essentially building out the park onto this corridor. So what you see there is a rendering of one of 4 different educational stations that will be located along Hoover that tie into the entire narrative. Really, it's a story about American history through the lens of the Mendez versus Westminster story, really with a focus on Orange County, the diversity. There's panels there that talk about the Vietnamese experience, Mexican-American experience, and then the founders of our city. So it's really a beautiful way of tying a lot of themes together. And again, this would not be possible without the Orange County Department of Education's support. This is what one of the panels will look like. As you can see, there's a lot of information there. Again, augmented reality will be a part of it. And we hope to extend that field trip experience along Hoover Street. Now I'm gonna shift over to the Union Pacific Railroad project. So what you see to the right is a map of the different crossing locations. So each dot represents a place where you cross over the railroad tracks if you're going from east to west, west to east in the city. Along Garden Grove, you go over the railroad tracks, Trask, 21st, Westminster, Maine, Hazard, Bolsa. In addition to our project, which I talked about a little bit earlier, that's bringing improvements onto the street on Hoover, Union Pacific Railroad brought to our attention that really the crossings, which serve our public, our drivers, our students, our folks on wheelchairs, and pedestrians, those crossings, they need an upgrade. They are extremely old, and this corridor had not been touched for a very long time. Once I show the next exhibits, you'll kind of start to see some of the issues. Like if you are on Garden Grove Boulevard and you're in a wheelchair and you happen to be on the sidewalk, you're not able to really maneuver around the gate arms. So these are improvements that Union Pacific has identified as necessary. It's a condition of approval. So we really don't have a choice. But one of the things we were able to do is negotiate with them that they participate in the expense. So they are actually contributing over $300,000 to these improvements. So that's a fair, I think, approach to dealing with this issue. All of this is going to get cleaned up. If you drive over other railroad tracks in Fullerton or in Orange, they don't look like this. They're much nicer. You look at the on the right there, the deteriorated asphalt. That's going to be concrete panels. It's going to be in place. It's going to be a smoother ride. It's going to be ADA compliant. And I'll go through the rest of these images quickly because this essentially is the same set of conditions that we're addressing at each of the different crossings. So at the end, that's how we end up with the $11.2 million price tag. Remember, there's close to $5 million in grant funding that's gone into this. In addition to that, there's deferred pavement money that our Public Works Director has been holding, ready for us to kind of merge the project effort. And our contractor, if we get approval from the council to bid this and then we award to a contractor, they'll be working on the city project. So we'll have a city contractor out there doing work on Hoover, and then we'll be coordinating closely with Union Pacific, who have their expert contractors that deal with work in the railway. As you can imagine, there's safety considerations there. And then all of it together is an $11.2 million infusion to one of the oldest corridors in the city that hasn't received love in a very long time. So the recommended actions tonight is for you to approve the plans and specifications for the Mendez Freedom Trail project, again, the city project, authorize our Public Works Department to advertise and solicit bids for the city project, and then by approving the 7 at-grade crossing agreements with Union Pacific, it allows them to authorize us to build our project, and then it gets them going on actually building out the improvements at the railroad crossings, and then ultimately authorizing the city manager to execute these agreements. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your effort and dedication on this project. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to thank all people involved in this project to get us to where we are right now. Beautiful and meaningful projects. At this time, it's at 10:04. We need to extend our meeting, so I move to extend the meeting beyond the 10 o'clock.
I second it.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, again, with the effort that you put in, I see clearly, and this is, like I said, meaningful projects. I move to approve these projects, but Councilmember, you are welcome to put in your comments.
I would second it, but I have a few questions. Thank you, Adolfo, for your detailed presentation. I know it's been a long staking process to get us to this point. So I know you spent endless hours on this, and also staff, and thank you for your dedication for this project. I know it's one of those things that you're going to be very proud of when you're sitting in your rocker chair talking to your grandkids of what you did.
Yes, sir.
With the Mendez case being such a monumental landmark civil case that changed not only our state of California, but our entire country, how many eyes, where do you see the eyes that are going to be on the success of this project? The eyes, how many eyes do you anticipate being, considering all the funding sources, variety of different funding sources?
Well,
what do you anticipate?
Well, we're at over 1,000 visitors to the park, and I know that's just been the elementary school kids. So the Orange County Department of Education has actually teamed up with a legal professional organization that's funding a lot of the field trips. So it's just an opportunity to really bring more awareness to the case. We supported a bill by our former Mayor Trita and Senator Umberg to actually make this case a part of the educational curriculum in the state of California. And I think that what this council did to build the park, to kind of give Sylvia Mendez a platform, because we don't get to meet civil rights heroes, we get to read about them usually, we actually know her. She's a proactive proponent of this. I think that what the council's done with the park led to what we're going to see in textbooks. So I think ultimately every eye that goes through the public school system is going to learn about Mendez because of what this council's done. But the amount of opportunities to activate the corridor, I know our city managers I won't let the cat out of the bag 100%, but she's working to bring, a 5K or a 10K event to the city, and just kind of bring more awareness by bringing people from other parts of the county. This would definitely be a corridor that could be showcased for one of those events. Closing the corridor and activating it so that community groups can come out and just enjoy the corridor for open street events down the line. I think that's definitely the vision.
No, I see what great job you guys did on the Garden Grove Boulevard Complete Street project and the award-winning project.
Yeah.
I foresee this being another award-winning project that all our community can be proud of. So just thank you again. And I'm just proud of what you guys have done.
Thank you for your support.
Anything from
Yeah,
any
I
council?
would like to say a few words. I believe it was 2017, right? When I think that was at the inception. I don't know if it was before that or not, but I know I was there. And so it's very fulfilling to know that we've come a long ways, and this is, coming to fruition. And of course, with your dedication and your spearheading the project. And thank you for your efforts and everything that you put into it. And because of that, not just the Hispanic community, but all of the citizens of Westminster enjoying and learning about this historic event that happened many years ago. How many years was that?
It's a while ago.
How many? 50 years.
Right.
The Mendez,
60?
60 years
60,
ago.
47.
Wow, that's exciting. Thank you so much.
All right, if there's no additional comments on this, there is a motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve the plans and specifications for the construction of the Mendez Historic Trail and Green Street Bikeway Project, Mendez Freedom Trail Project, and authorize the Public Works Department to advertise and solicit construction bids for said project, and approve 7 public highway at-grade crossing agreements with Union Pacific Railroad Company in the aggregate amount of $1,543,963, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreements on the city's behalf. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Let me take the 30 seconds of the meeting to say something. Councilmember Menzo, nobody teach me how to pronounce your name. So once and for all, I don't want to be criticized by Mr. Mintram. I think I call you Menzo.
No,
so how do I call you from now on?
You're saying it right.
Oh, okay, all right, good, thank you. So we'll continue with that. So next item is 6.1, notice and call of the general municipal election on November 5th, 2024. Any motion to approve on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, calling and giving notice of a general municipal election to be held in the City of Westminster on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the election of certain officers of the city as required by the provisions of the laws of the State of California relating to general law cities, and adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Orange to consolidate a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, with a statewide general election to be held on the date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code, and adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adopting regulations for candidates for elective office pertaining to candidate statements submitted to the voters at an election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. I'll go ahead, call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next item is 5.3, request to increase public speaking time during oral communications. So this item introduced by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember West. So I call on, recognize Councilman Nguyen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so everything is written on the report. I'm just need to read it to you guys. All right, currently public comments are heard during the oral communications portion at the beginning of the meeting for items on the agenda. And at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda, speakers are given 3 minutes to speak once in each oral communication portion. When someone utilizes a translator, pursuant state law, that person's time is doubled to 6 minutes. In 2023, the City Council approved reducing the speaking time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes to encourage a more efficient meeting and to allow business to be conducted in a timely manner during hours when the public can reasonably attend and participate. Since the reduction, me and Councilwoman Phang West have seen the improvement in meeting efficiency, but they have also acknowledged, which is me and Councilwoman Phang West, we acknowledge that the importance of free speech and allowing adequate time for members of the community to be heard. We express the confidence that through respect and decorum, the meetings will remain efficient even with the increase in speaking time. So, but listen to the public today, listen to all your comments. I would like to make a modification to my motion that I'm willing to move everything up to the beginning of the meeting. So I'm going to make motion to approve my motion with the modification that we're going to move everything up to the beginning of the meeting. So that's my motion.
So 5 minutes for both at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let me take a first cut at this. Oh, I'm sorry, second by you. Oh, go ahead.
So, yeah, the purpose for us is, we have decreased the time from 5 to 3 minutes for efficiency and doing the city business. And since the public, you guys have raised that concerns of wanting your, public comment to extend to 5, so you can have time to speak out on issues, either non-agenda item or agenda item. And we do respect that. And then tonight, also hearing you guys wanting everything to the front, we are willing to work with the public to make sure that you guys still have the free speech. And that's the reason why I second Nam Quang, Councilman Nam Quang, to move everything from agenda item and non-agenda item up to the front.
Okay, I will take a first cut at this. I don't know what the motives that you're coming up with. First of all,
Sorry, I don't mean to, can I?
Yes, please.
So in order for us to change the order of oral communications, that's actually a separate resolution that's not presented tonight. So the ordinance that we have right now is just for the time, but if there's a desire of the council to change the order and moving non-agenda up, that's actually a separate resolution that we don't have tonight.
okay, thanks for the clarification. So with that, we only talk about the time, speaking time tonight. Okay, let me take a first cut. I hear you presenting it, but I don't understand your motives for what you are trying to do. Remember, two things. The first thing is, back in the day, you both the originator to change it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. And you mentioned about it that it worked well. It worked well. If it worked well, then why you are changing it? Okay? Why you're changing it? Personally, I think 3 minutes is good enough if you want to get your point across. We've been doing well. We've been doing fine. Some of you even expressed today that, let's keep it the way it is. And I'd love to have the city moving forward. That's why we are here. And if you present yourself within 3 minutes, your point will get across. We will take that. And at the same time, if we need to spend additional time, every one of us, I understand that you are willing to get together with the resident and discuss more about it. So I don't see the motives. The motive that you said that we're doing well and now we are going to give you more times. That's not the basis for it. And remember that during the Fonda Day, I know both of you went to the city of the county of LA to present yourself. How much time did they give you? 1 minute. 1 minute. And here we have 3 minutes. And what are the motives? So I ask.
So, Mr. Mayor, so you want
wait, I'm not finished. Let me finish mine.
Okay.
Let me finish mine.
I'm willing to go for 1 minute.
And so, whatever you want to present, but let me finish. So, I don't think that the heart of changing to 5 minutes is truly reflect of what they want to do here. So, I just urge that the City Council, let's think about it and make sure that we do things right to move the city forward. And with that, I yield back to the City Council. And if you want to rebut me on that, then go ahead, Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, so you allow me to speak now?
Yes.
Okay. This is, I want to convey my message to the public. Just not long ago, you guys, crying for the speaking time decreasing from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Okay, at that time, the city is in chaos, and we think that we need orders. That's why Amy Van West and I agree with the mayor at that time that we need to decrease the speaking time to 3 minutes. But today is the right time. Everything is written on a report, So you don't need to ask me what is the reason. It's right here on a report. Okay, so it's the right time. So I think somebody already talked about the quality. Okay, and then you mentioned about the 1 minute. Okay, so if you want a 1 minute, a quality 1 minute, and then I'm going to give you that 1 minute. Is that what you want?
I didn't say that I want 1 minute, didn't I?
So
no.
I'm going to give you that 1 minute quality.
You can propose that.
So
you can make
this is
recommendation. But that's
I
not what
listen to you. I listen to the people, the voice of the people. That is why I came up with this.
That's fine, Councilmember Nguyen. Are you done?
Take it or leave it.
Okay, thank you. I want to correct you on this. You said that you agree with me to come down from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Let me remind you again. I stated earlier, you Councilmember West and you initiate that items. So let's put it this way, I agree to you, not that you agree to me. All right? So, don't,
And then still
the
you,
next thing is...
still
next
you
thing is I
agree
want-
with that, right?
Next thing I want to let you know that I didn't say 1 minute. I just mentioned about what you were attending at the county of Los Angeles, and they allow you to speak 1 minute. I did not propose for 1 minute. So if you want to, you can. You have the right to propose that. So next, if there is any other from the other council members.
I'll go if the
Yes.
vice mayor doesn't want it.
You already speak as a second, and let them finish. If I can ask you to refrain
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
your comments until the two.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I mean, when I first read this, I mean, I'm sadly, and it is sad. Sadly, I looked at it and said, well, this is not genuine. This has some political cognition about this. It's like, what's the political move here? Because, you know, that's the sad truth. Is, reputations get built, by our actions, and the two proposals of this agenda item, have that a certain type of reputation, and it just didn't seem genuine. What is behind it? Because they're the ones that strongly argued for reducing the time to what it currently is now. And if you think about it, I mean, right now it's 6 minutes. You get 3 for agenda items and 3 for non-agenda items. And really, the over this whole time that we've had since this has been implemented, the problem hasn't been out there in the public. The problem's been up here on the dais. We're the ones that are not conducting ourselves in a professional way, and we're going back and forth multiple rounds of speaking on the same subject that once everybody's has a turn, it's just all this argument like somehow one council member is going to change the mind of the other council members as long as you speak louder and speak longer. It's like we're the ones that should be watching the way we conduct ourselves, and we're always arguing and calling for the public to conduct themselves according to the code of conduct that's on the wall. We're the ones that should be looking at the way we conduct ourselves. So last meeting was a perfect example of it, just back and forth, back and forth. Spent hours, endless minutes just talking about the same thing over and over again. So currently, I just don't see that we need to change it from what it is right now until we bring some civility back into this room, and then we can bring it back. So.
Thank you, Council Menzo. Next is Vice Mayor Ho.
That really resonates well with me. I really feel that this is very disingenuous of, I'm sorry to say, but, that when I first read the agenda, I do have the strong feeling that this is not good. It's not the right time. Most of the time, the two members are not even in their seats. So they're not listening. So I'm not sure if we're going to extend to 5 minutes, and I think a resident already said that. We really need to practice giving quality, giving people the attention they deserve. So if we could, please just not bring on more. I mean, I'm saying that if you are genuine, okay, about your actions, then you can always bring this back. So I would temporarily say I would vote no. So I would like to move. Okay, if you're not ready.
I want to follow up with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, it is very clear in this agenda that we did, like Council Member Nam Quang present, that we do hear the voice of the people. If they want, public comment in the front, we're willing to change that because we value free speech. And this is the reason why we want to do, this is the perfect time for you guys. But the funny thing is, what I realize is that you guys talk about code of ethic and censuring me tonight. Regarding the code of ethic violation, let me read your code of ethic, our code of ethic.
I'm sorry, we are,
But I'm
we are into 5.3 right now, so let's talk about
I'm
5.3.
addressing this item.
No.
May I finish?
No. You cannot talk about code of ethics right now. Let's talk about the item 3, which is public speaking time.
This is part of it, because we are talking about public speaking, right?
Let me hear you out.
And involved with
Okay.
code of ethics
Go ahead,
and everything.
Go ahead. Let me hear you out.
So conduct of members professionally and personal conduct of member exercise of the office should be above reproach and seek to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members should refrain from abusive conduct, personal charge, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of the other member of the city council. You guys are thinking that we have other motives, and that's really unfortunate. As colleagues, we should be respectful of when we put things on the item, on the agenda, that we have good motives for the community. Because we all serve, I believe you guys agree, we all serve the community, right? And we respect each other, and that we should not undermine each other's motives if we all want to work for the betterment of the community. And I believe that you guys want to, as well as you believe that me and Mr. Councilmember Nam Quang wants the betterment of the community as well. That you guys just violate the code of conduct,
Councilmember
undermine
West.
our motives.
Councilmember West, let me ask you, was it wrong for me to ask the council here that what motives that you are trying to change, is that wrong about it?
You just violate the code of ethics.
No, that's not violating the code.
Exhibit A.
I am asking a question here. You have the right to answer or not. But I'm not telling you that you decided on that thing or that. I'm not accusing you for anything.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Go ahead.
I said again, I said it and I say again, it's written on this. It looks like you don't read the report. That's the reason that you ask what is my motive?
That's fine. I just want to clarify, could it be?
No,
yes, I
it's
can.
right
I
here.
can always,
And I
you can
already
always
read it.
clarify. That's okay. Okay, at this time here, I think
Mr.
that we have
Mayor?
enough.
May I speak?
Okay, please.
About this. So when you guys all have your turn to talk about this, and then Mr. Menzo just called Nam Quang and I sad.
I didn't say you were sad.
Yes, you say we were sad.
No, I didn't say you were sad. I said it's sad.
It's sad.
It is sad.
You're accusing us.
Please,
No
let me
public-
do it. Please, let me do it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's your meeting.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Can you please
Please.
tell the people?
Please, quiet, please. This is the time for the council to discuss about the items. Okay, go ahead. Please.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so basically, I feel like it's very inappropriate for you guys to kind of like accuse us that we have bad motives for this. And as colleagues, like I mentioned again, all of us are here to work for the betterment of the community. Now, it sounds like you guys are a gang of three against Nam Quang and I. It's like, come on, let us have a chance to serve the community too. I mean, the public vote for Nam Quang for District 4, and the public, the 15,000 of the resident, some of them vote for me. And so therefore, I'm here for a reason. So that's why give us, District 1 and District 2, a chance and not undermine our motives, that we have bad intention for even bringing this up on the dais.
I didn't say it's bad. I'm just asking for the motives. Okay, at this time here, I want to entertain a motion for this one, if there's a motion.
Have a motion. You have a motion, Mr. Nam Quang?
Yeah, I did make a motion,
Did
and
you-
you seconded it. I did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, is there a second to the, what's your motion again, please, Mr. Nguyen?
If I could, based on what
Okay.
the city manager mentioned, and that was to change the time to, well, to leave it, you were going to leave it at 5 minutes, correct?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes.
5 minutes, but then to come back with a resolution in order to make a single public comment at the beginning.
No,
for
that's not what it is.
No, it's not.
He is trying to move everything up front.
Right.
But at this time here, the city manager did
All right,
not,
so-
well, because there's not the same resolution. So this item is only about speaking time, okay?
All right, let me state my motion again. I'm going to make a motion to keep it as 5 minutes as it is and come back next council meeting with the ordinance that move everything to, right, to the beginning of the meeting.
Is there a second to that?
I second it.
Okay. I would like to make a substitute motion to this. I don't see the need of changing, and it's not come from me. It's come from them. They're the one who said that we are working well. Why change it? Why change it? So my substitute motion is take no action on this one so that we can continue to move forward. Is there a second to that?
A second.
Okay. There's a motion and second for substitute motion, and substitute motion going to be voted first. Please do the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to take no action on item 5.3. I'll go to call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, no.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Before I cast my vote, I'm going to say this. Wow, this is very funny. Like a few months ago, Manzo and Kimilo he's the one that, wow, fighting really hard for this. And I feel happy that I finally exposed you two to the public. So next time, if we come back with some resolution, and then I'm going to see what you vote on this. Okay, I'm going to vote no.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Very sad.
Vote for substitute motion.
I'm sorry?
Vote for substitute motion.
Oh, yeah,
And substitute motion is take no action.
no action. Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Before I vote, I want to state that you mentioned that you heard it from the public tonight. What I understand from the public and from many of them, they were saying that they want quality instead of quantity. So I love to have you guys here to listen. I went up and
There's only one of them.
go to the restroom. That, you know, but leaving here for a certain period of time, that's not the quality. So I urge that, you know, we hear, if you want to hear the publics or hear the people, then that's the message that people send it to us. Quality, not quantity. So my vote is yes.
3-2, motion carried.
Thank you very much. So the next item is 5.2, request for a resolution of censure based on action of Councilwoman Amy Fan West, District 1. This item introduced to the agenda today by Vice Mayor Ho and seconded by Councilmember Menzo. Vice Mayor Ho, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This was long coming, and it wasn't fun for me to prepare this. I actually knew that I guess I was sort of misled by the city attorney a little bit when you told us, or you told me, how to prepare for tonight. So, and it's okay, nothing, no damage done. I just basically pull an all-nighter just to make sure that we, get the details down. Because, I do think that there's so much, and there's so much that information that I could gather, but in such a short time. This is just representative of what, each category of what I'm going to go through in the Code of Conducts and Ethics, just to show you and have some proof. So again, no one wants to censure anyone, but it's been a long time coming, and I believe that we owe it to the people. As I said, I'm going to wait until the mayor gets back, if you don't mind. We lost 2 people, so if it's okay, before we start, while waiting, if I could ask City Clerk, could you please, I believe I asked if I could have copies for the council, and also make available for the public, the Code of Ethics and Conduct? And you're welcome to ask for a copy, and where would that be, outside? Thank you for staying so late. It is not a fun subject. It's not fun for anybody. It's not fun for me. When I just want to let you know that I do give people lots and lots of chances, and in my whole entire career, I help women. I can just put it that way. In my line of work, I help women. So don't think that this is anything personal, woman to woman or anything like that. I'm not like that. So I am here to do a job, and the job that I'm here for is to protect our city. Okay, so we may begin. Does everybody have a copy of the Code of Conduct and Ethics? Please grab one if you don't have one.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a quick question? I've never gone through the censure process. So how do you guys do it? What's the legal way? Is it Kimberly go through the whole 20 accusations and
Yes,
my turn?
yes, it's the same thing that I did
For the next 2 hours, I can go through all 20?
Always, yes,
Okay,
because
that's good.
I consider this is very important. We have to have enough facts in order for each one of us to arrive at the conclusion or cast our vote for it. And in order for all of us to understand the censure or not to censure, I would like to hear each and every one item or allegation that both Vice Mayor Ho and Council Member bring up for censure. So yes,
Thank you.
I would allow for her to go through all that. So, Vice Mayor Ho, you can continue on this.
Yes, please bear with me if I run out of battery. My laptop ran out of battery, so I have it put under by my feet. So now I have, just my cell phone. So, okay. So let's go over the resolution number 5088, the resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster adopting City of Westminster Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials. And this was signed by Mayor Trita.
Can you hold on for a minute? May I ask if you have a conversation, please go outside because we are conducting the city business at this point. So I kindly ask if you can help us keep quiet so that we can listen to the presenter. Please, Vice Mayor Ho.
Thank you. We do have a lot of information, and I know I had to try to give you as much information as possible, to be fair. Okay, so this resolution, as I stated, it was passed, approved, and adopted on the 8th day of December 2021. So I didn't write this. This was adopted by our council, and I was a part of that council, yes, in 2021. So everything I go through will be, it would be from the beginning to the end, and if I skip anywhere, anything, any of the sections, is because I may not, at the moment, have examples or specific examples or links or quotes to share with you. But I just want to say that, as I was told, I don't know if I understand correctly, but if tonight, if it passes, the censure passes, I will have until Monday to add on to the information, correct? And that's what I was told.
Is that correct?
Because I want to make sure that my time is well spent. So if I know that, is that correct?
There's a late communication that you provided earlier
Yes,
today.
I'm looking for
No,
the
I'm
late
talking about if it
communication.
passes
I don't want to
tonight.
look at the,
I want to make sure that, okay, we can talk about it, but then
Yeah.
I'm just afraid I might forget to ask you, because this is only, we're going over all the points.
Yeah.
But then after tonight, if it passes and we have the majority agree on the censorship, then we move on to the next phase, would be for the city attorney to draft up the resolution of censorship, right? And I will have until Monday
Yeah. You're supposed to, the
to
purpose of
provide you
tonight,
with more information, correct?
as I explained, and when I was asked to help with the process, I provided you with a copy of the last time this happened. And I explained to you that it's a two-step process. Okay?
Yes, I do remember that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that the
But I
part
misled
about
you,
providing more
apparently.
information, that's the part I'm confused on. That's it.
So there's a two-step process. The first step is due process, to allow you to go through what you're asserting is true, and then to allow the person to respond. And that's the reason for it. At the end of the discussion, there's then a vote to whether or not to prepare it. What you're going to prepare then is based on what you agree upon tonight. So when you say add things later, the council will discuss what they think needs to be included in the resolution or not. So I would say, no, you don't add things after the fact. The council agrees tonight, these are the issues that we want in the resolution.
So you add them now, add them today.
Okay.
So
that.
for me, what I'm trying to understand is that this first process is that in order for me to be censured tonight, don't you need all the links to work to show proof? Don't you need to have quotes and evidence to show? I mean, how are the public able to know? The link doesn't even work, and there's no translation for non-Vietnamese resident. So are we supposed to take word by word unless you have evidence tonight? The link doesn't even work on, no, this is what we have for agenda.
Do you
on
have
the
a new
agenda.
one?
This is the only agenda we have by
No,
the
we have
staff.
the late communication.
Late is extra, but what I'm saying on here, the link doesn't work, and I still click on it, it doesn't work.
Councilmember West, it's just like other meetings. When you brought up the item, I allow you to go first, and whoever second it will be the second. And I allow you the time to go, to convince the council members to vote for your items. So for this one here, let us allow the vice mayor to go through the items or allegations that she had, and then I will allow you to rebut on that. And based on that, we'll make a decision, okay, on the fact. Now, if you're asking about translation to the Vietnamese,
Legal.
you know the rule and the regulation here. If you want to have that, then you have to request 24 hours before the meeting so that the staff can hire their interpreter to be here or translator to be here to
The
do
Mayor,
that.
that's
At
not
this
possible
point
about
here,
that.
it's not going to happen. So I just want to make it clear to you. So at this time, I would like to ask you to refrain on your interruption to let the council, Vice Mayor Ho, to go through. The next is Council Member Menzo is going to be the second one because he was the second to the item. So,
I understand.
Vice
but
Mayor
I'm just
Ho,
asking
you are
for legal.
recognized.
I was asking for legal confirmation.
Councilmember West, at this point here, I recognize Vice Mayor Ho. I ask you not to interrupt. I ask you to refrain your thoughts. Please write it down, and then you can rebut at the time that your turn is up. Councilmember, Vice Mayor
Yes.
Ho.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so Exhibit A, under ethics, if I may read, the citizens and business of Westminster are entitled to have fair, ethical, and accountable local government. To this end, the public should have full confidence that their elected and appointed officials, number one, the first bullet says, well, I'm going to go down to the third bullet, use their public office for the public good, not for personal gain. So my example of her violating, Amy Fan West, violating that bullet is that Amy campaigned from her office by giving an interview with the Mom Army interview in her office while she was a candidate and campaigning for the Central Committee position, which she then posted on her Instagram. Okay? And then we go down to members should conduct themselves in accordance with the following ethical standards. Number one, act in the public interest, recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern. On May 8th, 2024, at 2:26, Amy West left her seat. She missed voting for item 7.1, and that was replaced 2 panels on the wall inside the Vietnam War Memorial Kiosk. She missed the public comments, and she did not return to her seat until 30 minutes later at 2:56. And provide for fair and equal treatment of all persons coming before them. Amy West disrespected the public when they came up many times to address her. She was still in the building, but was not in her seat to listen to them. A few examples. May 8th, on 24, this year, at 2:36, this is the council meeting. 2:36, the silver lining house topic, she was not there to listen to. At 2:39, when a speaker comes, the speaker shared their concerns with Ms. West about Ms. West's behavior and what the speaker would like to see change, but Ms. West was not in her seat. At 2:41, putting aside self-interest and consider the needs of all residents. She violated that. On June 22nd, 2024, Ms. West placed 3 agendas with the sole purpose of wanting credit for herself. As a result, the council meeting dragged on until 2 a.m. The result was that the public could not wait for oral communication. Most left before they got to speak. And bullet number 3, conduct of members. The professional and personal conduct of members while exercising their office should be above reproach and seek to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members should refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, and verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the City Council, of other boards, commissions, or committees of the city, of staff, or the public. unprofessional conduct, verbal attacks. An example, on May 3rd, 2024, at council meeting, at 1:58 and 15 seconds, West labeled all but one of the LA supervisors as socialists. At 2:30, 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 54 seconds, she said, weak when the majority, she labeled us weak when the majority of the council did not vote with her to label the action of the LA supervisors as despicable, speaking in a demeaning way to the rest of the council. How she treated staff by putting words in staff's mouth, an example of May 22nd, 2024 meeting. And bullet number 4, respect for the process. Members shall perform, it says here, members shall perform their duties in accordance with any rules of order established by the City Council and as applicable in accordance with any rules established by the board, commission, or committee of which they are a member. After being told the process of calling for a special meeting and placing an agenda, she still insisted on putting her name on my agenda for the May 3rd special meeting, accusing staff of being in cahoots when she didn't get her way. Who's ever heard of 3 council members on one agenda? I mean, there are many agendas that could be, just like tonight, we had many different agendas to go over. She could have come up with her own agenda, but decided that her way or the highway, she wanted her name on the agenda, my agenda. And she said Mayor Chi Charlie could still have his name on the agenda, and Kimberly Ho could or maybe should not have her name, while that was my own agenda. So, see May 3rd, 2024, May 8th, 2024 meetings, and she continued to argue over the process on 5/22/2024 meeting as well. To respect the process is to spend the time to learn the process. She does not seem to have a handle on the process. She made all of us to stay until 2 a.m. to argue over the process. And the process was just her process. It was not the process of our city. And item number 5, conduct at public meetings. On May 3rd meeting at 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 49 seconds, West left her seat. She was disrespectful to the mayor. When asked to come back to her seat, she did not comply and talked back to the person in charge, and that was the mayor. She talked back to the mayor saying, "You guys have the quorum," and refused to come back. Who does that? If you're an elected official, you comply, you must have respect for the law and the person in charge. That was the mayor. At the same meeting at 2 hours and 6 minutes, West was speaking from the theater seats down here, while City Council Manzo was making a statement. She was not audible to me. This is an example of lack of focus on the meeting, so she was down there speaking to us up here. I had no idea what she was saying, but it was just so chaotic because council belongs up here. And, we have not been adjourned by the mayor, so we are to remain up here until the meeting's adjourned. This is an example of lack of focus on the meeting, unprofessional behavior, lack of decorum. She did not listen courteously and attentively to the public who stand before the council. I have many, many examples of that. Number 6. Well, I'm going to skip number 6 for now. Okay, so let's go on to B as the, so let's go to Exhibit B. As you can see that I try to give you an example of things, as many as I can find, but if I was given more time, I could find a lot more. B, conduct guidelines, and that's still Exhibit A under conduct guidelines. So if you turn to that, please. The purpose of these conduct guidelines is to describe the manner in which elected and appointed members should seek to treat one another, city staff, constituents, and others they come into contact with while representing the city. Bullet number 1, members' conduct with each other. 1A, honor the role of the chair in maintaining order. And I said that earlier. She did not. She does not honor the chair. She talked back. May 3rd, 2024, at 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds, she left her seat. The mayor asked her to come back. She talked back, did not come back. And then go to B, practice civility and decorum in discussions and debate. Calling the council majority weak when we did not vote her way, as stated on the previous page. And number 2, let's go to number 2, members' conduct with the public. Making the public feel welcome is an important part of the democratic process. Do you feel welcome when you come to address Amy Van West? On January 10th, 2024, City Council meeting at 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. And let me see. The transcription of what she said went something like this. And this is transcribing Ms. Amy Van West's words, statement. Mr. Mayor, I want to address quickly, briefly. So, Michael, you know, it's funny that you said that you know I sent my husband for an RV. We don't even have RVs parked. So I don't know where you get that information from. This is 4 minutes, like I said, January 10, 2024, at 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. It takes a while, so I don't know where you get that information from. Please get the fact correct. And then number 2, we are talking about business in the city. It takes a while to get people to buy off the building at you know, the big lot, and it's the process of escrow. So please, if you know the backdrop of what we're doing here, you would appreciate that. But instead of that being a part of the solution, you are part of the problem. You're just blaming. So calling your constituent a part of the problem. Very, very disrespectful. So how she conducts towards member of the public implied that when she implied that he lied, and she berated the client. And so I'm not going to go into that too much because we have a lot of information, but I did forward to our city clerk the 17-page complaint and proof that were attached, the formal complaint and demand for investigation by 75 residents that I was, and I believe you all receive a copy as well, a copy of the email. On the 8th of May, 2024 meeting from 2 hours 26 to 2 hours 56, she left her seat during public open communication. That's 30 minutes. And C, proactive, practice active listening. Practice active listening, I'm sorry, I didn't say. Okay. We must seek to demonstrate active listening and interest in each speaker's presentation to avoid any pessimistic body language. Wes has a pessimistic body language that signals disinterest, disrespect. A condescending body language can make the public feel terrible, like texting and doing something else, like going to the back room while they're trying to address her, is outright rude and a violation of that bullet, the practice of active listening. Then let's go on to number 3, members' conduct with city staff. A, treat all staff as professionals. Clear, honest communication that respects the abilities, experience, and dignity of each individual is expected. Poor behavior towards staff is not acceptable. Okay, so putting words in staff's mouth and accusing them of something they didn't do, that was at the meeting on May 22nd, 2024, item 5.5, stating that the Director of Community Services said it was okay to have the barbecue on the proposed date. This is very poor behavior towards staff. When staff is speaking to explain the process or reply to your question, give them your undivided attention. See May 22nd, 2024 meeting, item 5.4. When the chief tried to answer Ms. West's questions relating to the Axon agenda, he must explain 3 times. She asked 3 times. The rest of us heard 3 times. But Ms. West continuously texted. She did not listen. She wasted everyone's time. That was, I can't remember that night, what time we left here. But it made it a very long night, wasting everyone's time because she had to ask everything 3 times. And then she blamed our city manager for lying on the report. West claimed that Christine said her name would be on the report, and we're talking about the May 3rd special meeting. All she cared about was to grandstand herself. And as I stated earlier, it's like she makes up the rules, the law, as she goes. So the process needs to be learned by every single member. New members, new council members need to come on board and be open-minded, and learn, because those are legal processes that you need to learn and follow. So it's not negotiable. You can't have your name on the report that has 2 other names already, and you're not the author of that report. But she insisted on having her name on the report because she said she was the one who called the special meeting. Who does that? No one does that. That is not the right process. The law doesn't allow us to have 3 names. That would be a violation. Why would we even come out here and bother to have a meeting? We already have 3 people agreed. The majority already agreed on whatever it is, whatever agenda it was. No need to come to the meeting. You would just be at home and be on the phone and agree with one another. So, I would like to talk about next. I wanted to save some time to go over Amy Van West's press conference on June 11 at 14541 Westminster Street, Westminster, California, 92683. She stated very loud and clear where it was held. And so I know that I don't think I sent this to our city clerk ahead of time, but I would like to play it, the audio tape, because it's in English. And thank you very much, Amy, for doing it in English and in Vietnamese. I think that, you know, we need to listen to this because it's a lot of content, a lot of lies. So I think that we could pick out one by one. There's really, I mean, if I feel like we don't need to play it all, it's really an hour and a half long, but really her part, I think she just made the speech, and I think it was only 20 minutes or so. Is it, did I send that to you? Okay, thank you. That's not the press conference, though, is it? Oh, thank you. Minute and 29 seconds. When she stated that to address issues stemming from the May 3rd special meeting and subsequently efforts to bully and silence her, which involves a police report. And then she continued to say that she was verbally berated by Councilmember Manzo when I spoke out against April 30th, the Jane Fonda Day. That is the biggest lie. So then she continued to say that when I was leaving the dais, Councilman Manzo was waiting for me. Not true, an exaggeration of really what really happened. He did not block her. And so right there, I'd like City Clerk to, if you could like show the, that last meeting, yeah, the meeting I sent you.
You were watching my, look, you were the witness, you saw this, and you were okay.
Okay, you can put that down. We're going to see it on the video right now. And you know what? I wasn't really looking for this because I figured that is something that City Council Member Carlos Manzo is going to talk about. That's his part. But when I saw this part, I thought, okay, I think everybody needs to see, because from where I was over here. I could see where Mr. Manzo was heading. And I believe that with the view, and what I didn't know was that, okay, you can go ahead. You see, I was looking at him. Okay, can you rewind a little bit?
Oh, please,
Can you review?
let the council, please let the council,
Waiting for me.
please, public clerk, please, it's not your time. It's not your time, please.
Everyone should be quiet.
Nobody, I asked for you to sit quietly, to listen to the council delivering.
Let's see it one more time. You pay attention to how Mr. Manzo goes around, and he actually stepped down, and then he turned around to talk to her. He was just walking towards the steps here. Oh, go ahead. So you see how he walked down? He was already down there. He was walking down.
I ask nobody speak at this time, from the audience, from the public, please.
Okay.
So he turned around and he just.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Okay.
Based on what I
Okay, go ahead.
what I've seen on the TV.
Okay.
Okay,
For that, I will, yes, recognize you.
Okay. From my point of view, Councilman Carlos Manzo can speak directly to
You go ahead.
Councilwoman from West if he has something to do or something to say to her when he's sitting next to her.
Councilmember,
Right.
and I'm
It's not-
Councilmember Nguyen, I let you to have the opportunity to say that because I thought that you have something that you object to the process.
Dictator.
Right now, it's just like that.
I feel like this is
just
a
like before,
prosecution.
No, just like before, Councilmember Nguyen, if you brought up an item, you introduced the item, you have the right to speak first. You have the right to present yourself. And then the second, the one who seconded. Now, this is the time you were out when we were talking about this already. This is the time for her to speak because she was the one who introduced the item. After that, I will invite Councilmember Manzo. And then you or Councilmember West can even go before me. I don't have a problem.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Finish.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So, thank you. Okay, it happened exactly like that. He was just walking, and he stepped down, he turned around, he said something to her, and I heard what he was saying. So I thought you'd want to see that. And anyway, so at 26 minute and 3 seconds, when she stated that they tried to accuse me of stealing $6 police report as a way to silence and bully me. But when that allegation was proven false, they came up with more false allegation that we are going to attempt to use to censure me tomorrow night. That is an absolute lie. She's being censured because of all the wrongdoing over a period of a long time. It was a long time coming, as I stated. And so I think it's really misleading. It is an outright lie to say that, first of all, to insinuate that Mr. Manzo had something, it was based on something she was defending, you know, she was standing up to fight for the Vietnamese or the Jane Fonda, and you know, Mr. Manzo kind of was upset over that, and so from that point on, she was bullied, but it wasn't like that at all, so that was an absolute lie. And then at 27 minutes and 8 seconds, she stated that tomorrow night's attempt to censure me is underhand tactic to silence me from exposing Mr. Manzo's action. That is absolute lie. She lies to the public to incite, that is to incite them to cover up her actions. I would like to play the end of that, which I already did. Thank you. And at 47 minutes, West stated that the night on May 3rd, she spoke out against LA County Jane Fonda. She seemed to be saying, well, I think I may mention that, but I'll read it anyway. She seemed to be saying that Carlos Manzo blocked her because she voiced her opinion about Jane Fonda. She showed the picture of Carlos Manzo alleging him blocking her passage. She lied because of what he had said about her as he walked out of the meeting, and you would see the video, and you saw the video. When he stepped down, he turned around and stated that she was being disrespectful. He said something about, I'm sure I'll let you explain that, and that's already, I don't want to misquote. And that, okay, so what he said was it was relating to the fact that she just left the dais early, went down there, and was being very disrespectful to the mayor and council since we were still the meeting was still going on. So at 53 minutes, West tried to justify her accusation that the city staff was taking bribes. Okay, so if we can could we see 53 minutes? Could we continue where we left off? Huh? Yeah, the one labeled press conference. So this is a violation of members' conduct with city staff, Section D, never publicly criticize an individual employee. Staff did not have proper process. When you accuse staff of taking bribes, our city could be sued if we condone Ms. West's behavior. And she continued in this video to talk about why she thought staff was taking bribes. But as a council member, and we're bound by rules, and so this is a violation of members' conduct with city staff, Section D, never publicly criticize an individual employee, and if you have any problem, you should go directly to the city manager. And so, and you know, how, like, as I said, our city could be sued when you accuse your staff of taking bribes, just very casually like that. So this is, let's go to this is an example of Ms. West's violation of public official and employee interactions. So if you could give out the public official and employee interactions page, and let's refer to that. Actually, it's more than a few pages.
You still have a lot to go, or?
Well, I pull an all-nighter, and yes, I do have a lot, because it's a very serious matter. Okay, so if we could go, does everybody have one? Do you have one? Is this it?
Where did I say the bribe? Never play it. Doesn't have evidence. Is this it?
This is not the code of conduct.
This is not the code of conduct. Are you trying to show us
I thought
the
that they handed out earlier.
No, that's the one we signed, is not the
Okay.
actual.
Okay, I just want to let everybody know that I did ask our city clerk to show us the signatures of,
Oh, that's the first one.
this is it?
That's the
Is
first
this
one.
the one you just sent? Okay.
That's the first one.
So, okay, do you see that? Everybody's signature, all 5 people, and their signatures on the code of conduct and ethics as well. Okay, so let's go to public official and employee interactions. Westminster is a general law city governed by the council manager form of government. So again, as a regular individual, you don't need to know this, but this is what we have to know and abide by. The mayor and the city council make policies and fundamental governmental decisions for the city. The city council make decisions with advisory assistance from members of the city's subservient bodies, boards, commissions, committees. For purpose of this section, the council members, together with the members of these subservient bodies, are hereinafter collectively referred as public officials. Okay, so if we could watch, okay, so at 50 minutes and 33 seconds, so that's something that you could watch if you want to. So, Ms. West, you asked me, where does it say when you were, when it was referring to taking bribes on her video, and that was at 50 minutes and 33, 50 minutes, 33 seconds. Yeah, she didn't deny it either. She just nonchalantly said, yeah, this is the reason why, and explain why she thought they were taking bribes. So the city council has direct authority over the city manager and the city attorney. All other employees of the city are under the direct authority of the city manager. Okay, so although to some degree there is a need for partnership and collaboration between public officials and city staff, the following policies are adopted to help protect the proper implementation of council manager form of government, to establish appropriate boundaries and expectations, and to help maintain positive and effective working relationships between public officials and city staff. Okay, B, Section B, policy and rules. So there are policies on how to deal with staff when interacting with city staff. And policy, so number 1, public officials shall deal with city staff solely through the city manager or his or her designee. Ms. West violated at 53 minutes, and she stated that she asked staff to prove to her she had a problem. She needed to go to the city manager. So she did state that she talked to staff and asked staff to prove to her. So that's not how we do things. And then 1B, public officials shall not direct, order, or make demands on any city employee other than simple inquiries that can be answered routinely and without research and support. All requests for information shall be made in accordance with protocols established by the city manager. The municipal code states that individual public officials are not part of that management structure and have no authority to direct staff members outside of official action taken by the city council as a whole. When a public official attempts to give staff direction, staff is put in an awkward position and the management structure is undermined. In some cases, such actions have the potential to create liability for the city. Yes, it creates a liability for our city. Ms. West didn't just put them in an awkward position, she accused them directly, and she accused them of taking bribes. City staff members are instructed not to take directions or work assignments from individual public officials and to report any such attempts to their department director or to the city manager. So there are times when she would undermine and she would bypass the city manager, and then she would tell the staff not to tell the city manager about it. So to me, that is improper, very improper, and it leads to litigation. So, there's a lot more. Public officials should also avoid publicly criticizing staff members. Public officials should certainly have high expectations of city staff work performance, but there is no room in the organization for public humiliation of any person. So when she accused them of lying and just blatantly, and I gave you examples earlier. Okay, so policy 2, the city council sets the city policy, but individual public officials shall not interfere with the manner by which the city staff, city manager, or city staff perform their duties. Okay. Policy 3, city resources shall only be used for city purposes, and I won't go into that. So lastly, under our sanction is part C of this public official and employee interactions. Sanctions, public officials who intentionally and repeatedly do not follow proper conduct as outlined in this policy may be reprimanded or formally censured by the city council, lose seniority or committee assignments, both within the city or with intergovernmental agencies, or have official travel restricted. Serious infractions of this policy could lead to other sanctions as deemed appropriate by council. So, sanction is part of the document here. We're not making it up. We're not making it up as we go. So And then the next page says, it is responsibility of individual public official to initiate action if another public official's behavior may warrant sanction. Again, I'm going to repeat that. It is responsibility of the individual public official to initiate action. The alleged violations can be presented to the full council in a public meeting, like today. The city council may order an investigation in any situation where they believe additional facts are needed in order to determine if a violation of this policy has in fact occurred. Okay, I know that Councilmember Manzo, you seconded my agenda, so I know that you've listed some here. So when the mayor tells you you could speak, you can go over those. And so I just want to say, I spent 8 years on the council. I'm the most senior council member. And along with Mayor Chi Charlie, if you remember Ms. Chi Charlie, Mayor, you remember the days when we had a lot of lawsuits, Mayor? And we worked so hard, tirelessly, to get rid of those lawsuits. We must have had a reputation for having the most lawsuits, I don't know, maybe in all of California, but we had the most lawsuits. And so we tried very hard, and we worked tirelessly. So like I said, you know, it's these situations where we keep saying, putting it off, we make excuses for our colleagues. You know, like I said, it's not fun for me to do this. It isn't fun for me to do this at all. But, you know, this is about our city. I just want to remind council members, not about Amy, it's not about Kimberly, it's not about any of us up here. It is about our city, the city of Westminster. It's hard, but it needs to be done. I think that we've heard many, many times when a member of the public come up here and suggested to censure, that wasn't enough for us to do it. We didn't do it when they asked us to, and how long ago, and how many times have they asked us? No. We didn't do it just because the public asked us to. We did it because we feel that this is enough. It is time. And we need to do it because we can't have more litigations. So before I speak further, or shall I say my conclusion, if I may stop here, and if, Mayor,
Yes.
give the floor back to you.
Yes. At this time, I recognize the second to the motion for putting this item on the agenda is Council Member Manzo. So you are recognized.
Thank you,
Please.
Mayor. First, let me start by saying, in any way, shape, or form, I do not want to do this. I don't get no joy out of doing what's going on today. It's actually sad that this is that we have to come to this point. But this is a situation where we don't have a choice. We as a council have a responsibility to make sure that us up here conduct ourselves according to the policies written. We are a government agency, and we operate by policy. And when those policies are violated over and over again, we as a council, as a body, have a responsibility to make sure that we stay in line with those policies. And when we get to a point where this is the last resort, unfortunately, this is what we have to do. I do not, honestly, people who know me They know that this is not what I want to do. This is not what I do. This is not what I like. But this is something that needs to be done. We have a responsibility. Couple points as far as during the oral communication, there was a lot of, and this happens, there's a lot of misunderstandings of what is happening or what things are. Today it's about a censure. It's not about silencing. It's not about censoring. A censure is a formal, first is a plural, it's a noun. It's one of the definitions is an expression of a formal disapproval. It's not about silencing at all. That is, if you look up the definition of the two words, it's not about silencing at all. So if you're an elected official, and you should understand the difference between the two. I'm just going to pick up on some of the points that Vice Mayor brought up as far as that video is concerned and what happened on May 3rd. In no way, shape, or form did I ever do anything that was claimed. In that recent video that was recorded by the Councilmember West, she stated that I was waiting for her. How can I be waiting for her when she's over there and I'm over here and I'm walking past her? If I was waiting for her, she would be walking towards me. That day of May 3rd was a little over the top as far as how disrespectful a council member typically is. On May 3rd, she was a little over the top as far as her conduct and how she was disrespecting the whole night. And her, just like she's doing now, this is what she does. That's what she typically does, but that night was a little bit more. It was a little bit more what she was down there, as the Vice Mayor stated, was down there totally ignoring what was going on up here. I mean, to be down there, I don't know if you guys can understand that as far as being a professional, when there's a meeting going on, how is it that an elected official, a council member can be down there in the audience, interacting with the public, shaking hands, causing commotions, having conversations out loud while a meeting is going on? How was that elected official conduct themselves in that manner? So that night it was a little extra. She was extra. As I was walking down the dais here, I took one step down, and I noticed how she doesn't really say what really happened and what I really said that night to her in all her interviews in the Vietnamese media. I said to her, I asked her a question, really is what it was. Why are you so disrespectful? That was what I asked her. How was that misogynistic? I simply asked her a question. Why are you so disrespectful? That was it. Secondly, and I think this is, and I was obviously I was a little bit upset. I think that my next thing I said to her came from my experience of meeting her parents. Her parents, every single time I've ever met them, they're the kindest, most polite people I ever met. I see them interacting with the community and community events. They're polite to everybody. They shake everybody's hands. They're always smiling. In complete contrast of the way Ms. West conducts herself, not only on this dais, but at public and at community events. Everywhere, every experience that I've been around her, at different community events, it never fails how somehow, some way, she disrespects others at that event. Be it fellow council members, be it other elected officials, or being just members of the public at the event. Some way, shape, or form, she always disrespects somebody. Complete contrast of what I see of her parents. I think that's why my next comment to her came. I said to her, my next thing was, you're so disrespectful the way your parents raised you. That was the second thing I said to her. How is that misogynistic? How is that combative? How is that abusive? How is that any way, shape, or form saying something that in an angry way where she would be scared. No way. And then I stepped down. Literally, it was between 4 and 8 seconds. There was witnesses on the dais, there was witnesses on the floor, and there's a video. And there is a police investigation that they thoroughly did interviews, they thoroughly viewed the video, and they had the report on there. They specifically reported what they saw and what the interviews they conducted. And in no way that anything happened what the council member stated. You can't file a police report on what you feel. I felt scared. I felt, no. She made, it's in the report and it's public record by you, and I want to say to the media that's here, if you really want to do justice by your viewers, research and find the facts and report the facts. The police report is a public record. The video is online, so that way the viewers can get the truth of what happened, not just some statements by somebody who's sensationalizing everything and always wants to play the victim and always wants to divert attention about what really happened and her actions. View it. Show your viewers what really happened. So in her statement, she's now claiming that by her not expressing what and reading out loud what is in the police report, she, in a sense, she's saying that the police now are lying, that the officer and the detective who did the investigation are lied on their police report. Is that what the council member is saying? So, Mr. West, in no way, shape, or form did I ever do anything in any way, shape, or form to put her at risk. I would never been in a tone where she would feel scared at all. At all. No, I wasn't.
Please.
So, in no way, shape, or form. No way, shape, or form.
We're angry.
So, no way, shape, or form. Okay? But I just want you to let you know that in no way, shape, or form did I ever do that. I want to pick up on some of the I don't want to go over all of them because some of the items that are on here that I wrote down, the Vice Mayor covered some of them, but I want to elaborate on a couple of them. Here on the staff report for H in May 24th and 2023, during a council meeting, she accused staff of hiring someone they knew. This was an RFP process selection for a billboard. You know, there's nothing wrong for a council member to ask for more information on anything that comes before us. So ask for more information. But to make an accusation that they're totally trying to derail or make it sound like the RFP process is somehow stained by accusing our staff of hiring somebody they knew with that applicant. And don't shake your head because this is actually on video. If you go on the Westminster site and find the video for May 24th of 2023, it's on there where she accuses staff of hiring somebody that's working for that company that was before us. Why would an elected official do that? Why not just ask for the information that you're looking for? Why make an accusation? That's totally, that's totally, it's more than disrespectful. That's just very unbecoming of an elected official or the way that we should be conducting ourselves. On the next item on I, June 7th of 2023, she filmed a live social media video accusing staff of taking a bribe for special treatment from a special event permit applicant, which this is a long-standing event in our community, and this applicant was just another year. Why would you accuse staff? And for that one, I can play the video because we have the video. I have the video, and actually, you know, I'm not here about trying to draw this out and make more, but I have the video. And Mr. Frank Zhao, which is the owner of the Asian Garden Mall, just for your information, he also saw it. He saw it. Okay. He also saw the video. She also saw the video where you accuse staff.
Application and this staff report. This staff report right here. I'm not going to vote blindly for the resident in Westminster in District 1. I read every staff report. And for me not seeing it, it's so easy to say that, oh, did they pay you, staff, anything to get this special privilege to pass through? I mean, I don't want...
So you said that they pay you.
It's a question.
Yeah. Well, so you're putting it out there. You're putting it out.
putting words in my
You're
mouth.
making an insinuation that staff was paid.
No.
You don't do that.
Put words in my mouth.
No.
Yeah,
Right
play
there.
it.
I'd like to remind the public again, this is the time for the council deliberating. So I don't need any of your input. So please let the council deliberate their points of views. Thank you.
And then the next one is that community, and this happens, this is a funny one too, is like, I mean, at community events, constantly moves seating arrangements to her liking. This is a violation of just basic manners and decency. It's like, why do you move people's seat around? It's like anybody who's been around council member, she has this I think, this like manic obsession of always wanting to be next to the highest elected official in the room. She always has to sit next to him, and she'll move the seats around for her to be in there, in front of that person. She does that all the time. The next one is, which Vice Mayor already mentioned this one, but the reason I want to elaborate is because I noticed a video where she's trying to change the definition of a word berate when she was trying to translate it into Vietnamese by saying that and when you say that on here, it says that she berates and uses abusive language towards members of the public. Berate, I saw she was trying to say that it was to tear apart people. No, don't try to change the definition of words to manipulate the Vietnamese viewers. And this is one that sometimes it really gets the public upset. There's been multiple times during different meetings where when specifically addressed during oral communication by members of the public, she does not acknowledge or make eye contact with that speaker. This is a complete violation of the code and conduct as far as practicing active listening. There's been times where a member of the public specifically asks her a specific question, and calls her by her name to address her, and she won't even look up to them and make an eye contact like she's acknowledging that they're standing in front of them. And that's not the way that we should be conducting ourselves up here. We should be respecting the members of the public when they take the time to come here and speak with us. I mean, just basically, how would you like it if you're speaking to somebody and they're not even looking at you? Why is that disrespectful? And then this was happening a lot until we changed our seating arrangement up here. But back there, she was constantly disrupting meetings by passing notes and speaking with our city attorney, and also laughing at the time as well. This is a violation of code and conduct as far as conduct at a public meeting. Next. On multiple occasions, undermined the mayor's authority by insisting on signing documents in his stead. This was happening a lot, and we would just go on and on and on of why she needed to sign documents on behalf of the mayor to make herself feel more important to whoever the letter was going towards, to. Like she was in charge, she was the mayor, that's the mayor's responsibility to sign on behalf of the council on any form. I'm going to skip this one because Vice Mayor already addressed this one as far as leaving the dais for during the non-agenda oral communications where it's worse, where she leaves for a long extended period of time. On February 24th, 2024, at Huntington West Little League opening day, after arriving late, she placed herself in front of the mayor and all the elected officials who arrived early while we were already in the process of greeting the players coming out. This showed a complete disrespect and lack of basic manners. This was a really unfortunate and embarrassing day where when you're in another city with other elected officials from that city, and we conduct ourselves in this manner in another city, it's really shameful, and it really puts a stain on our city as far as how the way we're conducting ourselves in a neighboring city with other elected officials and members of the public. That's not something that we should be practicing. We should be mindful and just have a basic understanding of manners when we're out in public. Especially when we're representing the city in an event. On another video, well, we already covered that, filing a false police report. On May 4th, 2024, she recorded an interview criticizing the city manager and stated false information. This is a violation of code and conduct, never publicly criticize an individual employee. On May 6, 2024, recorded a YouTube interview spreading lies and propaganda about what happened at the May 3rd special meeting, in complete contrast of the official police investigation findings. This is something that we need to add this on the list for if this goes forward for another item V or U. On or about 6/8/2023, trespassing on a bridge construction site to ride their dirt bikes in complete violation of the trespassing law. And there was a posted sign there that stated the penal code and the no trespassing. So that is something that we need to put on there. And she actually did us a favor by posting it on her social media of what they were doing. And just a side note on that one, I find it kind of, I don't know, a strange coincidence that in our city got snubbed by the OCTA for our bridge grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremonies. We didn't do one. They didn't do one for us. I don't know if it's tied. I'm not saying it is tied, but it seems like a strange coincidence that they snubbed us. Why wouldn't they do it other cities? Why wouldn't they do it for us? And then not only that, but most of the 405 work was done in our city. They almost didn't even invite us to the grand opening, which they did the grand opening in Costa Mesa, which very little of the work was done. Most of the work was done in our city, and we weren't even going to get invited or even get included we should have had the grand opening in our city. If our city and our residents were the most impacted by the 405 project, that event should have happened here. But it's a strange coincidence how we got snubbed on that one. Maybe that's connected, maybe it's not, because you can be the judge of that. This is another one that I want to add on there. It's a wasted taxpayers' money by having staff and city attorney write letters to agencies that, for issues that we have no jurisdiction over, no jurisdiction whatsoever, to state and federal agencies, and also the President of the United States. How much time and money did that cost? Did that waste for our taxpayers? All just to grandstand so she can, and then copy members of Congress and all her emails and letters she's doing so they can see what she's, I guess she has aspirations to be a Congress member someday. The W, another one that I want to add, constantly removes comments from constituents on her official council social media page. This is a violation of residents' First Amendment rights. That is actually a violation. You should look that up by removing their First Amendment rights, their comments. They have a right to say what they want to say on your official page. X, Vice Mayor covered this one. As far as the video was just played. But this one I have a question because you stated on there that, let me see here, making false statements happened today. Like, so we're not, the city council doesn't make, we're not the police department, right? But so in her video, she's saying that they accuse me of stealing that $6 police report as a way of silencing her and bullying her. So who's accusing you? Because the council is not the police department. So are you stating that the police department is accusing you? Because the police department is where the event happened. There was no member of the city council there. And the second point that I want to make on that is, how do you know about this incident? Because that information was a report that we got in a closed session. So somebody in this council is disclosing closed session information to somebody who should not have that. So how do you know that? I would look strongly on who is disclosing closed session information to somebody that wasn't in the room and shouldn't have had that information about that. So who's disclosing it?
So you just exposed the closed session,
You
which I was
disclosed
not
it
in.
on the video.
No, I did not. I made the
we can play
statement of
the
what
video
happened that
again.
day. I don't even know what happened in closed session because I was not in there.
Then how would
How
you
do
know?
I know?
Then how would you know?
That is normal, what happened to me.
How would you
I was
know?
telling that, but I didn't know what you
How
guys
would you
studied
know?
inside
How would you know?
because you never told me. What's inside? Tell us then, if you want to expose it, because I didn't know.
Okay, first of all, this is my time.
The Councilmember Benzo, because you asked the question, that's
Okay.
that's why.
Okay.
So please don't ask the
Okay,
question.
sorry.
Go ahead and go on with
I
you.
apologize, sorry about that. So again, this is that video from yesterday that the Vice Mayor played. It's just to divert attention away from her grossly, how she grossly violates the code and conduct and trying to take the attention away from her actions. So again, so we have a responsibility to the residents of this city. We must take action when a fellow council member of this council so grossly violates the code of conduct and ethics, so grossly disrespects residents, staff, and members of this council. We must make it known this type of conduct is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Again, this is not something that any of us want to do and spend our time on, but we have a responsibility to do to the community, and this is something that we have to do. And I just hope that after after this, that we can somehow get back to a way to just work together. Because let me tell you this, each and every one of us up here has made an attempt to work with the Councilmember West. We all have. This is not something that just out of the blue we decided to do. We all have made an attempt. And time again, she just won't have it. She just has to have her way no matter what. If she doesn't, this is, she just accuses us of wrongdoing. She insults us by calling us names. We've all have tried, all of us. And unfortunately, this is where we're at. And after this, my hope is that we move on from this, as stated here on the agenda, that we move on for this and we look at not how she conducts herself and at the same time us. I'm not proud of interrupting her that one on that day, but it's something we all, she was out of control and I interrupted her. I'm not proud of it, it happened. But I'm hoping that we move on from this and that we let her know that this is not something that she should continue to do, and hopefully she learn a lesson from this and move on. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize Councilmember West, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So since there's 20 accusations, let me go one by one. And actually, I would love for you to respond back if you like, on those issues. So number one, this is the accusation. So violation of Code of Ethics, Section 2A, 2C, and 2E. Councilwoman Amy Fan West constantly violates Section 2A and disrespect the speaker at the council meeting by leaving the dais, texting, arguing, and engaging in verbal allocation with the speaker. So what's wrong with leaving the dais? You never say why I leave the dais. There's bathroom breaks, there's coffee, there's water. I mean, I do go grab those things, and I drink a lot of stuff up here to be hydrated. It's normal to go to the bathroom on the back, and there's nothing wrong with that. And then usually we stay meetings to 6 to 8 hours. What's wrong with that? I'm here to create solution-based. If you guys think that maybe we should have a rule to maybe have 2 hours meeting and then a 5-10 minute break so everyone can do their thing, I'm okay with that. And number one, let me address this. This was never brought to my attention unless Christine told me the night before this came out. And I was like, what is this accusation and censuring me? And this, she never brought it to my attention. If you look at our municipal code, it basically tells us that if you want to deal with this issue, this is what it says, sanction. Let me get my glasses off. When an individual member is observed to be violating the term of policy, the member who observed the violation should attempt to inform the offending members of their concerns privately and in a respectful manner. If the violation continues, the matter should be referred to the chair and then the entire members of the body to question. This is the first time this was all brought to my attention, and I was shocked when I was notified by the city manager, and I'm like, what is this, right? So I looked through it, and let me continue. So number one, this is a violation. You guys didn't even follow your own code of ethics for sanctioning someone. You have to talk to them first and let them know what's going on and want to work it out. Never have you guys want to talk in closed session or want to discuss with me about this. And I have, we know mutual people, Kimberly, and
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please, if you have a conversation, I ask you to go outside, and then when you finish with your conversation, then come back in. But we're trying to do the city business right now. So once again, I ask for your understanding.
Okay.
You are now recognized.
So you guys have not even followed your own sanction order, Exhibit A. I was never notified on all of this. This is the first time that I was notified to be censured because I guess you guys didn't want to talk to me about it. Now you know you have the majority. I know that you guys did this before 2 years ago when you guys have the majority, Kimberly Ho, Carlos Menzo, and Tai Do, and you censure Tri Ta and Vice Mayor Charlie Ching-Wing at the time. Now he's mayor. And it's horrible. You know, I feel like this is politically motivated. That's the reason why you guys do this. When you know you have the power of 3 votes, because it only takes 3 votes to sanction or to censure someone. And this is the time you guys are doing it, because you guys have the 3 vote. But I'm hoping that tonight, Mayor Charlie Ching-Wing, that he knows what have happened to him wrongfully of all those accusations 2 years ago. And then when Council Member Nam Quang came on board in 2022 of fall, November, when we got elected, and myself, that's the first thing we did. We undo that. And my statement was basically saying never should the council focus its time on sanction or censuring another elected official, because that's wrong. And plus, I trust in the voters to know who they should vote in November. The voters are smart enough to know what to do. The voters are concerned for us to take care of the city's business. That's what they want us to do. There's so many people out there that need our help. That's what they want us to focus on. So leaving the dais, texting, you know, I have 3 boys, I have a husband, we have small business. I see Kimberly, all of us violate that. If you were saying texting, all of us do look at our phone and text. And the thing is that that's normal. I mean, I think there's a saying, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can still hear people and text. You can still write and take notes and listen with your ears. God has given us 2 ears to listen. And in the code of conduct, you said I violate, you know, leaving the dais, texting, and not looking in the eyes of those who come up, the speaker that comes up. Where in the code of ethics say that I have to stare in the eyes of the speaker? Where? There's none. So all of this is not illegal. It's not illegal to do. It's just your opinion. Your opinion. And then plus, you accuse me of this, you are doing it. I've seen tonight, all of you guys are on your phone. All of you guys are looking down. You not 100% look at the speaker, okay? So what you accuse me of, you are doing it. And so the thing is, may I finish?
Yes. I ask you to be, you know. Okay. All right. Please, I understand that you need to do the translation, but if there is a, you know, complaint, would you please, you know, reduce the noise? Thank you.
Okay. So may I finish? I think Mr. Mayor, you direct the meeting tonight. Okay. So so that accusation. So my question is, we can't challenge opinion. You know what I mean? And the thing is that, what's wrong with, you know, asking, you know, the speaker? I think since I've been on the council for a year and a half, I think I have asked only the speaker and a brief statement afterward, and I did it 5 times. Because when there's an accusation of me, I need to correct it, and I have addressed that about 5 times since a year and a half from now, ago. So there's nothing wrong with that. All of this accusation in number A is not illegal. All of you guys do it too. Number 2, disruptive. On at least one occasion that when she come back, she wanted to vote on an agenda item that council member have already voted on. It's funny that you make that statement. It's not illegal. It's not illegal at all. And not only that, Kimberly, you have vote on an item before too, and Charlie, you have too. There's nothing wrong with that. As a body of elected official, we're supposed to work along with our colleagues. If they want to vote on that, that's fine. If the chair doesn't want to, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Okay, so I guess every one of you guys have left the dais for many different reasons, like the bathroom, taking a break, going back to get some food because we're meeting after meetings. That's normal. We want you to get something so you don't pass out on us, right? And then there'll be an ambulance, more money, tax to the city. Come on, guys. This is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just normal. It's normal. Every council, it's okay to go in the back and get some food, get some water, get some coffee, go use the bathroom, unless you want me to sit here for 8 hours and pee my pants, if that's what you want. You know what I mean? Come on, it's not reasonable. Okay, C, conduct guideline, constantly violating subsection, honor the role of the chair in maintaining order. Councilwoman Amy Fan West ignored and rebelled against Charlie order when the chair's order when he was trying to run the meeting. I guess my question, is it okay to disagree with the chair? Do we have to agree all the time? Each of us are elected in different districts to represent our district and the voice of the people. If all of us agree on everything, then what are we? It's not democracy. Democracy is okay for someone to disagree with the chair. It's okay to agree to disagree. You can't silence someone for not agreeing. What's illegal about that? Section 2 under number C, practice civility. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Let me go back to C again. You know what? It's funny. Like I mentioned again, I have the right to disagree with the chair and the meeting. It's my right. All of us have the right to freedom of speech and to represent. It's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. And you know what? The funny thing is you have called the Vice Mayor, Charlie, 2 years ago, you have called him hang. You know, hang, my hang ơi. And then Charlie said, my hang too. So let me play the video so you guys can hear it. May I finish, please? You guys were playing videos.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho played a very, very long video. So I would like to listen to the video that
No, I am not on
Councilwoman
trial.
Fan West
No,
won.
this is not about me.
It's my evidence.
No.
No, it is not.
Let her play it.
No, that's wrong.
Why are you
What's wrong with it?
silencing me
I
from
guess
me
that.
showing proof and
Go ahead,
defending
go
myself?
ahead and play it. I mean, you know, we're being fair. Okay. All right.
Okay, may I finish, Mr.
Go-
Mayor? It's my turn, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then there's a vote of a majority to remove.
Okay, so it says, may la hang, may la hang. So the thing is that, let me translate in English for those English speaker. You are a ghetto asshole. I'm quoting, okay? You are a ghetto asshole, ghetto asshole, ghetto asshole.
I don't think that's the right
And
translation.
Charlie's
That's not the right
You
translation.
ghetto asshole too.
You see?
May I finish? It's my turn. Why do you keep interrupting?
I'm sorry.
Mayor, that's not the
hold on, hold on.
translation.
I'm quoting. May I finish, Mr. Mayor?
I like, I'd like to get the meeting in order, okay? First of all, let me ask you, how is it related to what you're trying to convey? What kind of message that you're trying to convey? What points that you're playing that video again?
I am trying to show that it's okay. This is what you're doing. You're accusing me of saying something, and then you're doing it exactly. You know, you say broke the code of ethics. You just broke a code of ethics among yourself. You
Hey,
each other.
don't go against me, okay? I'm just asking the question.
That's my answer.
Okay. You have the
said I
valid point, so go
broke
ahead
the
and
code of ethics.
go on.
May I finish?
Go on,
May
please.
I finish? Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Okay, so under 2, practice civility. She constantly is not civil and lack decorum. Recently, she called the council mayor majority weak when they did not vote with her on the substitute motion on the resolution denouncing Jane Fonda Day. So, lack decorum. And when did I say the council majority is weak? That is the night special meeting called for to oppose the LA County. LA County have designated April 30th as Jane Fonda Day. And for me, I spoke out on the behalf of the Vietnamese community, our veterans, American and Vietnamese. And I said, on this resolution, it's great, but the one word we need to change to make it stronger. The word was basically, it is, it's not appropriate that they use, that they use Jane Fonda Day as April 30th. And I go, actually, we need to use a stronger word, because when you said, it's not appropriate, it's kind of like on Sunday, if I have my kids, they wear sandals and short, that's inappropriate. But when it's something that's stronger and offensive, you can't say that, oh, it's inappropriate that LA County used April 30th as Jane Fonda Day. It's not inappropriate. It's insulting to the Vietnamese community. It's insulting to our veterans, okay, Vietnamese and American. And not only that, what I said that night is that it's like they're dancing on the veterans' grave, the dead. And not only that, they're pouring salt to an open wound by stating that April 30th is Jane Fonda Day. And all of our veterans, they know that Hanoi Jane, how she got that name, because she played with the communists and undermine our veteran, and having a lot of our veterans die because of what she did. And they call her a traitor.
Please don't go back to that. If you want to make a point, go ahead and make a point of rebutting of what they're saying, but don't go back and explain about the Jane Fonda Day. We all understand about that. So don't go deeply into that, please.
Mr. Mayor,
I give you all the time that you want to.
And follow your rule when you said
I understand.
Kimberly Ho and Menzo have their time. I never interrupt.
Let me tell.
But when I'm talking and trying to
this.
defend my case, you interrupt me.
Sorry, but let me make my point. You can, and I'll give you all the time that you want to talk about, because this is about you. But don't go deeply into you explaining the things that has already been done, it's already been passed. You can make a point to rebut of what they are trying to accuse you.
That's what I'm doing. I'm presenting the word weak. I'm talking on
yes,
weak,
but
and you keep
then you
interrupting
go
me,
into
Mr. Mayor.
about this and that. If you tell me, if you tell us about why you are using that word instead, and why you are saying weak.
That's what I'm going to, and you're not allowing me to explain the word weak.
No, because you are going. If you continue to go deeply into that, then I will stop you. But if you are trying to defend for yourself of what being accused of you, then please, by all means, you have all the time to talk about it. Being fair. All right, you can continue.
So may I finish? Okay, so weak. So then I said, we need to use stronger term. I understand the resolution, it's great, everything else great, but instead of saying, it's inappropriate, let's use a stronger word, maybe despicable, that the Los Angeles call, April 30th as Jane Fonda Day is so offensive. It's unacceptable, of what they did, and it's very offensive. And so, I motion to use a stronger word. It can be any kind of stronger word you want than inappropriate. So when I make that statement, I say we have to use stronger word, and then you guys accuse me that I say you guys are weak. I didn't say that. Where? Please show evidence. Please show video that I said that. Because I didn't. I say this needs stronger language. This is a little weaker language of inappropriate. Let's use stronger language to condemn April 30th as Jane Fonda Day. So that's that. Okay. D, she placed her self-interest over the needs of the constituent. Where's the evidence that I place my self-interest over constituent? And I guess you did say putting her name on the resolution cover letter and asking to constantly grandstand herself ignoring the law. So you didn't really give example. Insist on putting her name on the resolution and cover letter numerous times and spending a couple hours at a time fighting for it, constantly grandstanding herself. That's just an opinion, your opinion, ignoring the law. So what's illegal about that? What's illegal about it? What's wrong with it? Okay. E, Section 11, confidential information. She violated the confidential or closed session information to advance her personal interests. Prove it. What confidential evidence that I expose during closed session? No, I'm asking you guys. I mean, you guys accuse me of it. What is it? Prove it. What closed session? Because we do a lot of closed session meeting. Well, let me answer you guys. Okay, I know what they're trying to say. So basically, in a closed session, usually closed session, we deal with litigation. We deal with property issue or the personnel lawsuit or hiring, firing of someone in the city, right? So those are the three things when we go into closed session. Anything else, it doesn't go into those sections. So the only thing I mentioned, because in one of the closed session, I don't know what we discussed
This
about.
is a city attorney
May
question.
I'm not talking about any closed session item.
We'll ask you a question later on, okay, about that. I will kind of.
Yeah, just as long as we don't mention
I'm not, of
anything
course,
from
I
it.
understand
Yeah.
that, yeah. So I guess whatever we talk about, I don't remember. But I guess I was shocked that councilwoman got upset and say, F you 3 times to me. And I'm like, what? Like what? In Vietnamese, it means that she cussed at me.
I'm sorry
and
to
bringing
stop
my
you there,
mom
Councilmember West.
into this
Please,
cussing.
please, I want to stop you there.
The DM word, okay?
I want to stop you there, please. Okay?
That's not closed
Can
session
you-
information. I'm
can- can you-
telling
can you-
them
Can you
what is
allow me?
closed
Can
session.
you allow me to ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Did you hear what he just said? I was about to ask you this question, but because he said about it and she go on with the confidential information, that's why I have to stop her from. She said that the only 3 items that need to be kept confidential. Number 1, potential litigation. Okay, property negotiation and personnel issues. We only keep those things confidential, and we can't expose or leak those information out to the public. All other, including the F word that you just said, are okay. Is that true from the closed session? I want you to confirm about this.
You're asking.
I'm asking if, she said that only 3 items that we have to keep confidential.
The main ones are real property or litigation-type issues or negotiations over labor-type issues. Those are the main ones. There's a couple other ones that come up occasionally, but those are the 3 main ones that will come up. And so anything that we discuss, the subject matter of it, our discussion in closed session, that needs to be kept confidential.
Say that again. Anything?
Yeah, anything that we discuss in closed session, information that is learned in closed session should be kept confidential, and state law requires that.
I don't understand when you say anything. That means nothing can be leaked outside. Nothing can be exposed outside.
Well, yes, that would be the rule.
Okay.
You're not supposed to disclose information that you learn in closed session because you're a council member and you're there to learn and discuss that information.
I want to repeat that you are not supposed to disclose anything that we are discussed in the closed session.
Correct.
Am I correct? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, that's exactly,
So that means you cannot expose any information from the closed session. Okay?
So let
period.
me ask Mr. Attorney. So when you said the 3 main things which you confirm, it's usually we deal with litigation is personnel, property, or litigation.
Or labor negotiations, not really
labor.
personnel, unless it concerns the city attorney or city manager. Those are the 2 that
Right,
do get discussed, yeah.
right. So with all those points, I did not leak any of those, except for when she got mad at something. I don't know why she got mad, but all of you guys heard, she just cussed at me, and that's not leaking any lawsuit information. She got mad, she cussed at me.
So can you clear that up? Is it anything or is it 3 items?
No.
Is it you contradicting yourself?
State law requires that the business be discussed and conducted in public. That is the general rule. There are some exceptions, some limited exceptions, where we are allowed, and it's actually encouraged that we discuss it privately because that's in the public's best interest. One of the main ones would be real estate negotiations because we don't want the person we're buying or selling the property to know how much we're offering for it or what our conditions are. So it's in the public's interest there. In labor negotiations, when we're negotiating with the unions over wages and that sort of thing, that's a proper time to have that discussion in closed session. And if that information gets out, it works against the public because we want to negotiate a good deal. When it comes to litigation, we have active litigation and then we have potential litigation, situations where we're exposed to litigation. Again, we don't want to have that information come out because we need to talk about serious things that could potentially damage the city if that information gets out. We may get sued, or it may hurt us in the litigation. And then again, the last one, which is most common, is when you're talking about performance evaluation of your 2 employees, which would be the city manager and myself. Those are personnel matters, and you don't want to publicly discuss personnel matters. So these are all justified reasons for meeting in closed session. And so any kind of discussion, information that you learn in closed session about any of those subjects, when it's properly agendized, should not be disclosed. That's the rule.
Okay,
I don't understand still, okay? You have to clarify yourself.
I think it's still my time, you know?
Any of those 3 items or anything that discussed in the meeting,
Yeah.
tell me which one.
Any of them, whichever one's agenda.
previously, when you told us anything we learned from closed session, we cannot repeat. If it's something we learned from closed session.
You are unclear yourself, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes.
Please.
I'm confused as to
May I
what the
finish?
confusion is
You
here.
know what, I think, let me make it clear. Mr. Mayor, can I say?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know what, go back to the basic. The question is, can Councilwoman Van West disclose the incident that Vice Mayor Hall said the F word? Okay, that's it. Because it's not related to any thing that we
I would say-
discussed
So-
in the closed section.
Yeah, I would say,
So-
I would say no to that.
Yeah,
Hold
exactly.
on.
You can't disclose. You should.
can't
Mr.
disclose.
Attorney, may
That's
I
why
may
I
I
stopped
ask
it.
you a legal question?
That's why I stop you right now. I don't want you to
Miss-
continue to disclose that item out to the public.
Mr. Attorney, may we verify? Mr. Attorney, may I verify? So this whole thing, so basically when I said, okay, so for me saying that Kimberly Ho say F to me, is that relate to closed session information? Please answer.
Is this in
If
the
it
closed
occurred
session?
in closed session, I would say yes, it's a closed session. Listen, if someone committed a crime, that might be an exception, right? You could go out and tell the police a crime just committed. Yes, there are situations where maybe information could be disclosed, but short of that, the information should be kept confidential.
So I guess my question is, how can saying FU relate to closed session information? How is it?
It's not related in closed session.
Because we
okay?
didn't talk about
Yes, it
her
was
saying
discussed
FU.
in the
It was
closed
something
session.
else we discussed about litigation.
Doesn't matter. Anything in the closed session, you are not supposed to go out there and disclose it. That's period. That's what he said.
So city attorney, let me confirm, by me saying that Kimberly said FU,
In closed session.
is that illegal for me to say? Is that part of any of the litigation that we talk about?
You told us anything we learned from the closed session, we cannot reveal. And for the record, what she said was a lie. Okay?
Okay, may I have, you know what, actually,
Okay.
may
All right.
I finish?
Okay. I will wait
It's
until my
not
turn.
a
So
lie.
go ahead and continue. But don't disclose any information that we discussed.
Okay, so-
Or we talk in the closed session, please.
Okay,
Go ahead,
in
continue.
Ding Yong, TD show, he said that he confirmed with another elected official that you did say that, and you did. So we have 2 ears. We can hear what you said.
So you're going to continue, you're going to allow her to continue talking
No,
about it?
she's not going to be, I wouldn't let her to continue to talk about what we discussed in the closed session.
That's
If
what
you-
she just,
If you
she's
continue to do
continuing.
that, I have to shut you off. I'm sorry to say so, because we are not allowed
move on.
to do that.
Okay, so I made my point.
Please go ahead and
Okay,
continue
on
with
that.
your
So next
deliberating.
one is just show how ridiculous it is. Okay, so there wasn't any information you put here, what I disclosed, okay? So section 14, advocacy, constantly making up stories, lying. That's pretty much accusation of me without evidence.
Mayor, may I say
No, no,
something?
no, no,
really
let her-
quick?
let her
No, I
finish.
just want to
Can
say
you-
May I
that there was an
Can you-
amendment.
No, I'm sorry.
No, we should be going
Vice
through the
Mayor-
amendment.
Vice Mayor Ho,
not
because,
this.
if I let you talk, then see
No, I
what
understand. No, I'm just saying that the amendment.
I just want you to go ahead and jog it down. I will come back to you, please.
No, the amendment that was amended, so why is she going through that when there was an amendment? If she goes by the amendment, that would be fine. It provided everything there for her, all the proof there.
Okay,
read
you
through
can
it.
continue, yes.
Yes, may I finish? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So constantly making up story lying. For example, recently regarding the hot dog barbecue item, she falsely accused the city department had told her it was okay to do so. So who? Which staff? And so let me tell you what happened, because it's not evidence here, right? So I will tell you what happened. So Christine, city manager, set up a meeting for me to work with this agenda with community Service Department regarding when is the best time to do the free event for the city with barbecue. And I was thinking of 4th of July, is rightly so for that month, so that way we can bring the community together, you know, of different groups together. So with the suggestion of staff, because I have to work with staff under Christine recommendation, and so I have that meeting with staff who's under Christine, and talking to her and say, okay, if that is not reasonable time because staff is not available for 4th of July because it's holiday, I mean, it's a holiday and it's summer, so we don't have enough staff for it. I go, not a problem. What other dates, what other time is best that you recommend? Because you work for the city. You know, I'm here to listen. So what do you recommend? And they say, well, you know, some events during the concert or movie night, you know, because staff's already out there. It's very convenient for us to add on the hot dog, you know, event for everyone, the community come out. And then she also mentioned to me too, you know, I work with the chief of police regarding the police night out in August. That's a perfect time. It's a big event for the city, which all you guys experience. And all the staff are out there. And it only costs about $2,000. And we don't have to hire extra staff for the time because all the staff are out there. And I go, okay, perfect. Let's do it. Whatever you recommend, because I would love to have this free event, barbecue event for the community to just all come out and talk and hang out and get to know each other. What's wrong with that? What's illegal about it? Okay. G, members' conduct with city staff. She does not treat staff as professional. That's another statement. She acts as if she's above the law. Another statement, opinion. Disrupts city staff from their job by staying in their office until late and by constantly calling them until they answer the phone. So disrupt city staff. Which city staff? And number one, you just read it earlier, we're not allowed to talk to city staff except for department head, Christine, or department head. So which staff, city staff? I'm talking to wait and be in their office until night. The only person I talk to is Christine, the city manager, for agenda item and things that I need to know about the city. And so, you know, when she doesn't have anyone, she has available time, I come in and ask, what's wrong with that? What's illegal about that? Is this normal protocol? Okay, publicly criticize staff from the dais and lying about what employees said. Publicly criticizing staff on the dais. What did I criticize staff? Well, I guess you kind of mentioned earlier that I say, you know, accusing someone taking bribe or, you know, hiring someone they know or whatnot. I mean, you were playing that video and you didn't play it at all. Because there's a narrative that you want to stop a certain part, right? And plus what you play, we did heard, and you twist, Mr. Menzo, you twist the fact. I never used the word bribe, and I never attacked a staff member and say their name out. So you're just exaggerating and misrepresenting the fact, and you're putting words in my mouth. And yes, on that video, I was asking a rhetorical question. You know, and I said, basically, you know, it's very important for us with the process. So let me read that right here. May 24, 2003, during council meeting, accused staff of hiring someone they know through RFP selection process for the billboard sign project. So what I said there is staff that day recommend that we approve this contractor to do the billboard. But I go, as an elected official by the people, my job is to compare apple to apple. I can't just take your word from it. I want to see what other contractor that you interview for this project, for the billboard sign. And for us, we need transparency. I use the word transparency is so important. So that way no one can accuse us that we're favoring a certain contractor. You know, and our job, that's my job, is to ask those questions. So can I see the other company that you vetted? So I can compare apple to apple. So then when I look at it, I'm like, okay, maybe your suggestion was right, staff. This company's best. But we didn't get to see that. It's just requested by staff. And when I brought that up and say, you know, let's have transparency so no one can accuse us of selecting someone because we favor them, that's a statement, a question. Okay? That's normal. That's my job. And that's our job. All of us should do that, not just take whatever staff give to us and we approve without comparing apple to apple and defending our city. And so we don't go into lawsuit like you recommend us, right? That's being wise. So June 7th, 2023, film a live video, media video accusing staff to taking bribe or special treatment for a special event permit, the Asian Garden Mall. So that video that you play, Mr. Menzo, you didn't finish, like I said. And what I said was rhetorical, and let me explain. So again, there's an applicant process, and in the report, I guess they have to comply with everything to be approved in having their nightly event at the Asian Garden Mall. And we have that procedure, and that's normal. And so when on the application it says it's approve the banner as a fence, so I go, where in this application it says that you guys approve that? I don't see it. And so I said again, I said, it's our job as council is to make sure that we are transparent. When we approve Asian Garden Mall for a night market, what imagine other groups say, hey, I want you guys to approve too, but my application isn't finished. Or it's not show there, but you approve the Asian Garden Mall. Maybe you can do the same for me too. So with this application, we need to see every approval application so we can make that correct decision. So later on, I went down and asked staff, they say it was their oversight. They apologized. They did approve the fencing, the banner as a fencing the night before, and they forgot to attach to the agenda item. I go, okay, not a problem, but that's just an oversight. Let's make sure that you give it to us so I have all the information, that I want transparency, that no one can say, oh, you favor this group, and now you're not favoring us. You know what I mean? I don't want any of those accusations. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not illegal. Is this normal? I don't get it.
Okay, why do you say pay it off?
May I finish? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at community event, constantly moving seat array. I'm sorry.
I ask you one more time, please. If you need to, then please go outside, but don't disrupt the meeting. So, thank you.
Okay.
Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. J, at community events, constantly moving seat arrangement to her liking. This is violation of basic manner and decency. What is what is this? You know what I mean? Like, is it okay if you guys, most city events, not all of us all show up, and they're seating for the mayor, vice mayor, council, 1, 2, 3 district, and 4th. And what's wrong when, say, district vice mayor's not there, and there's a moment, we all attest to vice mayor's not there. So what's wrong with me moving closer to see better? Like, what's wrong with me coming closer over there? What's illegal about that? What's illegal about that? And then the other one next is K, berated and use abusive language toward member of the public. In violation of the code of conduct, members' conduct with the public. Prove it. How did I berate and use abusive language toward a member of the public? Who? What did I say? Prove it. The thing is that you know what, actually, you did mention something here.
The Vice Mayor read it to you.
May I finish, Mr. Menzo?
Are you done?
No, not yet. I'm trying to look at where she.
Then please
do you
move
know
on.
Where that is?
We need
May-
to get going.
Maybe
It's
I
1
will
o'clock
let,
now.
may I let Ms. Vice
Please.
Mayor said what exactly that I said that's
So
bad to
so
the
you are done, or
public? May I?
you are done, or what?
What did I say?
Finish what you have to say.
So whatever you think I said and what you accused me earlier, like, what is it? Like, why would I say anything that is berating and
I
using
went
abusive
through and
language?
I gave you all the proof, and so
Vice
There's
Mayor,
no
I
abusive language.
guess
I would
right
not say
now-
that. And you know what? And I know that some of the resident who think that I call them a pedophile, whatever the word is, but I didn't say that. I guess someone said, and I just do emoji laugh. What's wrong with, can I do emoji laugh? Or I'm illegal to do my free speech of emoji laugh. Is that illegal for me to do even emoji laugh? I don't know. I don't think so. So, okay, another one. L, when specifically addressed during oral communication. By members of the public, she does not acknowledge or make eye contact with the speaker. This is complete violation of the Code of Ethics, practice active listening. Where in the Code of Conduct that say that I have to stare in the eyes? There's none. It's normal. I can take notes and write, and when I do take notes, I'm writing down their name, what statement they made, their concerns, and sometimes I write a little prayer. What's wrong with me writing a little prayer? Is it illegal? You know what I mean? And where did it say that I have to stare in the eyes of the public? There's nowhere. My eye's gonna like water up if I stare for 8 hours. I don't know how that's gonna work, right? So the next one. M, constantly interrupt meetings by passing notes and speaking to the city attorney. A violation of the Code of Conduct. Conduct at public meeting. Since the city attorney, you move the city attorney over there this year, I haven't even talked to the city attorney. You know what I mean? And the thing is, when he was sitting here, I sat here my first year, and I asked him, I write on a notepad that you guys give each of us, and I write notes, and I'm like, can you please explain this legally? You know, what can I say? Can I do substitute motion to this? What's wrong with that? We hire a city attorney and city manager to help us. So that way we don't violate anything. We don't get sued, right? If we do some crazy stuff, right? Or say something that's not allowed. What's wrong with me trying to protect our city and making sure I don't violate, say anything that's out of order? So I asked the city attorney, write a little note and say, is this okay for me to say this? What is illegal about that? Okay. And then N, on multiple occasions undermined the mayor's authority by insisting on signing document in his instead. Prove. Where did I say I'm going to sign his document? We all know that the mayor have the final signature on everything. None of us sign anything.
You never did that?
None of us ever sign anything. It's the mayor. We all know that. Were you trying to say that I don't know that?
You did.
I never asked to sign anything. Okay. Or prove it. Show me. Show me where I say that. Like what you showed the video earlier and you put words in my mouth that I talk about bribe. I didn't say bribe. Okay. Oh, constantly leaving during non-agenda or communication portion of the meeting, violating the code of conduct, practice active listening. Sounds like I feel like I'm in kindergarten. What's wrong with leaving, like I said again? If I need to use a bathroom, I'm going to go, okay? I'm not going to sit here and embarrass myself in my pants, okay? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go, okay, to go to the bathroom in the back. It's normal. What's illegal about it? P, February 24, 2004, Huntington Beach West Legal League opening day. After arriving late, she placed herself in front of the mayor and all the elected officials who arrived early while we were already in process of greeting the player coming out. That showed complete disrespect and lack of basic manner. Yeah, you're right that I arrived late. That's correct. I arrived late, and staff lead me to where I'm supposed to stand. And I asked them, where do I stand? And staff said, it's on the back here. Because front, we have the highest elected official, Janet Nguyen, state senator. Then we have the city of Huntington Beach, because council and mayor, because it's Huntington Beach League. They're next. We, council, are the last, Westminster Council. I was at the end. So wherever they come, that's what I was told to stand in the back. I was in the back. I didn't cut in line. That's what I was told to do. I was directed by staff to do it, and then whatever misunderstanding you guys think it was. But of course, we always respect the higher office in front of us. So the elected official who are higher than us always stand ahead of us, and council were at the end. And it's not our city, so Huntington Beach is ahead of us. That's how it is. It's normal. Okay. Q, May 3rd, 2024, left the dais to interact with member of the public while the council meeting was still in session. What is wrong with me leaving to shake my supporter hand? What's wrong with when a member wanted to talk to me about something, and what's wrong with meeting the public? I mean, isn't that our job? We're public servants. We don't sit here and arm length from the public. That's why every meeting I come down before to shake everyone's hand, because that's our job, is to meet everyone, greet everyone, make sure they feel welcome. And then I come up here to adjourn the meeting or to start the meeting. I mean, our job is public servant. I'm just coming down and shake hands. What's wrong with that? That's normal. What's illegal about that? Okay, R, file a false police report about fellow councilman member. That's really, that's like defamation. Like, how can you say it's a false police report? When if anyone feel like they're being harassed or being violated, please, I encourage you to do a police report, because no one should harass you. I actually encourage that so it can be on record. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me filing a police report because I feel intimidated? What's wrong with that? So let me read what happened when I felt intimidated. So at the May meeting, which is the Jane Fonda Day meeting. It's all happened on that day. And Councilman Carlos, he verbally berated me during the meeting. And then he basically said, Menzo, come in. So starting at 2:03:15, Menzo commenced his multiple verbal attack against me during comments. Menzo first he said, interrupt me by saying, where's the motion? When I was speaking, where's the motion? And then I politely replied to Menzo, Mr. Menzo, and I said, I have the floor, Mr. Menzo. And he said, hurry up. I go, excuse me, I never hurry you. And he's like, yes, I did. I say, hurry up. That's disrespectful for the council when they have the floor to speak. Let them speak. I feel like the whole night you guys been doing that to me. You know, you guys don't want to hear it. You just want to silence me. And plus, usually the person who is in charge of telling someone, please, you know, can you speed up or stay on track or say this or be brief, that's the chair. His job to direct the council meeting and tell us what we need to do. It's not Mr. Menzo's job to tell me to hurry up. And finally, after allowing Menzo multiple interruption of me, Mayor Charlie basically he didn't say anything. And he just hit the gravel. And then, and Mr. Menzo said demeaning statement. And at 2:04:50, after the vote was taken on Jane Fonda resolution and Councilmember Ho have made her comment, the meeting is coming to an end. Only item left is to adjourn the meeting. So Councilwoman, greet the senior veterans seating 20 feet away from me on the dais. Less than 20 seconds later, she left her seat. Menzo see another opportunity to attack Councilwoman West. Menzo then goes on a rant about how it is sad. What a stain council member is to the city. Menzo goes on, and Mr. Mayor did nothing and allowed this person to keep attacking me. And then the mayor adjourned. So then, if you look at the picture, so when it's adjourned, when you saw the video earlier, he's looking at me. I'm trying to get my purse and get my package, my agenda item. He's just looking at me ready. There's 2 steps here. He is 6 foot. He is 6 foot, and I'm just 5 foot girl. Lady. And there's 2 steps here. He's on the last step, which is the flag is your reference. He was behind it. So basically, he was behind me, right down there. And then he said to me, what you did tonight was a disgrace to your parents.
That's not what I said.
And so that's what I said. What are you talking about?
That's not what I said.
So I go, you know, I'm leaving. And then you lean in, as you can see my cup is the reference here. And I can feel you pushing into me,
I wasn't.
pushing into the cup. And I knew the force with that. I knew I couldn't leave. And you were blocking. You were blocking me from leaving. And so this is from the video. This is evidence. You can't stop someone from leaving the dais. It's my right to leave. And so all I can do as a woman is to scream, to yell up, speak up. And I say, police, police. Menzo's in my face. As you can see, he's very close to my face. This is not even my comfort zone, okay? If anyone did that to your wife, your daughter, I encourage you to do a police report. It's unacceptable. No one should be doing this to anyone. And so I go, Mr. Menzo's in my face, and he's not letting me go. And the chief saw him, and then he took off. Maybe you guys can say, you know, I should have let it happen a little longer, so then you can see the evidence. But why would, Mr. Mayor, I think this is your meeting, the crowd keep yelling and interrupting. May I finish?
I'm observing it, so continue, please. Again,
So,
I ask everyone to keep quiet while we are deliberating. We'll come to conclusion soon. I know it's 1 o'clock. You are tired. We are tired. But
Should we
hopefully
continue
that we
this
get.
motion to
Hopefully that we
continue
are going
it?
to get. Let me finish.
Oh, I'm
Ma.
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Hopefully that we can finish. That's pretty soon. Now you can go and continue.
Okay. So that whole night, he's already admit earlier that he was upset, he was angry. And he's angry, and he's doing this out of anger. You can't do that. You know, you can't just be angry and just get in people's face. You know, I mean, if there's something you disagree with, I know we are colleagues. I'm expecting that you say, hey, Amy, do you mind if we talk? There's something that I, disagree with you about, what you said tonight or whatever, or did. I'm more than happy to talk with you, but you didn't do that. You got in my face. That was very close. This is evidence. You are too close in my face. And I'm about to leave. This is moving forward of me leaving.
No, it wasn't.
So I wasn't leaving here?
No.
I'm trying to leave.
No.
And we, and I know you were upset. You mentioned you were angry, upset, what I did. So you said what I did tonight. And what I did that night, April 30th, was spoke out for the Vietnamese community and our veteran. April 30th is not a Jane Fonda day. It is Black April. It is the fall of Saigon Day. It's our Veterans Day. It's not Jane Fonda. So what I did that night by defending our veteran and Vietnamese community and the American is a disgrace to my parents. I mean, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But what I did, I know my parents is proud. I know my veterans are proud that I stood up for them and spoke out on their behalf. And it is like pouring salt on an open wound to announce that April 30th is Jane Fonda Day. So you can see here that I turned to the police, and that's when I yell. I spoke loud so he can hear me, because everyone's adjourned, the minutes on, the music's on. So that's what I said. Police, police, Menzo's in my face, and he's not letting me go, letting me leave. And so then you can see right here, council member, Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho saw this thing. She looked at it. And I guess my question is it okay for, do you care if a woman are being physically and verbally intimidated? I mean, you said you defend women. You speak out for women. I feel like when I'm being attacked like that, and when someone feels fearful or intimidated, harassed, and so as a victim, You laugh at a victim saying what happened to me is a joke, as a false incident. I mean, how could anyone who's been victimized encouraged to speak out or to do a police report if they're going to be criticized saying this is going to be a false report, we're not going to listen to the victim or listen to her? The Me Too movement, that's why it happened, because there's people who was intimidated, harassed, and so they're fighting for the woman, the Me Too movement, to help and to speak out for them, defend them. And Ms. Kimberly Ho, I know that you're a female, and so I'm a female. I would love for you to say, let me look into this, or, if you say you're a senior on this council for 8 years, and you know the route, then maybe you can come for me and say, hey, if this is happening, you should have reached out to, you saw me. You say you heard what he said. You heard, what did you hear? What did you see? You saw that he's blocking me from leaving. And you think that's okay for him to physically and verbally berate me? And I know that you guys have the majority. I understand that. But censuring someone and allowing all this to happen is just not fair, not just. And, it's just unacceptable. So, okay, so that's R. And then S, on May 4, 2024, record, recording a YouTube interview criticizing the city manager and the state false information. So, which YouTube? You put a link and it doesn't even work. We've been clicking on it, it doesn't even work. And then plus, where the translation for the non-Vietnamese people, the Americans, to hear it, to hear what is said, because we can't just take your word for it. Where's the transcription of it on here, the document, so we can have it? I don't think anyone had that. Are we just going to take your word for it? Let me tell you, actually, what recording I did. I never criticized the city manager. I was asked on the interview to basically said what happened on why your name isn't on the agenda item for a special meeting for Jane Fonda. And so I texted city manager, we have this text, so I read out the text message, facts only. I said, this is what she said that day. She said, Amy, you did initiate the call to special meeting, and I will recognize you tonight at tonight meeting. And so I go, you know what? Number one, at that night, she didn't recognize me. And on the agenda, it only have 2 persons' name on it. And that's Kimberly agenda, but my agenda is different for Jane Fonda. I want to do something different. Whatever she wants to do, that's fine. She has the right to have her own agenda. That's fine. But for my agenda, I wanted something else. But for the mayor, he is the only one who can call for a special meeting. And we all understand that. But for a council like myself, I need 3 to allow me to have special meeting. So I call Kimberly Ho, Ms. Ho, and asked her, would you want to call for a special meeting? And she said, only if the mayor is okay with it. So due to the advice of the city manager that we should not, maybe the appearance of Brown Act violation, so let me call the mayor. I go, absolutely, that's fine. But if you think about it, it's just having 3 people agreeing to have that meeting. It's not that we dialogue about the topic or how we should vote. We were not dialing on how each of us is going to vote. It's just say we agreed to have a special meeting. And that's the agreement of 3 persons. But that doesn't mean we talk about, oh, remember, vote yes, 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 or no, 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 or we talk about the item. No, you can't do that. We know the Brown Act violation. We're not allowed to do that. So as a council, that's the rule, that we're supposed to have 3 to have a special meeting. So then, when the mayor agreed to it, and that's when we have a special meeting, but I noticed my name wasn't on it, so I have a question I just want to ask the city manager why my name's not on there. She said there's a different of you calling the meeting, and there's a different on, actually who call it, like the mayor. The mayor can always call things, that's fine. But then if the mayor only, then let's have all 3 of our names. But you only have Kimberly Ho's name on it. And it's very misleading. And plus, you don't have the link working. How can we watch it? How can this tonight, censuring me, even valid for us to do the censoring? So I think it's best. It seems like it's just jumbo accusation, jumbo opinion, and basically there's no evidence to it. And he say, she say. So May 6, 2024, recording a YouTube interview spreading lies and propaganda about what happened at the May 3rd special meeting, in complete contrast to the official police investigation finding. So basically you're saying I'm spreading a lie. That's your opinion because the link doesn't even work. And plus, where's the translation for non-Vietnamese people to listen to it, what I said? So this is you making a statement, expecting the public to just take your word for it. And like I mentioned before, May 3rd incident is when I feel intimidated and I feel threatened. That's why I did a police report. What's wrong with me doing a police report? Because I felt fearful.
Councilmember West, you are up to the last item already, so are you about done on this? You take over
No.
an hour, the same thing as the other. It's actually an hour, 12 minutes. I time. So
So, Mr. Mayor,
are you about done?
no, I'm not done yet.
How much more time that you need? Because I know that I let you go each and every item, same thing as the other council. So I'm not going to sit here until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So I want to know, you take enough time to go each and every item until the last item, which is T. I am going to allow you to finish the item T, and then we have to go on for Councilmember Nguyen.
So do you want me to continue, or do you want?
I want you to
council?
continue, but go ahead and finish with the item T. I don't want you to go on and on with the Chain Fonda Day anymore,
Yeah,
please.
so do you want me to finish my last statement?
Yes.
Okay. So with this, I guess the conclusion tonight is basically, number one, you guys want to censure me. And then 2 is that the resolution to censure Councilwoman Fan West is a strong, basically condemnation and disapproval. I understand that, and the thing is that so I, as council, so I feel, okay, so I know I didn't address one concern that she talked about, the press conference. I forget to address that. So let me address that briefly here. So on the press conference, which you didn't play at all, so let me tell you what I said. So thank you for the media and press to coming out tonight for the press conference. The conference will address issues stemming from May 3rd special council meeting and subsequently efforts to bully and silence me. And what I said was I was verbally berated by Council Member Carlos Menzo when I spoke out against April 30th being declared by the Los Angeles Supervisor as Jane Fonda Day. If you watch the video, you can see Councilman Menzo interrupt me twice, tell me to, quote, hurry up. When I was leaving the dais, Councilman Menzo, a much bigger man, was waiting for
Are
me.
you repeating of what you already gone through?
No, I'm making my statement of what they accused me of that press conference, so I'm going to finish my statement. May I?
Okay.
You didn't finish the video, so I'm reading it for you. Taking a physical, intimidating posture, saying to me, quote, "What you did tonight was a disgrace to your parents." If you go back to watch the video, you are able to see what he was still upset with me and blocking my passage and leaning into my face as he angrily said those words. I filed a police report because I was intimidated by this much bigger man that was bullying me in what is supposed to be a safe working environment. I requested a copy of the police report, which victims are legally entitled to. At first, they tried to accuse me of stealing the $6 police report as a way to silence and bully me. But when that allegation was proven false, they came up with more false accusations that they're going to attempt to use to censure me tonight, tomorrow night, which is tonight. Tomorrow night, and censuring me is nothing more than another underhand tactic to silence me from exposing Council Menzo action in hostile working environment. I've been on the council a year and a half, and it's so toxic. Like I've never, coming from a public sector, I mean, if anyone say anything berating someone, belittle them, accuse them of their motives, I mean, they get written up, right? And maybe fired. It's unacceptable in the police department to our staff as, in the city staff. They wouldn't even allow those kind of treatment, but yet for the council here, we allow these kind of abuse and toxic. I mean, not only affecting each of us, but it's affecting our staff. We have to sit here twice a month to hear the berating, the putting down, all of these things. It's so toxic. When I talk to other mayor from other nearby neighboring cities to council member, they're like, that never happened in my city. They don't allow those berating. They don't allow vulgar language. They would stop it. They would defend their colleagues and say, this is unacceptable. If the public cussing at them or saying words that are like twat waffle for a year and a half, no one have stopped that. And twat waffle is basically someone's doing.
Councilmember West, I've been patiently waiting to hear your final statement. I never heard of final statement. They're taking that long.
Mr.
So
Mayor,
are you
thank
going
for
to
your
conclude
patience.
your final statement so that I can go on?
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So what I'm saying is that it's so toxic. And when I talk to other mayor nearby and council member, the way how they defend their colleagues, like I feel if the mayor, if you be fair to me, even though you might disagree with my opinion or we don't see eye to eye on things, at least give me a fair shake. I don't feel like you give me or Nam Quang a fair shake. And that's how I feel. But I would love for you to give me a fair shake and let me speak and let me
Then
share
don't
my
accuse
opinion.
me for things that I don't do, okay?
Yes.
If that's
and
what you're asking me
So what
for.
I'm saying is it's been so toxic, not only to me, but to our staff, and that's a concern to me. That's a very concern to me. And I don't know. I don't know how we can continue, because that's why people, when my resident in my district, they tell me they don't watch it, they stop it because it's so embarrassing to them. in District 1. They say whatever happened on the council to the speakers, they say it's a clown show. It's so embarrassing because it doesn't represent
Ma'am,
them.
to be fair with you, Councilmember West, I give you 3 more minutes and you are done. Okay, we have to move on. So 3 more minutes to conclude because I give you enough time, same as the other.
Thank
You
you.
take over an hour to go on this one, and you continue to rumble on until when? I haven't even
Thank
stated
you.
myself.
I appreciate that you give me the time because it's my turn to defend myself. And I feel like, Mr. Mayor, I plead with you. As you understand, you are the only person who've gone through the censuring process, and Assemblyman Trita. And you guys understand how people falsely accuse you just because politically they have the majority, they don't like you. And you experienced that, Mr. Mayor. And I just ask that the first day when I came on, I know I don't want any of us to be censored like that and to focus on the city business. So that's why I did what I did to vote to undo it. And I even make a statement too, never will I do that. And whoever, what you guys done to me, I would never censor you guys because it's not right. It's the voters' job. They will vote in November. And you guys know your election's up in November, and the people will decide, Mr. Menzo and Ms. Kimberly. And so the thing is that I just plead with Mr. Mayor, my colleagues have speak up, my friends, which all of us, we all know and run around with in Orange County here with other elected officials. They ask you to, if you can leave this aside, table it, or even vote abstain, or whatever you want, Mr. Mayor. So in that way, we can work in closed session. If I offend you, I'm more than happy to apologize and work on it with you. But this was never brought to my attention, and I didn't think that was fair. So all I'm asking is that if you would table this, let us talk about it, and have Mr. Menzo and Kimberly tell me what I did wrong. I'm more than happy to fix it if I did something wrong, that offended them. I would be more than happy to. Because our job, the people want us to see unity on this dais. So when we unite together at the United Front, we do better, we look better for the city. And Mr. Mayor, I know you're in charge of this meeting. This is your legacy, and I want to respect that legacy. So I ask, I know you would do the right thing tonight. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council
All
and
right,
the
thank
public
you very
to hear
much,
me tonight.
Councilmember West. Next, I would like to invite Councilmember Nguyen. It's your turn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's like 1 o'clock, 1.5, right? All right, let me start with this. There is no doubt about that ever since that you came into this, you become a chair of the city, and everything is under your leadership. The city is heading to the right direction. Crime rate is on a decrease, and thanks to the chief and our PD. And then more business open up in the city. The thing is, you was there when the former Councilman Taito sitting on this dais, and then what happened there at that time. And at the time that Amy and I came into this city, Amy told me that she's not going to censure anybody, and she keeps her words until now. That's what we call moving forward. and we willing to we are willing to, left everything behind and moving forward, keep the city afloat at that time, and I think Amy is she's not afraid to stand her ground. She's the most active council members. When we went on the trip to Sacramento for what do we call that? Conference
Leagues
trip.
of City, California
Yeah,
Leagues of City.
she talks to other cities, council members, a lot of people to try to find, to try to bring businesses into the city. And there's no doubt about that. Talking about Central, I kind of disappointed that Council Member Manzo and Vice Mayor Ho continue to practice this kind of things. Okay, you are talking about you don't want to do this, but then you contradict yourself. You two are the people that censure. This is the third times you censure your colleagues. And I still remember you censure the former Mayor Chita, you censure our then Chi Charlie Nguyen. And there's one thing that this, I think, unethical. You kicked him out. You kicked him out as you stripped him off the title, the vice mayor title, when it's like just a week, when it's just a week that he's finished with his term as a vice mayor. And you should stand by yourself, I'm saying like, I'm going to expose you, and then this is what I'm doing, because you push our hands. Okay, I think, you two have a tendencies of twisting the facts. And Amy mentioned it before. I think Amy never used the bribe word and never attacked staff member. You two just exaggerated and, misrepresent the facts. She did not name any particular staff members. Okay, talking about Vice Mayor Ho saying that she's trying to work so the cities, to keep the city off litigation. Okay, this is the facts. You are the reason that we are get into litigation, and the city lost a lot of money on that. Okay, I don't want to go into the details. Okay, you are the roots of all the mess that we are in right now, and we are willing to let it go, but then you bring it back. I just don't want to say about this. You push my hands. Okay. Let me say this. If you believe that you are the one without sin, then go ahead, cast the yes vote. Okay. In the last few days, up until now in the 11 o'clock in the evening, I receive a lot of emails supporting Amy. Like most of the emails sent into my mailbox, like about 25 emails up till now, supporting Amy. Not a single one opposed. Then you know that, the people, you win the heart of the people, Amy. I'm saying that by brought up the resolution that censure your colleague, Amy Van West, you open another can of worms. Let me tell you this. You think that you are the only one that can censure your colleagues? Amy and I can censure any one of you. And do you want that? And this city going to become a freaking big mess. We can censure you, and can censure you. So that's what I want to let you know. People say there's no smoke without fire. So everything that we are in right now started with Council Member Manzo intimidating Council Member Amy Van West. And the video showed it. Okay, let me remind Mr. Mayor that in the, I don't know if like our council member Menzo and Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho are still, uphold everything that they think is right, that, they censure the mayor back then in 2021. And if you think it's right, say it out loud. I want to hear it. I want the people here to hear it. Okay? And everything that when we came into this place, Amy and I, we clean up all the mess that you two created. And I dare you to undo all the things that we clean up. Because I think it's going to conflict with the interest of you guys right now, okay? Have you ever apologized, to the mayor that you guys like censure him in the past? No, you don't. Okay, you two wrongfully accuse him for the faults that he didn't do, he didn't commit, and didn't you guys, apologize to him? Okay, Mr. Mayor, when I said it, I said something, and then you went to the back, the bathroom, so I'm going to say it again. Okay, the city is heading to the right direction under your leadership, and I'm willing to support you on your mission. I want you to leave behind a legacy. I think you don't want to go back. I think you don't want the city to plunge back into the dark age that when the terrible 4 years period that Tidal was here. And you experienced very well more than me and Amy. You know what? We should work together, not censure each other. Okay, with that, let me share one of the supporting letter of Amy, which arrived in my mailbox this afternoon. So we all will see the whole picture of love and unity that we should cherish, okay? This is the email from Rev. Paul and Christina Karanik, okay? At the 6th Church, 5948 Westminster Boulevard. Dear Mayor Chief Charlie Nguyen and honorable members of the City Council, warm greetings to you all. As you lead our beloved community, we deeply appreciate the dedication and commitment you bring to the betterment of our city. It is in this spirit of unity and shared purpose that we humbly reach out to you today. We come together as concerned Westminster business leader in District 1 with a heartfelt plea regarding the proposed resolution of censure against Councilwoman Amy Phan West. We believe that such a measure would not only stifle her voice, but also silence the voices of the people she was elected to represent. In the grand tapestry of governance, differences of opinion are natural and expected. However, it is our belief that true leadership shines brightest when these differences are approached with open hearts and minds. Fostering constructive dialogue and collaboration rather than resorting to punitive actions. Councilwoman West has been a beacon of kindness and support since our arrival in the great city of Westminster. We have witnessed firsthand her tireless advocacy for our community and her dedication to assisting the concerns of District 1 residents and businesses alike. To censure her would not only be unjust, but would also disrupt the effectiveness of your governing body. As leaders, both in our businesses and within our community, we hold firm to the belief that we are called to work together as a cohesive unit, setting aside personal differences for greater good. We trust that you will exhaust every avenue of reconciliation and promise before considering such a weighty decision as censure. Let us come together in the spirit of mutual respect and understanding, guided by the wisdom and grace that flow from God. By approaching our disagreements with humility and a willingness to listen, we can exemplify the values of democracy and good governance that the City of Westminster stands for. In closing, we earnestly implore you to demonstrate the true essence of leadership by rejecting the resolution of censure against Councilwoman Amy Phan West and committing to work as one unified body for the betterment of our beloved city. With sincere gratitude for your attention to this matter, we remain steadfast in our hope for the bright future of Westminster. Warm regards, Rep. Paul and Christina Karanik. So, you know what, Mr. Mayor, I still believe that, I still have hope that, under your leadership, you going to guide the city, guide this council, to the good one, So, are you back? Oh, actually, I'm going to make a motion also.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet?
It's my
Okay,
turn.
okay. Are you back to you?
Well, first of all, I have been listening to you guys, each and every one of you on the dais here, attentively. And I understand that this is the serious matter. That's why I gave you guys a lot of times to speak your mind, to defend yourself, to prove the allegation that you put on. It's now my time. And I know that each one of you, except for Councilmember Nguyen, each one of you probably take about an hour. For Ms. West, for Councilmember West, it took an hour, 20 minutes. I will not taking that much of your time. But I need to be clear of myself when I make the decision today. And before I do that, again, I would like to thank you all for coming out and speaking your minds about the item 5.3, which is what we are talking right now. I completely sympathize and respect your opinions either way. However, I urge you to broaden your horizon and listen to the reasoning from each council member, including me. You will then have a clear assessment of the problem to judge for yourself. I believe in you, each and every one of you, to make the right decision. When there's the facts, there's a truth presented to you. As long as we don't accuse anyone, as long as we don't trying to put down any other council members. And please do not, based on recent mispresentation from the YouTuber reports, to arrive at your conclusion. I'm talking about just a couple days ago. There are 2 or 3 reports or clips from the YouTubers. And I listen to all. And I encourage you not to take the facts from this dais here. Many of you may already know me by now. As a mayor, my goal is to work along with any council to move the city forward. That's my main goal. I'm being fair and trying not to take side. You can tell. And I'm proud of myself of doing that. I embrace and encourage council to have different points of views in every discussion. Because I think that, each one of us have a different views about the issue, about the item that we want to discuss about. That way we can see every angle of it. And so we can arrive with an informed decision that benefits the community at large. That's how we move the city forward. So every decision that I made at this dais, including the decision that I will soon to vote for today, I will listen attentively and assess all the facts carefully and seriously. I will assess the facts carefully and seriously. And while doing that, like I said, I respect you guys, I listen to you guys. It's my time now. I don't want anybody to jump in while I'm presenting my point of views.
Sorry, Mayor, if I can jump in. I know you just said not jumping in. If there's no need for staff, some of them have actually been awake for almost 21 hours now. And if you don't have any additional questions for them, I'd like to send some of them, unless you have questions for them.
Yes, I do. I do agree with that. Is there any concerns or any problem from the council?
No.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Some of them have meetings as early as 8:30 in the morning, so thank you, staff.
So it is worth noticing, I, myself, was a victim of being wrongly censured before. I, myself, I repeat it, was a victim of being wrongly censured before. So let us be clear that I will assess each of the allegations on the agenda today. Again, carefully and seriously. Simply because my vote is the vote to represent thousands of residents of the city, whether they vote for me or not. I am responsible for that. So I will be fair. I will be using my judgment on behalf of the people of the city, of the constituent in the city of Westminster. Having said that, I now will give you my assessment on all these allegations. The facts from the way that I see it, from my perspective, and I will go over the 20 items that on the list. Whether it's true, false, or I don't know. If I don't know, I will say I don't know. If it's true, I will tell it's true. If it's false, I will say it's false. Those are the allegations from the agenda today. So first, let me go over. I will be quick to read over so that you know exactly what I'm going over. And if I need to elaborate on that, I will. A violation of the Code Ethics, Section 2A, 2C, and 2E. Councilwoman Amy Fan West constantly violates Section 2A and disrespect the speaker at council meeting by leaving the dais, texting, arguing, and engaging in verbal altercations with the speakers. She has walked out the middle of the meeting for at least an hour to go back and to go in the back. Some time to eat, to talk on the phone, and missed voting on 3 to 4 agenda items. Now, I know that, every one of us need to get out and go to the restroom. I probably, if you document, I probably the one who go to the restroom a lot because I drank a lot of water during the meeting. And I stated before, I stated again, I have medical problem. And there's no way that nobody can stop me from doing that. And so I understand that we need to get up and go. No question about it. But get up and go, I don't know it's at least an hour or not. But it's very much close to an hour, I can tell. And by texting and not paying attention to the meeting constantly, the words constantly is the main. It's true. So this item, I say, is true. Next item, disruptive. On at least one occasion, she came back. She wanted to vote on an agenda item the City Council has already voted on. It is true. She requested that I allow it to vote it again, which, you know, it shouldn't be, but I do allow that. So I'm okay with that, but that's true. Third item, conduct guidelines constantly violates subsection A, honor the role of the chair in maintaining order. Amy Frank West ignore and rebel against the chair's order when he was trying to run the meeting and call the meeting to order. Ignore the rule of order. She was expressing herself that, hey, I don't have to agree with the mayor. True, I didn't say that you have to agree with me. As a matter of fact, I encourage you to present your different views so that we can learn and arrive at the decision that benefit the people at large. But here, what they mean were, when the meeting in order, I asked her to refrain from speaking. See, I think that I'm being fair to give her enough time to speak for herself. But then when the time that I asked her to yield it to the other people, you know what? She started jumping up and down and fight against me. That's not only one time, it's multiple times. We fight on the dais. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Practice civility. She constantly is not civil and lacks decorum. Recently, she called the council majority weak when they did not vote with her on the substitute motion on the resolution to denounce Jane Fonda Day. They're already gone through that. The word that she wants to emphasize is despicable. And the council decided not to put that word because, you know, we are trying to work with the county of Los Angeles to have them change and being nice to them, being respect to them, and they will respect us, and we'll take that into consideration. We are not going to slam them. If we slam them, you know what? They'll slam us back. We are not going to achieve what we want to do. So be courteous about it. And she said, I don't know, she said, she didn't say the word weak, she said be strong about it, if I've listened that correctly. She said the word weak. You can go back to that meeting and hear about it. So is it true or false? It's true. D, she placed her self-interest over the needs of the constituents. For example, insisting to put her name on the resolution and cover letters numerous times and spending a couple hours at the time fighting for it. Constantly grandstanding herself, ignoring the laws. Is it true or false? It's true. Why I said it too? I was put in the position to make decision whether I allow her to write her cover letter and sign by herself. Whenever we pass the resolution, whether I agree to it or not agree to it, and it passed by the majority of this, that resolution became the resolution of the city. She's trying to write a letter herself and have staff to send it to different representatives. She override my authority. And you know what? I let her do that. I let her do that. Council members Manzo and Council member Ho trying to push me not to, but at the time I was thinking, you know, there's no resolution, there's no policy, so I allowed for her to do that. She's not stopping right there. She continued to pressure me to different level. Not only that she wants to write a cover letter herself and sign it by herself and then send it over without me looking at it. This time she go overboard, asking to have her name on the resolution, which we never done it before. So I said no. And that's when she fight me. She fight me all the way. So is it true or false? It's true. Section 11E, confidential information. She violated the confidentiality of closed session information to advance her personal interest. You heard it in the meeting today. I don't need to go anywhere else. You heard it from the city attorney. What she claimed, if she don't know about it, she doesn't know about it, then learn. But don't fight, because you're wrong. She said that the only 3 areas that we need to be careful about disclosing the closed section information are the potential litigation. That's 1. Property negotiation, real estate negotiation, 2, and personnel issues, 3. You heard that from the city attorney. When she were on this layer today, she also brought it up, the closed section information out to the public, and that's why I stopped her right there. No more. I will not allow her to disclose the discussion that we had in the closed session. And I will need to ask him again. He said, I asked him, he said that anything that we discussed in the closed session shouldn't be disclosed out to the public. It's clear. It's not only those 3 items that she's mentioning about. She mentioned about this at the interview or at the press conference that she had. And I have a problem with that already. She violated today again on this dais. That is not acceptable. So is that true or false? True. Section 14, F, Section 14, advocacy. Constantly making up story, lying. For example, recently regarding her hot dog barbecue agenda item, she falsely stated that the city department had told her it was okay to do it. I verified this information. It was not. You can take my word for it. I am responsible for what I said. So is it true or false? True. G, members conduct with city staff. She does not treat staff as professional. She acts as she is above the law. Disrupt city staff from their job by staying in their office until late and by constantly calling them until they answer their phone. Is it true or false? It's true. She sat in the office. I'm not going to mention that office. And you believe me, until 1:30 in the morning. After the meeting, she followed that, and then because staff have to please her and have to stay there to answer her, to talk to her. You believe it or not, people have life. Their family waiting for them at home. After the meeting at 10 o'clock, she was there until 1:30 in the morning. If I need to call, I will. But I just want to state that. Publicly criticize staff from dais and lies about what employees said. Is it true or false? It's true. It's true. To the city manager, I am here on the dais. I know about it. Put staff in the position that they can't defend themselves. Them if they do, them if they don't. We are not going to do that. We are not trying to stop our staff, in the back. H, May 24, 2023. During council meeting, accused staff of hiring someone they knew through RFP selection process for a billboard side projects. This one I can't say for sure. If you have to tell me that, what do I think? Yes. But I can't confirm. So therefore, I wouldn't comment about this one. June 7, 2023, filmed a live social media video accusing staff for taking a bribe for special treatment from a special event permit application for a long-standing annual event. I don't know about this, so I wouldn't comment on this. J, at the community event, constantly move seating arrangement to her liking. This is violation of basic manners and decency. Is it true or false? It is true. Not only once, it's a couple times. It's happened to me. Let's say that we went to the event, and this is what happened. I want to tell you exactly what happened. We were invited to the event, and they put our name, 8.5 by 11, put the name there. And they arranged seats that have the Kenneth Nguyen, which is the senator, and then the state assemblyman, which is Trita, and my name is right next to it because I'm third in line. So they have the seat for us there with 8.5 by 11 stick on that seat, just like this one. I wasn't late for the event. She was out in the corner. You know what? When I came in, she already switched it. She get her name and put it on my seat, take my name, put it on her seat. And when I came in, I said, well, why do I sit all the way out here? But that's okay. That's okay. I mean, if the organizer, arrange it, I take it. So I'll be happy with that. After the event, the three of us went out to eat. Mayor Wayne, at the time, the Vice Mayor Wayne, myself, and her. We went out to eat. She make it like nothing. But I found that out. The truth will come out. People came to me and told me, you know what? Your name, your seat was here. That council member, Amy Van West, took her sign, the name of her sign, put it in your seat, and take your name and put it out there. That's one occasion. This is unbelievable, okay? That's one. Not only that, the second event that we were at the president here, Nixon Library. I was at that event. I talked to Vice Mayor Nam Kwan before I go to that event. He said he will be there. The two of us have said, okay, we'll see you there. I came there. I didn't know that I have the reserved parking, so I parked somewhere else. But he has the reserved parking because our executive assistant already told him that. You know what? She came in, but I don't know, for whatever reason, they didn't designate a parking for her. You know what? Take out the vice mayor parking space, park herself in there. Do you think that you're going to do that? She did not stop there. When we went inside, and normally they arrange seat that, the mayor and the vice mayor, he was the vice mayor at the time. And then next to the vice mayor is her. You know what? She sat at the vice mayor's seat and said, can I sit here? I said, I talked to vice mayor, he's going to be here. She resistantly to move. But finally, she moved. And I talked to the vice mayor, and he said, I want to go there, but because I know that I don't have the parking space, so I decided not to go. Think about that. From our culture, that is, unacceptable. Especially that you do it to the elderly people. It's disrespectful. So is it true or false? It's true. So the next one is K, berate and use abusive language towards members of publics. We see this many times. It's even happened today. Why are you questioning people, who wrote for you the speech for you? I mean, that's disrespectful when you're saying that. You accuse people that I wrote the speech for them to come out and talk against you, speak against you. That's accusation. I never done that. Don't have time to do it. And they'll come out and they speak about that already. Next, L. So is it true or false? It's true. Have I got any false yet? None. L. When specifically addressed during oral communication by members of the public, she does not acknowledge and make eye contacts with the speakers. I don't care about eye contacts, But what they want to say here is that, be attentive. If you are out to the restroom, that's fine. But when you come back, you can be, interact with the people instead of texting and, constantly done that. I said that myself. Constantly did that. The reason for us to move, the city attorney was there at the seat where the vice mayor sit. We have a number of requests, and I rejected that. And finally, I have to do that because it's so disruptive during the meeting. And I even commended the city attorney. You don't pay attention to the meeting. because some of the things that we talk about, you come back and say the same thing. And he admitted to that. We can't do that. That's the reason why I, as a mayor, I can arrange the seat. And therefore, he's there. It helps. It's helped a lot. We're trying to work together to make it better. We don't try to censor each other. So is it true or not? It's true. M, constantly disrupt meetings by passing notes and speaking to the city attorney. I just talked about it. True. And on multiple occasions, undermine the mayor's authority by insisting on signing documents in his stead. We talked about it already. Oh, so it's true or not true? Oh, constantly leave during non-agenda oral communication portion of the meeting. A violation of code of conduct, practice active listening. This one. I can tell you it's true. Not only that she left the meeting for a period of time, she left the meeting without excusing herself. She left this dais, go home, without letting us know. That's true. I am responsible for that. I say that, and I can prove it to you. Not only that, I don't want to she afraid to be yelled at or something. She asked staff to go out here and get the stuff for her. Is it tell you enough information about that? She left the dais when we're not finished the meeting without letting us know. Well, Councilmember Nguyen here, every time that he has a problem, he said, or every council here, including myself, there's no penalty for you to leave early if there is a need for, from the family, or you feel ill, or for whatever reason. You don't have to be here. All you have to say is, I don't feel well. I have this, I have that. I want to excuse myself. That's being respectful. So that's true or not? It's true. P, February 24th, 2024, Huntington West Little League opening day. After arriving late, she placed herself in front of the mayor and all the elected officials who arrived early, while we were already in the process of greeting the players coming out. This shows complete disrespect, the lack of basic manners. I am there witnessing that. In matter of fact, after the event, I text her. I said, don't do that again. And you just heard from her. She said, I was at the end of the line. How do you define the end of the line? When the line is right here, people coming out, and the end of the line should be over there. She was right in front of me, covering me. Disrespectful. I almost said, come on, be respectful at the time. But I yelled. Why? I wouldn't do that. Not only myself. The city of Huntington Beach there, the mayor is there, and Senator Nguyen there. I was in the liberty that they put me in the first, and then Councilmember Menzo, I believe, and then the mayor of the city of Huntington Beach, and on and on. But then here she is, there's a tiny space, which I was placed there so that I can greet the players come out. She's right in front of me. She's right in the front of me. I wouldn't imagine that any one of you do that. I certainly don't do that. If I came late, I will be at the end of the line. That's my take. I am not going to be disrespectful to people and then go in front of them and in front of everyone, including the mayor. I'm telling you the truth. Don't tell me that I make up this story. And I even go more than that. You know, at one of the events, and none of these people know about it, but I'm going to speak out tonight. At the 50th anniversary of the veterans, of the U.S. Vietnam Veteran Day, they have a big celebration gala. They invite everyone from the city. Everyone, I'm talking about the council, the mayor and the council, from the city and different city. They realized that there were so many people. So they came back and they said, there is only one person represent the city to speak at the event. Who do you think that is? If I can go along with their city council, who do you think that should be able to, should be represent the city to speak at that event? It should be the mayor. And they invite the mayor to speak. As soon as she found out about it, you know what? She called me up and said, I have prepared my speech. Can you let me do it? I was thinking, if I let her do it, I better not go in, because I don't want to be an idiot. When I'm a mayor, and I was there, and all the seniors, council here, she is representing the whole council. So I told her, if you want to speak, I'd rather not being there, because, you know, and I intend to be there. You know what she said? Can you stay home? Now, it's not ended there. And I said, okay, I will stay home. But because I am staying home, I have to be responsible to the vice mayor. Because if I wasn't there as a mayor, the vice mayor is going to take over. So I called the vice mayor. I said, this is what happened. I want to let you know. So you have to understand. Do whatever you want to do. What he said? He said that if that's the case, I don't want to go. Okay, good. So she have a chance. But it's not ended right there. I had my certificate of recognition prepared. And I had it at home because we're ready to go. I was thinking that, okay, she can be there to speak on behalf of the city council. And these two are going to attend the event. I don't want them to come back and yell at me that, you know, why you give it to her to speak on behalf of the city, and at the same time you give the certificate of recognition to her to present it to. So I asked her to give that certificate to these people so that we can share the responsibility. That's how I am. I want to make sure that we do it together. You know what? She didn't do it. She did it all by herself. Worse than that, she didn't even mention that the mayor and the vice mayor is not being able to make it to the event. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth, that how she is. Take it or not, it's up to you. So, for the one that she said it's front and the back, I talked about that already. Front is always in the front, in the beginning of the line. Back is on the back, on the end, not back in the front of the line. Okay, Q, May 3rd, 2024. Left the dais to interact with members of public while the council meeting was still in session. Is it true or false? It's true. While we were in session, she's down there. And I asked Councilmember West, may I ask you to come back to the dais so we can continue the meeting? Do you know what she said? You have the quorum, you go on. And I was being nice to go on. But let me tell you this, Councilmember West, I won't do that again. If any she was standing up and greeting people, that I would consider disrupting the meeting. Either I will, from now on, either I will stop the meeting until you come back to the dais, or I will ask you to leave the chambers so that we can continue with our city business. I tell you this. So it's not going to happen again. So is it true or not? True. A fire force police report. I don't know anything about this. I don't read the police report. I have no comment on this. Record, May 4th, 2024, record a YouTube interview criticizing the city manager and stated false information. This violated the code of conduct. Never publicly criticize individual employee. Not too long ago, just, yesterday or the day before, she went on air and bashing about me. And I will tell you, see, I have not decided on anything about this item. She called me hypocrite, siding with these two to censor her. This is preemptive attack. And I'm not going to take it. And just recently, you said that we have a majority, and you accused me of voting for it. I take it, if that's what you wanted. So, same thing for S&T. I would tell you, I would counter her each and every portion, each and everything point that she want to, that she was speaking about it. I could have gone on air and counterattack her on that. But should I do that? I don't need to. Don't need to. So, I have going over the items. And I have stated myself, true, false, or I don't know. If I don't know, I said I don't know. So here's my assessment. Councilmember West, sadly to say, but there were a number of times you were on air siding with YouTubers, falsifying the facts, misrepresent the truth, dishonestly changing the meaning of the story, lie to the community, attacking me, council members, and staff without having evidence to back you up. I'm responsible for what I said. Retell the story, but change important facts. you basically falsify the story. Not once, but many times. We have been giving you enough warning repeatedly, but you seem to ignore the fact. I'm not surprised that this measure is taking place today. Not surprised at all. One thing that is worth mentioning here is that you were conveniently on air yesterday and the day before, calling me hypocrite, accusing me that I have sided with the author of this item to vote for the item. Let me tell you this, and I have the record in my phone. When the agenda was publicized Friday of last week, with this sensitive item about you, you made several attempts to call me, to text me. I refused to respond because knowing that this is a sensitive matter, and at the same time, I have not got the chance to look at that. So I refused to comment. But then what? The next thing is that I have no idea. The next thing is you go on air and accuse me and then call me hypocrite. Why? Why? I have not made any decision. I have not got a chance to even look at that in details. And here I am being accused as hypocrite. No idea what to say. No decision has been made, yet you were on air with YouTubers, giving them falsified information, preemptive, attack me and accuse me, siding with the Vice Mayor Ho and Councilman Menzo, voting for this item, calling me a hypocrite. I could not comprehend why you did that to me. You even go beyond and talk about how I do in the, in the Midway City District. And you even warn me that, okay, if I make the wrong decision, if I vote yes to today, then it will affect my re-election this November. Do you think I'm afraid of that? No, not at all. Go ahead. Challenge me. So based on the given facts I just went over, I would agree to this censure action, but with one suggestion to the council members. Okay. This is what my motion is. Because I'm unhappy with the action of Councilwoman West, my motion is to direct staff. And I would like to ask the council members to agree with me on this. I would like to, instead of removing her from intergovernmental boards, I would like to give it a chance. The purpose for us is to work together. The purpose for us is to behave ourselves. Sometimes that we didn't know, but people, trying to get, give you the advice, then take it and move on. I would like to see the council working together. I know that for today, we just have to arrive with the decision whether to censor or not to censor, and ask staff to come back with the resolution. Normally, it's going to be in the next meeting. But I guess the purpose is for her to realize about her bad behavior, and then hopefully that she can be, a number of people talk today, say that, if you were the same thing as today, we would love to have you. You have done such a good thing, but then your behavior, the way that you conduct, that we can't take it. I understand from the council standpoint that, if her behavior, keep on going like this and represent the city at the different agency, it will be a shame for the city for her action, for her behavior. I understand that's the reason why you want to make sure that she is not representing the city. And it's true, it's right. I agree with that. But I'd like to ask you to give her the second chance. We still to move forward with the censor. We still move forward with the censor. But instead of cutting tie on her on the intergovernmental agency in her roles right now, I would like to have that pending. The way that we're doing that right now is this. Tonight, we will vote on censoring her. But instead of bringing back the resolution next month or next meeting, because we are going to direct staff to come up with the resolution. Instead of bringing back that resolution next meeting, I would like to ask council members to see if we can wait for the period of 3 months to see if she improves. Meanwhile, she can continue to represent us with the boards that she is having right now. But within that 3 months, if she's not changing, her behavior is still the same, then the resolution will be bring up, and then we can vote for it. Because either way, we have to bring back the resolution and vote on that. So instead of voting next meeting, we give her some time to correct herself. So I would think that's the best way to go. I don't know what you both feel about it, but I would strongly suggest that, we don't want to cut off anyone. We want to work together. We want to improve ourselves. We want to improve our college. We hope that she will change, she will make it better for the community. She will work together with us. It's a plus. So my motion is that let's move with the recommendation, but instead of bringing it back, the resolution, next meeting, we give it some time and we can bring it back on the September 11th. At that time, we will vote for that resolution. And if at that time, we can cut the tie with the intergovernmental if she's not improved. But what if she improved and she worked with us? I think we are willing to forgive and forget. We want to change the person to be better. We don't want to push them away. And that's my motion.
Mayor,
yes.
If I may. No, I get what you're saying. She's had multiple chances in the past. This is like the first conversation of her behavior. We've had conversations of her behavior in the past, and that's what was talked about back then, giving her another chance. Well, how many chances are we going to give her before we actually take action? You know, all these items that were listed here, as you mentioned, the ones you can weigh in on, they were all true. So she hasn't learned her lesson from the past. If that's what you want to do, then I would recommend that we approve this censure with the 3 items, A, B, and C. And if she doesn't, then it goes through as recommended at the date that you stated. But again, how many chances are we going to give her? She obviously does not care about just basic professionalism and decency when it comes to council or the public. So
I want to make it clear, I think you misunderstand me. I think that the 3 items that we have there, we are going to approve it today.
Okay.
The only exception is instead of bringing it back in the next meeting, I would like to delay that.
To September.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if this is appropriate to raise a point of parliamentary purposes, procedure. Christian, before the vote tonight, I just feel like the paragraph under sanctions require a pre-counseling either the potential offending members. And I feel like all of this was never brought to me. That's the reason why I call Mr. Mayor, because I'm going to ask him, like, did you even know what this is? What's happening? This was never brought to my attention. That's the reason why I call the mayor, because he is the presiding chair of the meeting, and he's the mayor of the city. I wanted to know, and that's the reason why I call him for that, to ask for information, like, what is this all about? This is a shock to me.
And there's no problem with that.
And
There's
so
no
I guess
problem
my
with that.
question I ask city attorney is that with the sanction, under that sanction option, doesn't it require a pre-counseling to those who, potential of offending members? I never got that counseling. If that's what you guys are accusing me, I've never got talked to or sat down. This was a shock to me. That's why I tried to call the mayor and ask, what is this all about? Because you are the mayor of the city. I never heard about this.
There is
So
no
you guys
point.
never
I
sit
just
down
want to make
and
it
counsel,
clear,
or that's what
Councilmember
you
West. There is no point, there is no problem for you to call me. But give me some time. Well, I haven't got a chance to respond. I haven't got a chance to look at the items. You are here on air attacking me, calling me hypocrite, telling me that I am siding with them. We haven't even talked about the items. We haven't voted on that. Why you already jump to the conclusion and accuse me on that? Why? I don't understand. Please.
Mr. Mayor, my question is, I just want to know the sanction procedure. So the sanction procedure is, it says that require a pre-counseling.
That's fine.
Either the
You can
potential
ask.
offending members. Don't I get that?
You can get that, and if I don't know, I will refer you to the people who can answer you.
I was asking.
But the thing is
the
that
legal.
you went on air and attacking me when I haven't got a chance to speak to you.
I say
That's
I
the
don't
problem that I
understand
want.
on air.
That I have. So anyway, at this time here,
May I ask city
that-
attorney, may he answer that? Because I want to know what the procedure for the sanction is
I move.
required.
Okay.
Does it require me pre-counseling? This is a shock to me.
That's the reason why we are not, that's the reason why I asked the council not to bring the resolution back next meeting, but wait until September 11. That's when you have the chance to correct yourself, to behave yourself. By the time that we bring it back on September 11, if we see that you are working well with us, you change yourself, you conduct yourself professionally, there's no reason for us to continue to censor you.
I just want an answer from legal aspect. The sanction require pre-counseling for potential offending members. City attorney, I never got that. This is a shock to me. What is my legal process that I have? And then also, when they can't censure me unless I go through that process. Is that correct?
But what I would say is that this is a council policy, and it applies to all kinds of boards. So this is referring to not just the council, but to different boards. It's the council who interprets this policy and how it's applied. So if the council feels that they've met those steps, then they can move on. It's a council discretion here.
But what does it mean when it says sanction, before it's sanction or censure? It requires a pre-counseling for the potential offending members, so which is they're saying I am. So this is a shock to me, like I said. Don't I get that due process before even censuring me? City attorney?
Well, the purpose of this meeting is the due process part of it, is to hear the complaints and then allow opportunity for you to respond.
He just gave you the answer. The answer is this, it's a council policy.
It's
and
council policy to decide.
Yes, so
Right,
that's
it's
your
up
answer.
to the council, but I just feel like it's not fair, Mr. Mayor. I haven't even, you accused me of this, and I have due process. I would, if that's the case, then where's the counseling? Meaning, sitting behind closed door with you, Mr. Mayor, giving me your advice and suggestion, and then going through this, and where I make mistakes, I'm more than happy to apologize. I sure did not have that due process yet. And I just
Mr.
ask that
Mayor,
you
may I
would let me
speak?
get that due process.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
may I
we
speak?
can, we don't want to go on with this one anymore, so I have to make a motion. If the motion fails, then I want to entertain another motion.
Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Was there a second to my,
Well,
First,
It doesn't say anywhere that we have to,
okay, I didn't ask for a second, but
yeah,
do I have a second for my motion?
can we hold on to?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because we have not got the motion on the floor, we will continue our discussion.
yes.
Okay? So, Councilmember Menzo, your turn.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, Vice Mayor, oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Mayor and City Council, Ms. Amy Fan West is a liability. As you know, we took 2-3 hours between the two of us to go step by step, each one. And then when it came her turn, it seemed like she just shrugged it off and she denied. And I haven't heard a single time when she said, okay, I won't do it again, or anything like that. So, you know, so I want to say that she's a liability because, you know, when she accused members of the public as, you know, racist, and accused staff of bribing, and accused staff of, you know, other things. And so I urge the council to protect our city. We need to protect our city. It's not personal. We need to stop being enablers for Amy Fan West to keep doing this. We, as city council members and mayor, should be advocating for the city and its people, and not for Amy Fan West. Because if we do so, we would violate our fiduciary duties to both of our constituents and to our city, and would undermine respect and confidence of the people. So, Mayor, I understand it's hard for everybody. We don't want to do this, but like I said, I think we've been doing this for about the last 4 hours. And, you know, she's asking for you to sit down with her, tell her what she's done wrong, counsel her. Well, we've been doing this for the last 3 hours, and plus her another hour, 20 minutes? 4 hours, 5 hours. So I just think, I made a lot of notes as she was speaking, but I'm not going to go through them. Again, she denied any wrongdoing, and I really think that it's time we just need to, anyway, you have a motion, and did you want to?
Well, I wanted to say something, yes. I mean, as you heard her, she knows, I know she knows. She's good. She's good at words and using what some people call word salad. It's all about diversion and denial and accusing others of the same acts that she's doing. That's a tactic. It's a tactic that has been working well for her. She uses it here. She uses it out in public. She uses it with all those videos she records, attacking each and every one of us, making false statements. I don't want to keep making this about me, but this is, all this started by her actions. It was nothing that any of us did to her. It was all her own doing. You've heard it here, and there's many more examples that if any one of you and the members of the public watch any of the council meetings, you can go on the website and just pick any meeting, and you'll see that just the destructive behavior that she has, and she has no remorse whatsoever. And how much longer are we going to do this? Like I said before, this is not the first time that we've had a situation has arose where she needed to be spoken to, and you guys know what I'm talking about. So when are we going to get in trouble? When she crosses the line with a staff member, she goes too far, where then now a staff member may feel that they've been attacked and they have no recourse but to file a lawsuit against us? When is enough going to be enough? When are we going to stand up for the residents? When are we going to stand up for staff? When are we going to do that? It's unfortunate, but this is a situation that she backed us in the corner. This is what she has brought on, made us have to put this on an agenda and have these conversations. It's nothing that any of us did. As a matter of fact, I wasn't going to bring this up earlier, but Councilmember Nguyen, he knows some of this true because he himself, in a playful, respectful manner, pokes fun at Councilmember West when we're out in public. For instance, during the TEP parade, he's like, "Oh, Councilmember West, there's a camera over here. Do you want to come stand over here so you can get in the camera?" He does it in a playful way, in a respectful way. And sure enough, she crawls on her hands and knees to the other side so she can get on the camera. He does it in a respectful way, and I respect that. That's fine. But he knows her, the way she is, and the way she conducts herself in public. And I don't fault him for that. That's perfectly fine. But he knows. He's made other comments as well, but I'm not gonna go into that. But when is enough? Enough is enough.
Can I clarify myself? I think that I may not present myself well enough for you guys to understand. What you asking for today to censure her with ABC is still the way it is, that I agree to that. It's just a resolution because we have to direct staff to do the resolution anyway. So staff will go back and prepare that resolution based on what we decided today. And then we have to vote on that again. But what I'm asking is that instead of next week, she wouldn't have time to, to change herself. So I give her some time. The resolution will come back to us the way that we asked it to. But if she behaved herself, she changed herself, we can trust her to represent us at different agency, then at that time we can take out the roles of cutting her from the roles of represent us at different agency, because I think, you know, if cutting her out of her role representing us at different agency, I think it's a serious matter. I think that, you know, only if we give her a chance, instead of killing her, we give her a chance to come back to work with us. And that is something that we want to do. So the resolution is going to be prepared the way that we are going to decide it or vote it today. No, nothing different. The difference is that we still preserve the right to decide it at the time the resolution bring back.
Mayor,
Yes.
before I second your motion, I'd like to just make it clear that in September, when it comes back, we're not going to say she improved, and then if she improves 10%, 20%. I want the responsibility to be hers, to go home, take all the information that we spent 5 hours going over every bullet, everything that, including my amendment and what she read off. She seemed to disagree with everything, but I'm saying that that should be her responsibility to improve on every point. If there is something that she disagrees with, she could ask, I suppose she could ask you. But the point is that she hasn't agreed with anything that any of the, you know, statements that we made, and she has not accepted her wrong.
My understanding is that she asked for a chance for her to improve herself, to change herself. So we are going to give her that chance. But we preserve the right as we make the decision tonight. If, let's say that on September 11, when we bring back the resolution and we see that she is not improving herself, it's her responsibility to change. If we see that it's not, then boom, we approve the resolution, and that's when we cut the tie, that she is not going to represent us in different agency anymore. My belief is to give the person a chance to change themselves to a good people so that we can work together instead of killing that person.
I understand. All I'm saying is that she needs to take this information home.
Correct.
She needs to study and she needs to change, because so far I haven't heard a single acknowledgement of any wrongdoing.
Is that what I understand, that you are trying to change yourself, to trying to see if you can correct yourself from what we presented today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate that you are being reasonable, because what I've been trying to say, this is a shock to me when I saw this agenda, because I was never been counsel or talk to or speak behind closed door, because that's why Vice Mayor Kimberly.
I understand
never
it's a
brought
shock
to my
to you, but are you willing to take our input for you today? We spent 4 hours, 5 hours, and cost a lot of money, for the staff to prepare and all this. I just want to ask you, because there's concern from the Vice Mayor that you are not going to take it. And I'm not going to make that decision right now. I will have you to tell us that, whether you are going to take it seriously and you are willing to, to consider what we are bringing it here and discuss about it. We're not spending time for nothing, to be honest with you.
I understand. We have spent a lot of time, and Mr. Mayor, I second you, if there's no second, to basically agree, because I do feel like there's a lot I would love to talk to you for clarification. So I'm willing to do that, because I feel like there's things that I feel like you have accused me and all of the council, that we can sit down and talk about that, and that's what I want to do. Because Kimberly Ho think that I won't apologize and whatnot, or change my ways, because I never knew what she wants me to do. So that's why I asked, that's why I say this is a shock. So that's why with, I would love to sit down.
I just want to go back again.
Yes,
Are you
I agree
taking what
with
we
you.
are trying to tell you today or no?
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to sit down with you guys and
Okay.
work, yes.
We
on
already
this.
spent 5 hours, and we sat down, we went over the ethics, the conduct, and, the 2 documents. You need to sit down and take our advice, go over each one, and correct yourself. So we can't spend any more time. We spent 5 hours and went over each one.
I will volunteer myself to take additional time, my personal time, to work with you. But that still, we reserve the right to evaluate you at the time. Because I'm not going to promise you anything. I will dedicate myself to work with you on a personal level. But
Mr.
only
Mayor, I
if you are
appreciate
willing
that.
to do it. And
Yes,
you only
that's
if
what I
you're
told
willing
you.
to admit that the things that we brought up today, everything I brought up today is fact, is true. I never make up story. So I want to make sure that's how it is.
Yes, I would love to sit down with you to talk about these issues, and thanks for volunteering. I would second you on that.
So, Councilmember Manzo and also Vice Mayor Ho, I would like to ask for your vote on that. So,
No, Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
I mean, Councilmember West, I mean, from what I hear, you're not even willing to acknowledge that what you heard today from 3 members of this council, you don't even acknowledge that that is true. You still,
I believe that she just said
are you
she
acknowledging,
acknowledged it.
Are
Are you acknowledging
that
that?
all this is true?
Well, the thing is that I'm shocked, like I said, that's
No,
why I
that's
want
not
to
the
sit with
question.
you.
That's not the
Some of it,
question.
I already agree that I did,
No, you
and
did- when?
I did earlier. I said, I
No.
did walk out, right? I did
The
say,
mayor,
I text.
Mayor, how many of the items did you mark as true? Quite a
Probably
bit.
about 17 or 18
So
of them. Some of them I
the
don't
line
know. I
items
can't
that-
comment about
the
it.
line items that the mayor marked as true, which I believe he excluded R, S, and T, which was the police report, the YouTube videos. Those are the only 3 that he did not comment on because he wasn't aware. So the remainder of them, there's 3 people here, and I guarantee you, people who watch this and are here in the meetings and at home know it's true. Are you acknowledging that all the rest of those items are true?
I did acknowledge that I did walk out. I don't know if you
No, I'm asking
heard
you about
my
all of them.
statement.
I'm asking you the
I
rest of the
did
items.
acknowledge that I did all of those, and I asked, how is it illegal? Remember what I said?
So you're still denying it. You're still trying to find a
I was
loophole.
shocked, so that's why Mr. Mayor is willing to sit down and go over with me what's wrong with that. That's basically what,
I believe I understand from the Vice Mayor and Council Menzo's standpoint. Are you acknowledging
your
that-
guys' accusation.
the-
I acknowledge your accusation. I do. That's why I
It's
will.
not
Not an
accusation.
accusation.
It's not an accusation. This is a statement of fact. Thank you very much. So it's a statement of fact, whether you take it or not. It's not accusation. So are you taking it?
basically, I don't know what my statute in this, that's why I want to sit down with you. And number
No.
one, I say I was
We
shocked.
have gone through this already. Are you acknowledging what we gone through and tell, that's your behavior? If you
I
acknowledge
acknowledge
it, then we can.
I acknowledge what you're saying. I understand that. That's why I want to work with you. And that's why in the statute, it says that you should counsel that person first and tell them what's wrong, right? That's why
I can't counsel you or anybody else can counsel you if you don't acknowledge the fact.
I just said that I acknowledge
Okay,
all of this.
okay.
That's
And
true.
I'm willing to sit down as you volunteer to sit
Okay.
down with me.
Not accusation.
I say I acknowledge all of this that you presented today.
Okay,
I
all right.
acknowledge it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. But please, I don't need you, please. Okay? Okay, so, I have the motion on the floor.
I second
Is
it.
there a second to that?
Vice Mayor
second it.
seconded it.
Vice Mayor, second to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor,
So-
can I get a clarification?
Yes, please.
When we come back with the reso, are you wanting to remove the ones that you said you didn't know?
Right now, drop it off as what it is,
Leave it as is.
as it is. But at the time that we approve the resolution, we can, whether we are saying that, well, she improves, so we cut off they'll take off the portion of, and then we can approve the resolution.
Mayor,
Based on that.
the city clerk, did you get the items that I wanted to add as far as was 1, 2, 3, 4 more?
Which one is that?
It was about the trespassing on the construction bridge. It was about wasting taxpayers' money on the preparing the extra letters.
So I do have 3 noted. One is for the trespassing violation, waste of taxpayers' money for drafting of letters to state and federal agencies, removal of comments from members of the public on official city social media accounts. And you said you had a 4th one?
No, that's it. I have, the other one is repeated on another one.
Okay, so I do have those 3.
The 3. With those added 3, Mayor.
Okay, all right.
And then to clarify as well, that also includes the late communication one from the vice mayor,
Oh,
correct?
correct.
Okay.
The late communication. Is that okay with
Okay.
that, Mayor?
I'm okay with that.
Is
yes.
the seconder okay?
Are you okay with that? Yes. Okay. So with that, I asked to have the resolution bring back on September 11th. And we approve it as is today with addition that we have brought on to, for amended agenda, as well as the item that Councilmember Menzo added to the list. Okay?
Okay.
Roll call vote, please. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Will be, we take no action on this, but with a condition that Councilwoman Fan West, you need to acknowledge on the facts that Mr. Mayor just mentioned like 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, and you are willing to sit down with the 3 of them to work out whatever that you guys,
So you're
add up
saying,
together with each other.
So
So
m-
that's my motion.
to get understanding, you tell me to acknowledge all of this as facts today. Is that what you're saying?
Up
Take
to
no
you,
action
yes.
and acknowledge all of this?
Yeah.
And then sit down with each of the council member to work on the issue and what they state about me.
That's correct.
Well, I believe that
I'm
what
willing
you're
to
saying
do
is she apologized for what she did.
And apologize to.
But to be honest with you, I don't take it as so serious because we've been doing that for so long. So I still stand the way that we. But you have the right to make the substitute motion. Is there a substitute? Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I second it, but
Okay.
let me get clarification. You want me tonight, if the council take no action, that I acknowledge my faults and apologize in front of the dais here to everyone, that I have commit all of that, and then also to work with each one of you guys to better myself. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Namquan?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to do that. It's very humbling. And I'm willing to do that if the council is okay to take no action.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Substitute motion, go first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to take no action and recommend Councilwoman Fan West to acknowledge the statement of facts, publicly apologize, and sit with Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho, and Councilmember Monzo to discuss further. Yes. Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
No.
And Mayor Nguyen.
I want to say this. We have gone through this so many times already. At this point here, I can't trust that she's going to change when we are giving her freely escape from this. I said that because I have done so much already. I said that because she have stopped on my back so much. And how can I trust her? She might say yes right now. I tell you, there are a number of times she said, "Oh, Mayor, your tie is beautiful." "Oh, okay." And she said in the front of people, she said, "Turn around." She stopped me on the back. I understand that she realized it today, and I hope that she realized that and she changed. But please, I can't until I see the real change in her. So my vote is, this is for the substitute motion, right?
Correct.
My vote is no. So
Substitute
go back to
motion.
original motion, please.
Substitute motion failed 2-3. The original motion on the floor was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to direct staff to prepare a resolution of censure against Councilman Fan West to bring at the September 11th, 2024 meeting. That is to also include the amendments made by Councilmember Monzo and the amendments made in the late communications. I'll go to call roll for the motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
May I go at the end, please? I just still need to decide. May I go at the end? May I vote at the end?
Okay, next.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
It's a no.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Abstain.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-1.
At this time here, we're not end yet. We still have the non-agenda items, items to go through, right? So at this time, I would like to open the oral communication for non-agenda items. So is there any sign up for this, speaker sign up for this?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes,
This is the
please.
time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Danny Meza, which he's gone. After Michael is Terry Raines.
Thank you. I cannot believe I sat through this. I must be a glutton for punishment. Just a couple things. If you're trying to get your meetings to move along a little bit faster and fall within that 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., I've got some ideas. And talking about 5 minutes for comments, great. On things that you vote on, limit council members to 5 minutes per comment. Each of you gets 5 minutes to comment on the agenda item. Vote on it, and let's move along. Another thing, staff reports. Staff reports are routine. They come in here, they give you their report, they give you whatever recommendations they're suggesting to you. Great, smile, say thank you. If you don't have to vote on it, you're just accepting the report as is. smile, vote if you have to vote, and move on. Because I have sat in here and I cannot believe you guys talk so many things to death. And on top of that, there's those that have to constantly ask questions. And it's as if they never bothered reading the backup material. You guys all get a big, thick backup material. I was a school board member. I know what that looks like. And I had to study that junk before I got into a meeting. This allows me to be informed, and I don't have to ask that many questions. I suggest if you don't really read it that well, you better start doing it. I don't want to see the chief sit in here and keep getting asked the same question over and over again about a no-bid contract, because there's only one company that has the equipment and the software to go with it. Why are we dragging that out? He made his presentation. You guys all say, okay, that's great. We understand why it's a no-bid contract. And you vote on it. Let's move along to the next item. And let me just ask, I really don't have to pay attention to any of you up here. I don't even have to pay attention to anybody making a presentation. I'm not an elected official. You all have to pay attention to who's giving you a presentation. If it's staff, if it's people from the public, you have to pay attention. For 8 years, I sat there and listened to people badmouth me, want to recall me, call me names. That's fine. Smile, say thank you, let it go in one ear and out the other, and let the next speaker come up. Don't sit there and belabor the issue. You cannot be thin-skinned. You have to learn to take it.
Our next speaker is Terry Rains, followed by Jason Doan, who I don't see. John Gentile will be after Terry.
First of all, something good. Congratulations, City Manager Christine Corden, for surviving the first 2 years as city manager in spite of all this. So keep up the great work. You rock. As far as tonight, yeah, 5 hours we'll never get back. Mayor Nguyen, I understand what you tried to do, and I appreciate that you were trying to be fair and listen to all sides. I liked how succinct you were with your points. That was great. I'm a little concerned about the September 11th delay, but you know, it is what it is. But that gives, what's happened has happened. So even if, let's say she does improve, and that's the goal, but if she was going to improve, I would think she would have been improving long before we, long before we got to this stage. If she was able to change, or even, she's never once ever that I've seen publicly apologize to anyone. That's including me, which, again, yeah, I'm an activist, and I have signs, I do. But I don't deserve to be called a racist, a thief, a bully, or any of the other choice words. She called me racist 6 times on one of those videos. And when she was confronted, why did you call her racist? Her reason was because I used the one sign that with the word she doesn't like, and somehow that's against the Vietnamese people. I am not against the Vietnamese people. You all know that. So there was so much that happened on those videos alone that, and I don't have prepared comments, you're right, but this is a narcissistic collapse. I'm sorry. And it's not, usually those people either play the victim or they take down, they attack everybody else. But they hardly ever will admit, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, and here, I'm gonna fix it, and I'll never do that again. I hope it's true, but I don't think it is. Now, I just want to remind you,
I am the victim, what lawful? I am the victim, what lawful? I am the victim, what lawful?
because that is always the go-to with her. You say, don't do this, or please don't do this, or whatever, and it's like, I'm the victim, oh my gosh, poor me. So I'm glad we did it, but I'm just worried about that till September 11th. I think the real victim in all of this is the city of Westminster and our residents. So if she would do us a big favor, if you don't like it up here, you don't like all this attention or whatever, then resign and go run for higher office, which is what you really want. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Gentile with Nat Lynn. I don't see Nat. Camilla Overbeek is after John.
I promise to make this short. Last Sunday, the Posse Bar and the Posse Bar Foundation had our 248th fundraiser to benefit the Westminster Police Department to buy him a working, facilitating therapy dog. I want to thank Mr. Monzo, Ms. Ho, for giving what you gave to be able to buy this dog. I'm sorry, I'm very tired, so the words aren't coming out. But I'm here to thank both of you for helping the cause. We now, we're a little bit short of the money, but we will have enough by probably the next couple of weeks. I was just told the money won't be needed till the end of August, so we have plenty of time. So with that being said, thank you very much. Amy, I am counting on you. District 1 is counting on you. Hopefully things work out. I'm pulling for you. Let's do this. Thanks, guys.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by Tammy Hamill, with Deborah Donathan last.
Good evening, or I guess good morning. Amy, I'm a little confused. You say that you were shocked, but for weeks on end, for months, members of the public have been calling on you to do better, to be better. And because you failed to do so, we spent 5.5 hours tonight discussing you and your piss poor behavior. 5.5 hours of my life I'll never get back. I think you should have been censured and it all should have been done tonight, but the mayor was generous with you, and you don't deserve his generosity. I don't think you're gonna change, but I really hope you do. Also, it is now, my phone's dead, but it's 3-something in the morning. It is absolutely absurd that we're doing non-agenda public comments at 3:30 in the morning. It should have been done for those of us who didn't, for those that didn't want to stay. It should have been done when you voted to extend the meeting. It's unfair for constituents not to be able to address their elected officials. That needs to change. Because some of y'all are really long-winded, looking at you over there. But you need to figure out and devise a plan to make this better. Because residents have the right to address you about other things besides what's on your agenda. Like, I would have loved for Jake to be here to hear me say to all of you what an amazing job his department did resurfacing and redoing the streets in my neighborhood. But he's not here. He had to leave because it's, again, 3:30 in the morning. So I really do hope that you guys figure that out, and I really do hope that she does better.
I want to probably mention about this, and this credit is going to Vice Mayor Ho. She called me up and she said that, let's say if we go past 11 and you want to talk about it, it's your credibility. But she proposed that, you know, if we go past 11, then at 11 o'clock, we are going to stop everything to check the non-agenda items. And we will do that case by case. I want to do it today. I want to mention it to her. But because we already in the middle of that, I don't want to do that because then, you know, then there will be a rumors or accusation that I am trying to get the people to come and talk about this. So please, let me say it. So in the future, with the recommendation from Vice Mayor Ho, you know, I encourage. I don't agree with the 10 o'clock, but as far as 11 o'clock, I think that it's reasonable for us to go ahead and take on the non-agenda items, oral communication. So that's all I want to say. So that's probably a better news for you. Next speaker, please.
Tammy Hamill, followed by Deborah Donathan.
Good morning. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. There's a lot of different notes here. One of the things I wanted to say when Kimberly was reading through her stuff, it dawned on me that just that behavior was just May. It was just the month of May. There's like, I can't remember who said it, but go back and watch the meetings for the people that don't believe it, that are saying she's being censored, all of those things. Go back and watch the meetings. Take your pick. Pick one, pick two. There's awful behavior in every single one. And you clearly have known. Residents have told you, in person, online. I've tried to meet with you. It lasted a whole 7 minutes because you couldn't answer any of my questions. I've asked you legitimate questions online. You never respond. You only respond to the people that agree with you. And for the commie pedo comment, when he said the hater commie pedos are really out, you said, yep. That is agreeing that you think residents are commie pedos. When you said you wanted proof, I sent everyone here an email with all the screenshots, with other comments that I said, another resident said, and you never said anything. At one of the last meetings, when I asked you about the proof I sent you, you called me a stalker. Yeah, there's witnesses to that. And see, this is what you do. You laugh, you just kind of smirk. This is what you have caused. Nothing but chaos. You're a detriment to this city. You're a drain on this city. You've done nothing positive. And if there was anything, it was for your own benefit. So you could go campaign on it, because that's all you do in here is campaign. I noticed most of the people that spoke for you kept saying censor. So you clearly told them you were being censored, which is not the correct word. I think you might know it now. It's been talked to death. I hope you change too, because District 1 is my district, and you've done nothing for that district. You've sat up here and wasted time. You've campaigned for yourself. You played the victim. You denied every single thing. I agree with Carlos and Kimberly. I don't think you're going to change, because you couldn't even acknowledge it here. You're trying to play word games. Okay, I acknowledge the accusations. And then this one over here, threatening to censure you guys if you vote yes. Is that what you're going to do? Are you now going to waste staff time, resources, because now you're going to play political games and censure them because they did something they should have done with her a long time ago? Is that your game plan? Because that's what you do too. You sit up here and smirk, you walk away, you leave for who knows how long every time. Both useless.
Time's up.
Our final speaker is Deborah Donathan.
Hello. I just feel compelled in watching this and having known Amy for a while, and I know Amy and other political venues, and I know and I adore Amy, and it is a charm, and I understand. And what I'm hearing from the audience is that you were offended, and she didn't know you were offended. I don't believe that she's intending on offending people. And part of what makes her great and is really a benefit to your city is all of that charm and energy. And what I heard is that there wasn't a breach of duty. There wasn't a neglect to her position, that she's here till 1 a.m. trying to work and has all of this energy. And that's what would be concerning to me. That would be a compelling circumstance if she breached her duty in some way, if she neglected her duty and wasn't showing up and trying to do things for the community. Maybe it's not as gracefully as you would like, and that's something that I hope that you guys do work together and do communicate in a way that you think that things that you're telling me that are so offensive to you, that you think are so horrific, are nothing to me. That would be nothing. That would be charming. I would laugh. I would think she's, entertaining, and it would be not a problem for me. but letting her know that, hey, this is offensive to me, and giving her opportunity to meet expectations. And I'm an educator. That is my premise when I go into a classroom, is communicating my expectation. This is my expectation. So they know what it is before, and then if they break it, then we can move into something else. So I understand that. She didn't have opportunity to, and you guys are working this out the way you're going to work it out, but that's what she was saying. Nobody gave her opportunity to say, hey, this is offensive to me. You keep moving forward to this. We're going to move into a censorship. And she never got that opportunity where she could be corrected. Like, again, like, you think that this is a given. Oh my gosh, these manners, this is appalling. And it's not as offensive to everybody. I just want to let you know that. But you have to work together. So you need to communicate, and she needs to know what's offensive to you so she can have opportunity to respect you and you guys can respect each other. Anyway, so that's all I have to say. I think she's hardworking and part of that charm. So hopefully you guys can hone in on that energy and charm that it can be a benefit to your city, and you guys can work together. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
No more, okay.
No further speakers, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, we are going to have comments from the City Council agency members, including AB 1234. Let's start out with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, wow. So we've been here till 3:32. I'm going to make it brief. I just want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day coming up this weekend, which is very important to me. My dad has been a great example, and his sacrifice, but he's not here today, but his sacrifice in teaching me what courage means and running toward the fire and the enemy, not shying away from it. And that's who I am because of him. So I wish all the fathers out there a happy Father's Day, because it is a special. You guys are the fort, the protector of your family, and we really appreciate, and we need men like you to be men. And I know the society pushed you guys down and changed what a man should be, but we still need courageous man. We need men of valor, men of warriors to defend the weak, defend the innocent, defend their family. And I know there's many around me who are those men, and I appreciate them being around me. But if anybody ever discouraged you to be the man that you are called to be, I just want to encourage you tonight that you are all of that, and it's in you to be that protector. And so happy Father's Day to you guys. And then also my husband as well, I want to wish him a happy Father's Day. With that, I know that today, at least, everything is in the open. We able to see things and the lines and the boundaries very clearly. And it's very interesting and eye-opening for me, because for me, as a personality, I give people tons of opportunity and over again. And it's just good to see that not everyone has that kind of, and then respecting the differences, and then understanding and being okay that not everyone's like me. So, with everyone who is here tonight, I appreciate that. Also, Flag Day is coming up, Land of the Free because of the brave, and that's what we stand for, and upholding the Constitution, and which this local government will continue to do. I guess I can't speak for my colleagues, but I know that's for me. And I will continue to do all I can for all my supporters who came out of their busy day and work and church to come out here, because it's not normal on a Wednesday that they come out here because they have church. And I appreciate their support for me tonight. And thank you for knowing who I am, and Deborah for being here. And you've seen me at different events, and for your support, it means the world to me. And then my kids and my husband,
And thank you for my supporter who voted me in to represent you, and I'll make you proud and continue to fight for the values that you expect me to live by. Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Councilmember West. Next is Vice Mayor Ho.
Well, it is late, but I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of you who are still here and the ones who came earlier. I know it actually means a lot to me that you care enough about the city, our city, to be here, to still be here. I recognize, I mean, I think you guys are all, except for you, but I know you've come very regularly to support our council. I do hear what you have to say, and I hope you understand everything we try to do in order to have, to move this council forward, to do better in the future. I thank you again. Happy Father's Day, and I will just keep my comments very short. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho. Next is Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you all for staying up this late. I think we have broken a record even from when we were on YouTube. I think this is a new record for sure. I want to make sure that we thank John Gentile and everyone at the Posse Bar Foundation for their contributions to our community. Contributions to our police department, with all the contributions that they have made and the effort they have made to raise money for our police department. Next, I want to say I want to thank staff with all their hard work, city manager, assistant city manager, and everyone who was involved with planning and finally opening our navigation center in the city of Garden Grove. It's a great thing, and it's a beautiful venue, and it's really going to help our community to have that. It's going to help our police officers as well, to be able to help them do their job, be able to help individuals out, and also enforce other laws that now they have that extra tool that you can use. So I'm really excited to have that open. And again, the next one is just Happy Father's Day, everyone. I hope that everyone out there has a chance to really slow down and spend some time with their families, and just surrounded with love from everybody, and hopefully maybe get some barbecues going and just enjoy the time with your family. So thank you, everyone. Mayor, then.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank you, staff and LPD, that you guys stayed this late. Okay, good night. Good morning.
Thank you very much. I just want to touch base a little bit about the Navigation Center. Council members have a chance to visit the Navigation Center, and congratulations to the 3 cities that we have the Navigation Center up and running, and it will help our law enforcement in this matter too. So congratulations. Next is I want to congratulate again for the torch run, successful torch run, and I enjoy to join you, even though I cheated here and there, running and then get on in the car and then go to the next area. But I enjoy it. Thank you so much for having me. Next is exit interview. I have a chance to go to Warner School, middle school for exit interview. It's amazing to have a chance to interview the young people. And at the same time, I was having a chance to attend, to do the exit interview at the Westminster High School. And also I have a chance to, Vice Mayor and myself have a chance to attend the painting celebration at Westminster High. It was great. I don't know what you want to touch base on that a little bit. If you forgot, I'll give you a chance to go ahead and talk about
Okay,
it.
Thank you. It was the mural, and the nice thing was that the artist came from
Is it Singapore?
Singapore.
Yeah.
Yeah, very talented young man from Singapore. So that's their second mural at the Westminster High School. It was very interesting. The art teacher coordinated and got the entire art class involved in helping him. So he wasn't the main artist, he was just the lead artist, a professional artist, mural artist. And so the rest of the art class students helped him. So it was very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting, and the next meeting will be held on Wednesday, June 26, 2024, at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.